Our story begins with a seasoned mercenary who introduces himself as Mormont Carl. He steps forward and, in a commanding voice, asks if anyone has any idea where they are. This question hangs in the air, met with puzzled silence, until a man named Lyle decides to speak up. Lyle introduces himself and provides some background information, stating that he ran a woodshop in the Adora region. He looks around at the others and admits that, just like Carl, he has no idea why they have all been brought to this place. The next person to introduce himself is a man named Grit. Grit tells everyone that he works at an antique store in the Halsea region. His voice carries a hint of confusion as he explains that he is equally clueless about the reason for their presence in this mysterious location. Following Grit, a girl steps forward and introduces herself as Jenna. Jenna explains that she lives in a remote forest, far from any bustling towns or cities. She too expresses her lack of understanding about why they have been gathered here. Lastly, our protagonist steps forward to introduce himself. He is a humble farmer named Han Islet. With Han's introduction, it becomes clear that there are a total of 11 people present in this unknown place. As they all exchange glances, it becomes evident that none of them know why they are here or how they got here. Some of the group members begin to wonder aloud if this situation could be a dream or an illusion. The speculation continues until someone nervously suggests that they might have been dragged here by some powerful magician or sorcerer. Carl, ever the pragmatic mercenary, dismisses this idea and tells the group to stop talking nonsense. He tries to ground the conversation in reality, urging everyone to focus on the facts. Lyle, trying to bring some clarity to the situation, points out that the only thing they can be certain of is that everyone present is from the same region, Taenir. They might be able to figure out an important clue if they continue to converse with one another. The group exchanges glances, each person trying to think of something useful to share. Then, suddenly, a fairy steps forward, her appearance dazzling and unexpected. She asks everyone what they're talking about in a voice that commands attention. Before anyone can respond, the fairy informs them that her master is about to open a space-time rift. She tells them that they should all get ready to fight, causing a ripple of shock and confusion among the group. People are taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise as they take in the sight of the fairy. She introduces herself as Isel, and she explains that she is the fairy who manages this place. Isel goes on to tell everyone present that they should stay in line if they don't want to get hurt. Her words carry an undeniable authority that silences any murmurs of dissent. Carl, ever the bold mercenary, steps forward and asks Isel if she is the one who brought them here. His voice is firm, demanding answers. Isel, with a calm yet mysterious demeanor, asks Carl why he wants to know this. Carl, growing impatient, tells Isel to stop talking nonsense and insists that she answer his question directly. Isel, unfazed by Carl's demeanor, warns him that if he doesn't want to be taken down, he should stop right now. Her tone is stern, a clear warning that Carl chooses to ignore. Angered by her response, Carl starts to emit his aura, a visible manifestation of his power and intent. He tells Isel that he will teach her a lesson, his voice filled with determination and anger. As Carl charges to attack Isel, the fairy responds with lightning speed. In an instant, Isel takes Carl down with a single, precise strike. The speed and efficiency of her move leave everyone in stunned silence. Then, Isel, with a serious expression, tells everyone that anyone who tries to hurt her will be taken down as an act of self-defense. Her stern tone leaves no room for argument. The group can't believe what's going on, their minds reeling from the sudden and dramatic turn of events. Murmurs of confusion ripple through the crowd as they try to process what Isel has just said. Desperate for clarity, someone steps forward and asks Isel what she wants. Isel, maintaining her serious demeanor, replies that her only desire is for everyone to listen to her orders, fight well, and win. That's all she wants from them. Suddenly, a glowing window appears in front of them, displaying a message that a party has been formed. The names Lyle, Lanto, Marlin, Kelkud, and Jackson appear, indicating that they have joined Party 1. This unexpected development causes a mix of surprise and curiosity among the group. Seeing this, Isel thinks to herself that her master has finally started operating. Isol then turns her attention to the newly formed Party 1 and tells them to get ready, as the space-time rift is opening now. The anticipation builds as a door to the space rift slowly materializes in front of them. The members of Party 1 exchange nervous glances, their surprise evident as they gaze at the mysterious doorway. Isol instructs them to enter the door in front of them if they don't want to be taken down, her tone leaving no room for hesitation. At that crucial moment, Han steps forward with a determined look on his face. He addresses Isol directly, stating that he is sure she also wants to climb the tower. His bold statement catches everyone's attention. Han then asks Isol to have her master summon a weapon for them, pointing out that everyone here is a one-star without even a basic weapon. His request is practical and urgent, highlighting the dire need for proper equipment. Hearing this, Jenna's curiosity is piqued. She wonders what Han is talking about. Han tells Isol that they have lost their precious two-star hero and asks if Isol can at least grant this request. He emphasizes the importance of having proper equipment for their survival and effectiveness in battle. Isol pauses, thinking about the situation, and realizes that Han's request is valid. She communicates silently with her master, and shortly after, summons the necessary equipment for the participants. The group watches in amazement, Lyle, curious and somewhat anxious, then asks Han if he knows anything about this place. Han replies that he doesn't know much either because he hasn't been here long. He shares the little information he has gathered, saying the only thing he knows for sure is that they can be taken down if they are too slow. His words carry a sense of urgency and caution. Hearing this, Jenna starts to think that Han might know more about this place than he is letting on. She wonders if he has some insight or experience that could help them understand their situation better. Han then advises everyone to go and grab a weapon from the assortment that Isol has summoned. He warns them that something is going to start soon, and they need to be prepared. People, confused but driven by a need for self-preservation, ask Han what he means by that. Han, already moving towards the room with the weapons, tells everyone that he is talking about the battle. The gravity of his statement sinks in, and a wave of realization washes over the group. As Han reaches the room, everyone else quickly follows, rushing to pick a weapon, and they each choose the weapon that suits them best. Party 1 members, now armed, look more confident and ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Isol then addresses Party 1 directly, instructing them to enter the rift. Her voice is firm and commanding, leaving no room for hesitation. Lyle, still adjusting to the rapid succession of events, is surprised to see the portal that has appeared before them. Its swirling, mystical energy is both fascinating and intimidating. Isol, noticing the delay and growing increasingly frustrated, tells Party 1 to stop wasting time and just enter the rift. Her impatience is evident, and she emphasizes the urgency of their mission. On the other hand, we see that Han has picked up a shield. As Jenna observes Han, she wonders why he is examining a shield in the midst of all this chaos. She thinks to herself that she should have taken that shield for herself, especially since she brought a bow and arrow, which might not be as effective in close combat. The shield seems to offer a sense of security and defense that she now wishes she had. Jenna, feeling a mix of curiosity and frustration, approaches Han and asks him if he knows what's going to happen next. She also wants to know why they need weapons, where they are, and what's the deal with the ferry. Han, somewhat exasperated by the barrage of questions, tells Jenna that she sure does have a lot of questions. He explains that their immediate task is to go to the battlefield and take down all the enemies. He tells her that as for the rest, she will have to figure it out herself. His answer, though not entirely satisfying, hints at the urgency and danger of their situation. Suddenly, a notification appears, stating that Party 1 has been taken down by the enemies. This news shocks both Han and Jenna. Jenna, now even more anxious, asks Han what is going on. Han, trying to maintain focus, tells her to keep quiet. In his mind, Han is troubled by the fact that one party has already been defeated. He understands the gravity of their predicament and the high stakes of their mission. Meanwhile, Isol, who has been monitoring the situation, becomes increasingly frustrated upon hearing that Party 1 has been taken down. Her disappointment is palpable, and she knows that they cannot afford more failures. Then, another notification appears, stating that Han, Gale, Grit, Dazzle, and Jenna have now joined Party 1. Then, Isol, with a commanding tone, instructs everyone remaining to prepare themselves for what lies ahead. Hearing this, Han, with a sense of determination, declares that their turn is next. Amidst the anticipation, an old man steps forward as he voices his inability to keep up due to his physical limitations. Despite his plea, Isol remains unmoved, emphasizing the urgency of the mission above individual concerns. With Jenna's help, the party readies themselves to enter the space rift, with Han leading the way. As they step into the rift, a whirlwind of energy envelopes them, transporting them to a new and unfamiliar location. The sudden change in surroundings prompts a collective gasp of surprise from the group. They find themselves standing in what appears to be a vast temple, its ancient walls adorned with cryptic symbols and writings. As they take in their surroundings, a window materializes before them, stating their purpose. It declares that they have entered the first floor of the main dungeon and that their mission is to ascend the tower to save the world. Sensing the impending challenge, Han rallies the party, urging them to prepare for what lies ahead. In a sudden flash of light, they find themselves transported to Dungeon Level 1, disoriented but determined. Surveying their new surroundings, the party is met with a daunting sight. A horde of Level 3 goblins advancing towards them. Han wastes no time in addressing the imminent threat, reminding the party that they stand on the battlefield. He emphasizes the importance of fighting back, warning them that failure to do so will result in being overrun by the goblins. But as Han turns, he sees that 3 of his party members start to run away, their panicked footsteps echoing through the chamber. Jenna, noticing their retreat, attempts to halt her fleeing comrades, but her efforts are in vain. The trio collides with an unseen barrier, their startled expressions mirrored by the realization that escape is impossible. Jenna, her resolve unbroken, turns to Han with a question. Can they leave this place if they defeat all those goblins? With a determined glint in her eye, she prepares to face the advancing horde. Han, recognizing Jenna's determination, inquires about her proficiency with a bow. Jenna, her voice tinged with memories of her upbringing, reveals that her father was a skilled hunter, imparting to her some knowledge of archery. Pleased with her response, Han outlines a battle strategy. He will engage the goblins up close while Jenna provides ranged support from behind. Jenna readily agrees to Han's plan, her trust in their teamwork unwavering. Before they charge into battle, Jenna seeks reassurance about the fate of their other party members. Han, his focus firmly fixed on the impending fight, dismisses her concerns, urging her to concentrate on the present challenge. With a shared nod of understanding, they prepare to face the approaching onslaught. As the goblins surge forward, Han's sword slashes through the air with practiced precision, while Jenna's arrows find their mark with deadly accuracy. Amidst the chaos of battle, Han's thoughts drift to a startling realization. He admits to himself that he has never wielded a sword or a shield before. In a moment of vulnerability, he discloses his true name, Islet, not Han, and his real identity, Seojin. And Han was ended up teleported into the game he was playing. Pick Me Up is a mobile game developed by the renowned game studio Mobius Unit, known for its innovative gameplay and immersive experiences. In this captivating game, players embark on a thrilling journey to raid the formidable 100-level tower, a daunting challenge that requires not only strategic prowess but also careful management of resources and hero development. The core objective of Pick Me Up revolves around supporting heroes by producing essential materials and constructing a formidable base camp. These heroes, with their diverse abilities and strengths, are the key to conquering the tower. However, achieving success in this perilous quest demands more than mere brute force. Players must employ cunning tactics and strategic planning to overcome each level's formidable obstacles. For Han, the protagonist of our story, life was ordinary until just yesterday. However, as he gazes into the screen of his smartphone, a sense of excitement courses through him as he anticipates the imminent opening of the Advent dungeon. Finally, after what seems like an eternity, Pick Me Up unveils a thrilling new event, adding an extra layer of depth and excitement to the gameplay experience. In Pick Me Up, hero ranks vary from humble 1-star adventurers to legendary 7-star champions, each with their unique abilities and attributes. Despite his dedication and countless attempts, Han finds himself plagued by misfortune, unable to summon a hero above 5 stars, despite the thousands of free pulls he has made. However, Han's determination remains unwavering as he sets his sights on obtaining the elusive Book of Fate Reversal, a rare item essential for creating a formidable 7-star hero. Despite the daunting odds, Han sees no reason to shy away from the challenge presented by the event. In Pick Me Up, participation is not merely an option. It is a necessity for those seeking to ascend to greatness. Unlike other games that offer character training, Pick Me Up stands out for its uncompromising adherence to hardcore rules. Here, no amount of care or investment can shield a character from the harsh consequences of defeat. The character couldn't be brought back. Han realizes that regardless of whether the character is 1 star or 6 star, it's all over when the character dies. Scouting out the dungeon using a disposable party is a must. As Han enters the Advent dungeon in the game with his characters, suddenly a warning notification appears, stating that Han's party stats are decreased by 30%. Han is surprised to see this and wonders what his characters are afraid of. However, he brushes it off, thinking that it doesn't matter as he just needs to see the boss patterns. Then, suddenly, Han's team is taken down in an instant. Han is shocked to see that the boss is level 999. He thinks that it's clearly a system error, as his team was taken down without even being able to see the boss patterns, and he couldn't get anything. Amidst the chaos, a chilling moment ensues as the boss, with a sinister smile, looks directly at Han and utters the words, "Found you." Han is frozen in shock, his mind racing with confusion. He wonders if this is simply another one of the boss's patterns. Despite the uncertainty, Han is determined to unravel the mystery that now confronts him. To his surprise, instead of the expected conclusion of the game, a new window suddenly appears, announcing that a new account is being created. And a window appears, stating that Han should choose a name. Then, a list of available names appears. Another window appears, welcoming Han into the game of Pick Me Up. A new window then appears, asking if Han would like to play the tutorial. Upon completion, Han will receive a set reward. Suddenly, Han wakes up in the middle of a territory. A system window appears, stating that he is in a small village in the Hyam territory. In this place resides a boy named Han Islet. The land is known for its harmony between humans and non-humans, known as Taenir. However, an unknown enemy has invaded this continent of peace. If Han wishes to save the world, he must climb the tower, accompanied by other heroes. Han receives a tutorial quest to defeat the goblins that have invaded the village. As he looks back, he sees a goblin. Shocked and surprised, Han wonders if this is a real place. It doesn't take long for him to realize that this is indeed reality. The goblin strikes at Han with full force, but Han blocks the attack using a sword. But Han was able to push back the goblin and take it down with a single strike. Then, a window appears, stating that Han has cleared the stage. Additionally, Han has leveled up and received rewards. On the other hand, Han doesn't understand what is going on here. Suddenly, he is stunned to see the familiar scenery of the game. Pick Me Up. Then, another window appears, instructing Han to make an ally before continuing to the next stage. Han receives a first-time special service of a premium summon, but he has no idea what is happening. Suddenly, a girl in armor is summoned in front of Han. This summon is super rare. Han wonders if he was also summoned like this, as a summoner hero for a user of Pick Me Up. The girl introduces herself as Shay Radisteri, a 4-star summon. Shay asks Han if he is the one who summoned her and inquires about his identity. Han introduces himself, and in response, Shay introduces herself as well, revealing that she is a knight. As the window appears, announcing Han and Shay's newly formed party, their master, Whatever, wastes no time and promptly dispatches them back into the dungeon to face the looming threat of monsters once more. Amidst the chaos of battle, Shay turns to Han with a curious inquiry, wondering if he's a novice in the realm of combat. Han's admission that it's his first time embarking on such an adventure contrasts sharply with Shay's seasoned expertise. While Han grapples with the unfamiliar weight of a sword, Shay effortlessly dispatches 5 goblins in the blink of an eye, showcasing her prowess as a 4-star hero. Following their triumphant victory, Han reflects on the significant difference in skill between them, attributed to Shay's higher star rating. Despite this gap, Han harbors no resentment, instead focusing his attention on the challenges that lie ahead. Their journey takes an unexpected turn as they progress to the final stage of the tutorial, to synthesis. Guided by another window prompt, Han touches the Synthesize tab, transporting them to a new location where they encounter Isol. Isol, taken aback by Han's unexpected familiarity with her name, inquires about his knowledge. Han tells Isol that, of course, he knows this because he played Pick Me Up game a lot. Isol looks in her book and realizes that Han doesn't look like in the picture. Han explains to Isol that he is from Earth. Frustrated by this revelation, Isol sends him to another place, where Han meets Shay again. Then, the synthesis process begins, startling Han as he witnesses it starting. Synthesis strengthens by combining two heroes together, with one of them being sacrificed to enhance the other's stats. During this procedure, one of the heroes is guaranteed to be sacrificed. The issue arises as Han is only a 1-star hero, while Shay is a 4-star knight. A normal player would have no reason to choose Han. Closing his eyes, Han resigns himself to what he believes is the end. However, to his surprise, after the synthesis completes, he finds that he has survived. It is Shay who disappears. Confused, Han asks Shay why she is disappearing, arguing that it doesn't make sense as she is a 4-star and he is only a 1-star. Shay explains to Han that she wasn't chosen, and that's all there is to it. With a serene smile, Shay entrusts Han with the situation before gracefully vanishing, leaving Han in a state of bewildered astonishment. As the scene shifts back to the present, Grit falls victim to the relentless strikes of the goblins, while Jenna and Han valiantly engage in combat with the ferocious creatures, their allies opting for retreat. In the midst of the chaos, Han reflects on his survival and ponders the mechanics of hero synthesis, recognizing his stroke of luck and attributing Shay's sacrifice to a potential error by their master. Despite the turmoil, Han queries Jenna about the status of the remaining goblins, to which she reports her successful dispatch of one. Suddenly, an unexpected blow strikes Han from behind as a goblin lunges at him, testing his resolve. With determination etched on his face, Han swiftly retaliates, dispatching the assailant with precision. Frustration gnaws at him as he contemplates his mysterious summoning into the game, linking it to the ominous laughter of the level 999 monster. Concerned for Han's well-being, Jenna approaches him, inquiring about his injured arm. With steadfast assurance, Han reassures her that his injuries will heal upon their return. As the player has minimal control over the game's combat, most battles are automated, driven by the heroes themselves. Despite this, the game boasts an impressive global player base of 100 million users. One reason for its popularity is the player's ability to observe the game world from a godlike perspective. Han gazes thoughtfully at the sky and muses, "Is it fun?" He reminisces about his own enjoyment of the pick-me-up game, crafting items, devising strategies, nurturing heroes, and uncovering hidden elements. Han considers the game's quality, noting his own significant ranking as 5th in the world. He acknowledges the watchful eye of Loki, the master of masters, as he navigates through the challenges until the end. Following their success, the stage clear window appears, indicating Jenna's level up. Meanwhile, Han earns the MVP title for this stage, underscoring his skill and contribution. Remarkably, only Jenna and Han emerge victorious from this stage. Then, the scene transitions to the training center, where Han diligently engages in his training regimen. Amidst the exertion, Han grapples with the stark reality confronting him. He exists within the confines of the pick-me-up game, reborn and summoned as a lowly 1-star hero. Contemplating his predicament, Han discerns two perilous paths to demise for heroes: falling in combat or succumbing to combination. As Han reflects on his status as a 1-star hero, he realizes the inherent shortcomings of his classification. In pick-me-up, 1-star heroes are deemed virtually inconsequential, burdened by abysmal statistics and negligible growth prospects. Han's thoughts are consumed by the looming threat of being rendered obsolete through combination, a fate he must strive to avoid at all costs. Despite these daunting challenges, Han finds solace in his gradual progress. Having ascended to level 5, Han's attributes, including intelligence and strength, have also seen marked improvement. Yet, Han remains acutely aware of the arduous journey ahead. Survival, vengeance, and liberation hinge on his ability to fortify himself, both physically and mentally. Navigating the uncertain landscape of the game, Han harbors a deep-seated conviction that adaptation is key to staving off defeat. Beyond physical prowess, Han recognizes the indispensable role of mental resilience. In the face of adversity, succumbing to nervousness could prove fatal. Thus, Han resolves to cultivate not only his physical strength, but also the unwavering fortitude of his mind, ensuring his endurance in the trials to come. Han reflects on his past, reminiscing about the times when he had to fend for himself during his youth, navigating life's challenges without the safety net of parental guidance or external support. Despite the adversity, Han persisted, relying on his own resilience to weather the storms that came his way. Engrossed in his rigorous training routine, Han remains steadfast in his commitment to honing his skills. It's a solitary pursuit, driven by his inner determination and a desire to overcome the obstacles presented by the game. In the midst of his training, Jenna approaches Han, her presence interrupting his focus. Curious about his activities, she questions him about his objectives. Han responds bluntly, informing her that he's training to combat the monsters that threaten their existence within the game. Jenna, taken aback by Han's curt demeanor, expresses her frustration, explaining that she went out of her way to find him. Despite her initial annoyance, she shifts the conversation to a more serious tone, contemplating their situation. She acknowledges the harsh reality that they cannot simply leave the confines of the game, realizing that they must confront the challenges it presents head-on. Drawing from her own background as the daughter of a hunter, Jenna shares her pastime of archery, a skill she's honed over the years. She reassures Han that she won't be a hindrance to his efforts and emphasizes the importance of taking proactive steps rather than succumbing to despair. Inquisitive about Han's experience and expertise, Jenna probes him about his knowledge of survival strategies within the game. Han reciprocates her curiosity, asking about her combat experience. Jenna admits that yesterday marked her first real encounter with combat, having spent most of her time indoors. Despite her lack of experience, she remains determined to adapt and learn. Continuing, Han reflects on Jenna's recent progress. Noting her advancement to level 4 and her beginner-level archery skill, he muses over the possibility of her stats increasing by 4 since yesterday. This prompts him to speculate about the relatively low growth value of Jenna's attributes. Despite this, he acknowledges Jenna's possession of a prerequisite skill, a noteworthy trait for a one-star hero. Despite her initial clumsiness in combat, Jenna's ability to shoot down a goblin stands as a testament to her potential. What impresses Han even more is Jenna's resilience. Rather than being shaken by the encounter with death, she remains resolute and focused on her goals. Han can't help but admire Jenna's determination, seeing her as a valuable ally in their shared struggle within the game. Encouraged by Jenna's commitment, Han offers his assistance. Jenna recalls her father's sage advice about the importance of choosing trustworthy companions for survival. With a gesture of agreement, she extends her hand to Han, symbolizing their mutual commitment to support each other through the challenges ahead. A notification promptly appears, indicating the establishment of a friendship bonus between them. Following this exchange, Han decides to summon Isol, despite her apparent frustration with the interruption. He remarks on the speed of her response, considering her purportedly busy schedule. Isol firmly informs Han that regardless of how many times he repeats the question, she won't divulge any information. Instead, she suggests that if Han is truly curious about scaling the tower, he should seek enlightenment within its walls. Han then points out to Isol that he's the sole observer of a status screen hovering above her head. Taken aback, Isol confesses her confusion, admitting she has no clue about what Han is referring to. Undeterred, Han insists that the screen displays 257 in clear view. This revelation prompts Han to surmise that he alone possesses the ability to perceive game messages, including those from the elusive master. Inquisitive, Han presses Isol about her contingency plans in the event of the master's departure from the game. Isol's response is a resigned admission that she can only hope for the master's continued presence. Reflecting on past events, Han recalls the incident involving the attempted combination of himself and Shay by the master, whatever. This wasn't a mere mishap. Rather, it underscored the rarity of a 4-star hero like Shay being merged with a 1-star hero like himself. Han bemoans the missed opportunity, lamenting how their 1 in 100 chance of success was squandered due to a simple input error. Han reflects on the intricacies of Pick Me Up, realizing that it's intricately linked to the phone, making it immune to simple resets by the master. Since they began playing, an entire week has elapsed, prompting Han's curiosity about the passage of time in this digital realm compared to Earth. However, Isol remains tight-lipped, refusing to provide any answers to Han's inquiries, frustrating him. Despite her silence, Han deduces that time might indeed flow differently here, drawing on Isol's reluctance as a clue. He expresses his gratitude to Isol for inadvertently shedding light on this mystery, further exacerbating her frustration. In the midst of this revelation, Han also ponders the limits of Isol's influence, realizing that she can only intervene in specific circumstances, either in self-defense or when a hero refuses the master's commands. Understanding the importance of adapting to these rules, Han acknowledges that failure to do so could result in defeat, highlighting it as the fundamental law of this unfamiliar world. Meanwhile, Jenna, intrigued by Han's interaction with Isol, seeks clarification. Han elucidates their mission: to conquer a towering structure spanning 100 floors. He explains the role of the master, who issues directives through Isol, guiding them through their missions and quests. Once they reach the 100th floor, they should be able to get released. Jenna asks Han if that means they'll have to continuously fight monsters. Han tells Jenna that's why they have to train to become stronger. Jenna then questions whether it's possible with just the two of them. Han responds by explaining that the master can use money to summon people like them, and they are going to summon a lot of people. He emphasizes that their choices from this point on will decide their lives, but ultimately, their lives depend on the master's choices. After training for a whole day, Han discovers a fascinating rule in this world. The necessities and food are refilled the next day. Furthermore, if Han thinks about the things he wants, they appear the next day in a drawer or in the closet. However, weapons don't appear, and there are different rules when it comes to getting results from training. Han reflects on how things he didn't understand when he used to play Pick Me Up now make sense, particularly regarding the differing combat abilities of heroes of the same rank. There was a notable commonality among them: a dedication to training. They weren't complacent when it came to honing their skills. Although training didn't directly augment their stats or levels, it played a crucial role in developing their abilities and refining their techniques. A discerning master would swiftly categorize their main heroes into 3 distinct groups. Firstly, mental fortitude. Heroes prone to panic wouldn't garner the master's attention. Secondly, skills. While high-rank heroes arrived with pre-existing skills, the majority of low-rank heroes concealed their talents, awaiting discovery by the master. Thirdly, physique. This was presently Han's focal point. As he diligently pursued his training regimen, 3 days had elapsed since he commenced. Suddenly, a notification popped up, signaling the master's connection to the game. Han realized he had acquired 2 new skills through his rigorous training. Promptly, he alerted Jenna to prepare, as the master's presence indicated a new hero summoning session. Given the fixed party size of 5, the master would pull 3 times. Then, a window appeared, illuminating the screen with the announcement that Master Whatever had acquired 3 new heroes: Aaron, Toby, and Yelson. Confusion and surprise clouded the expressions of these freshly summoned individuals. Jenna stepped forward, offering reassurance to the bewildered trio, assuring them that she and Han would guide them through this unfamiliar terrain safely. Amidst the uncertainty, Yelson interjected, alerting everyone to the opening of the Space Rift Gate. Despite their induction into Party 1, Aaron, Toby, and Yelson remained perplexed by their sudden arrival. Han swiftly directed Jenna to retrieve her weapon, emphasizing the urgency of their impending battle preparations. In the wake of this preparation, a window materialized on the screen, outlining the protocol for equipping heroes. It indicated that those without designated equipment would enter battle armed with old swords, while any weapons deposited in the armory would be allocated accordingly. Han deduced the necessity for this policy shift, recalling how their previous defeat had stemmed from their reliance on weaponry. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Eren and Toby clamored for Yeltsin to facilitate their return, prompting Jenna to intervene in an effort to diffuse the tension. Iselson directed his inquiry toward Jenna and Han, questioning their allegiance to the fairy and their potential involvement in the summoning of himself and the others. Jenna explains to Yeltsin that she couldn't have orchestrated their summoning, as she herself was also unexpectedly pulled into this situation. Han echoes Jenna's sentiment, cautioning Yeltsin against creating unnecessary commotion, assuring him that the truth would soon come to light. However, despite their attempts at reasoning, Eren, Toby, and Yeltsin persist in their futile argument with Isel. Concerned, Jenna queries Han about potential repercussions from Isel's frustration. In a surprising turn of events, Isel decides to swiftly resolve the dispute by flinging the trio into the space rift, bidding them an ambiguous farewell. As they materialize on the second floor of the tower, tasked with confronting a new wave of adversaries, Iselson and his companions find themselves in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Han and Jenna brace themselves for the impending battle, albeit with the added challenge of facing level 4 wolves alongside the goblins. Jenna's apprehension is palpable, evidenced by the 30% reduction in her stats. Sensing her unease, Han inquires about her well-being, inadvertently startling her in the process, prompting Jenna to express her frustration. Han reassures Jenna, assigning tasks for their impending confrontation. He'll confront the wolves while Jenna tackles the two goblins. A notification then pops up, signaling Jenna's newfound composure. Witnessing this change in Jenna's demeanor, Han experiences a sense of relief. It seems apparent to Han that the newcomers won't offer much assistance, as he had anticipated. As the monsters advance towards them, Han springs into action, confronting the wolf head-on. With a swift and decisive strike, Han successfully vanquishes the menacing creature. Then the second wolf comes from behind and strikes at Han, but he skillfully blocks the wolf's attack using his shield. As Han attempts to counterattack, the wolf retreats upon seeing his bold move. Without hesitation, Han charges forward and swiftly takes down the wolf. Afterward, he scans the area for the goblins and discovers that Jenna has already dispatched them. With the stage cleared, Han and Jenna both receive level advancements, with Han earning the prestigious MVP title. Additionally, they are rewarded for their efforts before being teleported back. Suddenly, a sense of pressure envelopes them. Han reassures Jenna that it's a normal sensation, similar to what they experienced when ascending to the second floor. They realize they're being transported to the third floor. Han reflects that if they had an impulsive master, they might have been thrust directly into the third floor, which could have been perilous at their current level. However, to their relief, the master logs out, alleviating the tension. Upon Isel mentioning her fatigue, Han questions why she feels tired when they are the ones engaged in battle on the battlefield. Han ponders whether each floor represents one day, and if time in the pick-me-up game moves 3 times slower than in the waiting room, then the master should log in again in 3 days. Observing his stats, he notices that his intelligence has decreased by 1 point, but his strength has increased by 2. Despite this, his overall stat growth remains at 4 points, suggesting that his leveling efficiency has improved, possibly indicating that his physical condition is getting better. Han concludes that the master isn't progressing hastily either. Had he remained at his initial state on the first floor, it would have posed a danger to everyone. Yeltsin and Toby express frustration, questioning Jenna about their whereabouts and the nature of the monsters they encountered. Han reflects that 1-stars are essentially ordinary individuals who have led lives far removed from battlefields. Now, he understands why 1-stars are derogatorily labeled as trash. Reflecting on the 2-star Mormont's declaration of being a mercenary, Han wonders if professions geared towards combat garner higher star levels. After all, high-ranking mercenaries remain composed even in the face of danger. He muses on the consequences of throwing freshly summoned 1-star mercenaries into battle, and they will go into a fear or panic status 100% of the time. But that's not the case with 3 stars and up. They will jump straight into battle. Were they summoned with prior knowledge, or do they know their objective and why they need to fight? Han thinks that Shay knew. Considering her attitude, Han is sure of it. Jenna tells Han that he can't help her out a little. Han tells Jenna that why would they bother with them. Jenna tells Han that they should coax them forward and make them their teammates, as it's better than nothing. Han tells Jenna that they will disappear soon, and it's not that they will be taken down in battle. Rather, if they stay like that, they will disappear. Han tells Jenna that Jenna and Han will be fighting together again in the next battle, and they should forget about these guys. Then Eren steps forward and tells Han there is something Eren wants to ask Han. Han tells Eren to keep it to himself. Angered, Eren grabs Han by his shirt, but then Han punches Eren, and Eren falls to the ground. Now, Han feels conflicted about the situation. Han, feeling the weight of responsibility, turns to Eren, explaining how he and the others had positioned themselves at the rear while he and Jenna bravely confronted the monsters head-on. Reflecting on the previous day's events, Han reassures Jenna that he acted in accordance with her wishes. The following morning heralded the continuation of their rigorous training regimen. Following the completion of basic exercises, Han and Jenna delved into the intricacies of weapons training. Amidst the flurry of activity, Han focused on honing his swordsmanship skills, while Jenna unleashed volleys of arrows with precision from her bow. Notably, Han's proficiency with the sword and shield surged to level 2, a testament to his dedication. Meanwhile, the absence of the three others from the training grounds did not escape notice. Instead, they embarked on a futile quest to locate an exit, expressing their desire to depart from their current predicament. Despite their efforts, the elusive exit remained elusive, leaving them resigned to their circumstances. In a subsequent scene, tension mounts as Jenna takes aim at Han with her arrows, prompting him to summon all his skill to deflect them. Unfortunately, one arrow finds its mark, piercing Han's leg. Concerned, Jenna rushes to his side, inquiring about his well-being. Han, displaying stoic resolve, reassures her, urging her to understand the fundamental differences in natural laws in their current environment, where wounds heal rapidly. Moreover, he reveals a newfound ability named pain resistance. As Han persisted in his training, he found solace in the discomfort it brought, recognizing pain as a vital indicator of his existence. With Jenna as his steadfast training partner, they navigated the challenges together. When the master finally made an appearance, Isil's call to assemble in the main hall stirred excitement among the group. Jenna, in particular, welcomed the break from the routine, eager for the opportunity it presented. Noticing Jenna's apparent knack for adaptation, Han couldn't help but marvel at her resilience, prompting a discussion between them about their differing paces of growth. Jenna attributed her ability to endure to her inherent toughness, a quality that seemed to serve her well in their current predicament. Meanwhile, the persistent pleas of the other three members of their party to return home grated on Isil's patience, ultimately resulting in a stern lesson administered by her. Following the resolution of the conflict, Party 1 ascended to the 3rd floor, where their encounter with goblins awaited. Han observed the goblins' enhanced gear and tactics with a discerning eye, yet remained confident in their ability to prevail, a confidence born out of their dedicated training. Together, he and Jenna dispatched the goblins with ease, their synchronized efforts a testament to their growing prowess. Reflecting on their victory, Jenna remarked on her increasing familiarity with the challenges they faced, prompting Han to ponder whether the current level was a bit easy. Jenna shares with Han her observation that the remaining 3 members still seem reluctant to engage in combat. Han acknowledges this, emphasizing that their reluctance doesn't concern him, as he has no desire to share experience points with those who don't actively contribute to battles. He points out that if they continue to abstain from fighting, they'll miss out on valuable experience points altogether. In a sudden turn of events, a window pops up, suggesting a strategy for dealing with disobedient heroes. The master should try spinning the wheel of fortune to encourage better behavior. Without delay, the master decides to challenge the 1st floor once again. Noticing the window, Han informs Jenna of the master's intention to spin the wheel of fortune. Moments later, the party finds themselves teleported back to the 1st floor. Reflecting on the situation, Han speculates that the master's decision to revisit the 1st floor indicates a preference for its relative safety. Upon encountering familiar goblins, Han remarks on their unchanged appearance from their previous encounter on the same floor. Jenna skillfully dispatches the goblins, earning recognition as the MVP for this round. However, the master's decision to challenge the first floor once more catches their attention. Han interprets this as a sign that the master won't allow them to rest so easily if they continue to clear the floor with such apparent ease. Following Jenna's decisive handling of the first stage goblins, Han took charge against the formidable third-floor monsters. Their relentless battles left both Jenna and Han drained and fatigued. Sensing Jenna's uncertainty about the master's future actions, Han could only respond with a shrug, unsure of what to expect. Concerned about the ongoing burden of accommodating the three reluctant members, Jenna voiced her frustration to Han. Despite his attempts to reassure her, Jenna remained skeptical, questioning the likelihood of the trio changing their ways. Han speculated aloud about the master's financial situation, suggesting that they might not be as financially secure as assumed if they could afford to retain unproductive players. As the synthesis stage approached, the gate opened, presenting a perplexed Eren and his companions with a new opportunity. Han silently criticized their inability to recognize and capitalize on such chances when presented. The scene transitioned to reveal the complex layout of the facility, encompassing various essential areas. These included the training ground, dormitory, battle facility housing the armory, the synthesis chamber, plaza hosting the space rift gates, and the alchemy facility, which doubled as the summoning room. Han reflects on the numerous opportunities that have been presented, recognizing that despite the absence of minor details on screen, the master should possess a comprehensive understanding of the situation. They ought to discern who actively engages in combat on the front lines and who shirks their responsibilities. Notably, Han and Jenna find themselves added to the master's list of favorites. Isol instructs Yeltsin and Jenna to proceed to the synthesizing room. Confused, Jenna turns to Han for clarification. Han reassures her, urging her not to worry as nothing untoward will befall her. Yeltsin queries Han about the consequences of entering the chamber for Isol. Han responds, suggesting that Yeltsin will likely be judged based on their actions. Frustrated, Yeltsin insists they've done nothing wrong, having been involuntarily brought to this place. In a surprising moment of agreement, Isol acknowledges their shared perspective as they both enter the synthesis chamber. Subsequently, Jenna experiences a level up and acquires a new skill, Hawkeye. Bewildered by Yeltsin's sudden disappearance, Jenna seeks clarification on the events that transpired. Han explains to Jenna that in this place, those who are deemed useless will be removed. Now, it's Han's turn to enter the synthesis chamber, and he wonders who will accompany him. Subsequently, we see Han paired with Toby. As Han progresses, he levels up and acquires a new skill, composure. Passing by Eren, Han casually remarks that Eren's success was merely luck. Jenna mentions that those deemed useless by the master tend to vanish in the synthesis chamber. Han inquires why Jenna appears saddened by this, considering she was the one who didn't want to be left behind. Jenna expresses concern that she too might face a similar fate if she ever becomes useless. Han reassures Jenna, explaining that as they ascend, they'll encounter increasingly formidable opponents, either succumbing to them or facing elimination in the synthesis chamber. Observing Han's seemingly extensive knowledge, Jenna remarks on his awareness of various aspects. Han advises Jenna to heed her father's advice, to align herself with those who possess strength if she wishes to survive. The scene transitions to the second day at the training center, where Jenna earnestly implores Han to take good care of her. Sensing her seriousness, Han queries if something has occurred to prompt her request. Jenna elaborates, recalling Han's earlier advice to align herself with the strong, hence her desire to seek his protection. She emphasizes her plea for Han to watch over her closely. In response, Han reassures Jenna, affirming that her diligence will safeguard her from being taken down. He encourages her not to dwell excessively on worry. Adding to the sentiment, Eren steps forward, echoing Jenna's request for Han's care and guidance. Expressing remorse for his prior lack of involvement in battles, Eren vows to amend his ways. Han, understandably skeptical, questions how he can trust Eren's newfound commitment. Eren earnestly pledges to do whatever it takes to earn Han's trust. Observing Eren's determination, Jenna remarks on his apparent newfound resolve. Han, inquisitive as ever, probes Eren's past experience with monster battles, to which Eren admits none. Han shares his own journey, disclosing that he, too, had no prior experience before arriving at this place. As a gesture of trust, he tosses a weapon to Eren. Eren admires Han's skill in combating monsters, prompting Han to attribute his success to a difference in determination, the resolve to win and survive. Observing the spear in Eren's possession, he notes its simplicity for beginners. Encouraged, Han suggests Eren try using it, querying his knowledge of close, mid, and spear-ranged combat basics. He emphasizes the importance of efficiency, particularly with their small party size, and urges Eren to ready himself for the impending fight. In response to Eren's surprise at the lack of formal instruction, Han wastes no time in demonstrating, charging at Eren with full force. Despite initial astonishment, Eren manages to block Han's strike. Attempting a counterattack, Eren's inexperience is evident as he closes his eyes. Han seizes the opportunity, swiftly delivering a kick to Eren's stomach, illustrating the potential consequences of such a mistake if facing a real monster. Jenna, observing the exchange, questions Han's severity towards Eren, especially considering it's Eren's first time attempting combat. Han expresses to Jenna his reluctance to take on the responsibility of caring for someone else, preferring to leave behind those who cannot keep up with him. Then, he turns his attention to Eren, inquiring about Eren's family. Eren reveals that he has a younger sister. Han reflects on Eren's fortune to have family, contrasting it with his own solitude. Pointing his sword at Eren, Han poses a hypothetical scenario, questioning how Eren would cope if he couldn't return home, highlighting the agony of defeat by a monster, a pain more profound than that of synthesis. He advises Eren to consider giving up if he finds himself unable to continue. In response, Eren meets Han's gaze with a serious expression, prompting Han to smile at the newfound determination reflected in Eren's eyes. Suddenly, a window appears, indicating that a forge has been selected, the annex of the armory. Han realizes that he has unlocked free roam, and that the forge is now open. He calls for Isol, who responds with frustration, questioning Han's entitlement to summon her whenever he pleases. Han expresses his growing frustration to Isol, stating that he's becoming bored with the repetitive tips she provides. Sensing his irritation, Isol reacts with anger, her frustration evident. Han points out that she's the one responsible for sending tips to their master, suggesting she explore the internet for fresh insights. He proposes that if she can access the internet and manipulate the system, her tips might carry more significance. Acknowledging her ability to influence the system, Isol admits to her hobby of browsing the web. Han deduces that the tips she sends are likely inspired by her online discoveries. He elaborates that after summoning equipment 10 times, one unlocks level 1 of the training facility, followed by access to the forge. Taken aback, Isol questions how Han acquired this information. Han casually mentions it's a popular post on the Pick Me Up site, particularly one authored by Loki. Isol is intrigued and asks if Han knows Loki, to which Han confirms, revealing that he's also an active user of Pick Me Up. Isol enlightens Han about Loki's legendary status as the god of Pick Me Up, suggesting he would reign supreme if he achieved a 7-star rating. Intrigued by Isol's admiration for Loki, Han delves deeper into the discussion. He learns that Loki is revered for accomplishing the seemingly impossible, earning admiration for his remarkable achievements. Isol expresses her surprise that Han, despite being a pick-me-up user, was unaware of Loki's profound influence. Han apologizes for the oversight but stuns Isol by revealing his true identity. He is Loki. Isol's reaction is one of surprise upon hearing this revelation. Han proceeds to provide Isol with his account number, which is 46631913. He elaborates that due to the risk of hackers, the pick-me-up account number is kept confidential, known only to the master himself and the server officials. Encouraging Isol to verify this information, Han suggests she check it out for herself. Isol follows Han's advice and conducts a search online. Upon confirming that Han is indeed Loki, she excitedly requests his autograph. She explains that with his signature, she can become a VIP member of Ragna Loki. Curious, Han inquires about Ragna Loki as he signs the autograph for her. Isol explains that it's a fan cafe dedicated to the Master of Masters, Loki, and a signature from him is a prerequisite for VIP membership. She expresses her astonishment at realizing she had been conversing with Loki all along. Han reassures Isol, downplaying his current one-star status, suggesting it's of little consequence. However, Isol raises an intriguing question about Niflheim, the name of the waiting room in Han's account. She elaborates on its extensive layout, mentioning the 13 floors solely dedicated to waiting rooms, accommodating up to 20,000 people. Despite this, she notes that the facilities boast top-notch infrastructure, providing comfort and convenience to the occupants. Even with all that, Han ponders the futility of it all, considering himself the true master of the situation. Shocked, Isol questions Han about the fate of the 20,000 troops. Han responds by suggesting that if she's concerned, she should send him back. Isol admits she can't do that. Han acknowledges this, recognizing Isol as an intermediary manager. Curious, Han inquires about the owner of the waiting room, named Whatever, wondering if they're a human from Earth and if the summoned heroes are also human. Isol confirms this, explaining that while the affiliated world is slightly different, its inhabitants are indeed people. Han deduces that the master of the room, Whatever, likely doesn't realize the characters are human and simply enjoys playing pick-me-up. Han then asks Isol if he can return to Earth by climbing the tower to the 100th floor. Isol admits she doesn't know. Moving on, Han queries if Isol knows who brought him here. Isol declines to answer. Han accepts this, noting that Isol previously mentioned he would find out as he climbed the tower. Then Han poses the next question to Isol, inquiring about the extent of the Master's authority she can access. Isol responds, stating that currently she can give advice, manage facility operations, and assist with various activities. Curious, Han asks if the waiting rooms for other masters are similar to theirs. Isol explains that while each one may have slight differences, they are fundamentally the same. Reflecting on this information, Han wonders if there are 100 million of these worlds in existence. He recalls Mobius Summon, the system supposedly capable of creating limitless heroes through the combination of thousands of patterns, and realizes it was a fabrication. He contemplates quantum AI, recognizing the heroes he once thought were artificial intelligence as real individuals. Additionally, he considers roguelike, realizing that the system generating limitless content likely also encompasses 100 million unique worlds. Han contemplates the significance of this revelation, realizing that each of the diverse worlds within the game exists as a reality in another dimension. He acknowledges that his careless decisions could potentially lead to a hero's demise. Addressing Isol, he emphasizes the importance of listening attentively if she wishes to ascend the tower alongside him. Since Han will allow Isol to climb the tower, Isol becomes excited upon hearing this news. The scene then shifts to the training center, where Han reflects on Jenna's remarkable progress. He considers her a genius, noting that her growth speed surpasses that of a one-star player. Despite never having handled daggers before, Jenna quickly grasps their usage. In contrast, Aaron's progress is sluggish, leading Han to worry that Aaron will eventually be defeated. After training, Jenna approaches Han and reveals that she faced Aaron while holding back, yet Aaron still couldn't defeat her. Han admonishes Jenna for her arrogance and instructs her to follow his lead. Jenna then asks Han if he will teach his number 1 subordinate today. Before Han can respond, Isol interjects, proclaiming herself as Han's number 1 subordinate. This sparks an argument between Isol and Jenna. Han attempts to intervene, reminding Isol of her responsibilities, but she disregards his words and continues arguing with Jenna. Observing the conflict, Han wonders if he should have refrained from revealing his identity as Loki to Isol. Despite this, he instructs Isol to open the warehouse. As they enter the warehouse, the scene transitions. Han retrieved iron, or leather, and wooden planks from the warehouse. He then informs Isol that this time she will be tasked with opening the forge. Jenna queries Han about his plans, to which he explains that she can't rely on her current iron weapon indefinitely, so he intends to craft a new one. Reflecting on his conversation with Isol, Han realizes that he embodies a unique existence, being part master and part hero. He concludes that this duality allows him to undertake processes like territorial invasion, typically reserved for masters. Isol inquires about Han's choice between Levitine and Bryanak. Han responds by stating that in a place like this, At this point, a window pops up, indicating insufficient facilities and penalties for various deficiencies, such as the absence of an artisan or blueprints. Despite these challenges, a synthesis window opens, and Han opts for manual production. Another window prompts him to select a puzzle difficulty, with greater difficulty promising greater rewards. Han chooses the ultra difficulty setting. Isol, surprised, informs Han that completing the puzzle on ultra difficulty will be impossible, especially with the triple penalty. Han dismisses her concerns, asserting that she should just watch, as this minigame is a favorite among masters despite its rarity. He explains that while most masters don't engage in it, the rewards are worthwhile. With a 3-minute time limit, Han tackles the puzzle confidently. Isol, struggling to comprehend the puzzle, expresses her confusion. However, Han remains unperturbed, reassuring her that it's not a problem. Isol is delighted by his confidence, anticipating witnessing the legendary Thousand Hands technique in action. With incredible speed, Han swiftly solves the puzzle and successfully forges a C-rank longsword. Isol is impressed by the sword's appearance as it materializes before Han. A window then appears, stating that the sword is remarkably strong, lightweight, and sharp. Despite the crude materials used, the craftsmanship compensates with exceptional skill. Han diligently worked on solving the puzzle and managed to create 3 C-rank weapons: a sharp long spear, a solid steel shield, and a balanced short bow. Despite their C-rank status, Han noted that the limitations were due to the materials available. Isol then inquired whether Han would make more weapons, to which Han replied that producing any more would attract too much attention. Han didn't want the master to develop any unnecessary misunderstandings. The scene then shifts outside, where Jenna is testing the bow that Han had crafted for her. As she tries it out, Jenna is impressed by the weapon's quality. The trio has now advanced to the 4th floor. Jenna remarks to Han that the bow's elasticity is exceptional, predicting that others who come later might attempt to steal it. Han reassures Jenna that using the personal weapon option will prevent such thefts. He also comments that the master is being overly demanding by having them face these monsters with just 3 people. Han ordered Jenna to take care of the harpy while Eren was tasked with protecting her. Han himself would handle the other monsters. As the monsters charged at the trio, Eren began swinging his swords wildly in fear. Suddenly, a window popped up, indicating that Eren was frightened and that all his stats had decreased by 30%. Han thought Eren needed to calm down. At that moment, Jenna stepped forward and slapped Eren, telling him to get his act together. She warned that if he failed again, he would be taken down and asked if he was fine with that. As Han charged forward at the monsters, he told Eren to stop freaking out. Eren responded that he would try his best. The trio faced the monsters together and successfully cleared the 4th level. Han became the MVP, and they received their rewards. Later, an exhausted Eren asked Han what would happen to him since he hadn't performed well. A window then appeared, indicating that Eren had been registered under favorites. Han informed Eren that, as a favorite of the master, it looked like he would be fine. Eren was excited and happy to hear this. Jenna then told Han that subordinate number 1 was a success, and now it was time for subordinate number 2. Hearing this, Han didn't say anything and went to the weapons room. He thought to himself that technically, his number 1 subordinate would be Niflheimer's series. In Pick Me Up, there are 5 members per party, 6 stars, and level 99 characters who have personally created 5 divine skills and other ultimate abilities. Han realized he might run into them somewhere in the tower. He thought about how it's an AFK game, so the Vice Master series would take care of Niflheimer, and there was Urnith too. Both Ceres and Urnith are wise and smart, which made Han wonder if they were really AI. The scene then shifts outside, where Urnith asked Ceres if she was really going to go. Ceres replied that Urnith should know that every minute counts. Urnith told Ceres that she wouldn't be seeing her off and would leave the investigation to Ceres. Ceres informed Urnith that she would leave the rest to her, including the master's whereabouts, and then left. The scene shifts back to Han, where a window appeared stating that the lodging had leveled up to level 2 and the limits on heroes had increased. Another window appeared, stating that the restaurant in the lodging had finished construction and would provide good quality food for the heroes. Additionally, the training center had leveled up to level 2, increasing the heroes' training efficiency. The weapon storage's three-piece accessory buildings, the smithy, woodworking shop, and metal processing shop, would be combined into an equipment workshop. The square had also evolved to level 2. Jenna was surprised to see all these changes and didn't understand what had happened. Aaron wondered aloud if their master was a great mage, given how extraordinary the developments were. Han explained that the master had invested money into their facilities, which made sense considering how entertaining things were becoming. The various reactions of the heroes and the lively battles likely made it feel to the master like playing with real people instead of just a bunch of zeros and ones. Han reminded them that the waiting rooms improved as they progressed higher in the tower and speculated that the master was probably an office worker, given the set online times. He also noted that it seemed the master was doing research and could afford to spend money on the game. Isol was really excited and told Han that this was much better than having a broke student as a master. As the master is rich enough to buy a new package for 65,000 won, Han thought to himself that Pick Me Up isn't a game that gives users gems for completing missions like other games. There are barely any events that reward players with a bunch of gems either. Han informed Isol that there are only a few ways to get gems for free, so having a user who spends money is advantageous. A notification then appeared, stating that the master was beginning 10 summonings. The master was excited to see what heroes would appear. Jenna and Aaron were surprised to see that there were more summons. Han told Aaron that now that they were finished decorating the house, it was time to invite guests for a housewarming. He explained that there are two ways to summon: regular summoning, which uses gold, and advanced summoning, which uses gems. The latter is, of course, better, tempting users to spend money. 10 people were summoned, and they appeared confused, not understanding where they were. Han pointed his sword toward one of the summons to quiet them down, indicating that he wasn't going to explain things to everyone right now. Survive on their own, and Han will explain everything to those who make it through. At that moment, Isol asked if anyone among them was a carpenter, instructing those who were to go to the other side. Next, she called for blacksmiths and cooks. The summoned people, confused and seeking explanations, tried to ask Isol what was happening. However, she firmly told everyone to stop talking and listen to her. Surprised, Jenna asked Han what Isol was doing. Han explained that Isol was assigning roles since there were new facilities and that the lounge system would now change. A window then appeared, indicating the formation of a party of heroes. 2 parties were named: Jid, Hansa, John, and Teddy. Han thought to himself that if the summons didn't have any stars, they would have to work or train. Useless individuals would be a waste to keep, so the master would start separating the useful ones and thinning out the fresh 1-stars by sending them into the dungeon. The scene shifted as a portal opened, and Isol instructed the members of Party 2 to enter the space rift. Han reflected that if the summons couldn't adapt to the situation, they would die from natural selection, which was probably just stage 1. Then Han saw a window stating that John had died. Jenna asked Han if they should have explained things better. Han replied that there was no need to explain to people who couldn't survive the lowest stage. 2 people had been taken down, but 2 had survived. Another party was then formed, consisting of Daika, Descartes, Sigler, and Chloe. All 4 were shocked to see that they were given swords and had to fight monsters. Aaron stepped forward, offering to fight with them, but Isol informed him that this wasn't his fight and he should step back. Jenna asked Han if Aaron had always been like this. Han then told Isol to let Aaron join the party, explaining that Aaron also lacked real combat skills, so it wasn't a bad idea. A window appeared, stating that Aaron would join the party. As Aaron was leaving, Han told him that it was good he was helping the summons, but advised him not to set a precedent like Han. Aaron replied that he understood. Jenna then started to yawn, stating that she wanted to go back and eat, as the master had only given her potatoes so far. Seeing Jenna like this, Han thought to himself that he wasn't sure if Jenna had any tact. Jenna then told Han that the sky was bright and seemed to be looking at them, like how a god looks down upon the world. Han reassured her, saying that gods aren't free enough to listen to every single person's voice as their voices are heard only through a filter. The second party successfully completed the stage without any casualties. Han told them to head back, and Jenna excitedly stated that they were finally escaping the monotonous diet of potatoes. They entered the lodge and were thrilled to see that the building had significantly improved, now featuring a dining room. They wondered if they could now enjoy expensive food, as long as the master didn't consider them useless. Jenna became excited at the thought of having the highest grade of lamb steaks, while Aaron mentioned he would be fine with turkey. Han asked them if they remembered what he had just said, but Jenna grew frustrated upon seeing potatoes again. An old man informed them that while there were condiments available, these were the only ingredients. Han thought to himself that this man claimed to be a cook. Then a window appeared, stating, "Old man Dolph does not possess any skills." Seeing this, Han thought to himself that Dolph didn't even have cooking skills and wondered if anyone else did. Han then told Chloe that she would be responsible for cooking from now on. Dolph protested, saying he would make something better next time. Han informed Dolph that while he appreciated him reading the situation, lying about his skills was unacceptable. Han warned Dolph that this was the last time he would overlook such behavior. Dolph had no choice but to comply. Chloe then prepared numerous delicious-looking dishes. Jenna, surprised, remarked on how many different ways potatoes could be cooked. Chloe explained that the variety was due to the many condiments available. Han told everyone to eat while they listened, emphasizing that he wouldn't repeat himself and that the same information should be relayed to any new arrivals if they wanted to avoid dying. Jenna explained this to everyone, who were all surprised to hear it. Han then informed Anak that he was a carpenter and reiterated that Chloe was the cook. Han informed everyone that both Anak and Chloe could help in other ways as well. Then Dolph claimed to be a carpenter too. Han replied sternly that if Dolph lied again, he might recommend him for the first synthesis, which he thought would be great. Han further explained to everyone that non-combat jobs had higher chances of survival, but they shouldn't become complacent. Spots are limited, so if a better skilled person is summoned, they might end up with a combat job instead. From the second day onward, their simple life began to change. Jid, Hansen, and Daika expressed a desire to join the training. Seeing this, Jenna remarked that it seemed everyone else was scared and looking for a place to hide. Han agreed, saying he was getting bored of sparring with Aaron and was ready to change things up a bit. Han thought that Aaron had been a bad influence since the others had started calling him Young Nim. He noted the significant stat difference between the newcomers and himself, likening it to the gap between a child and an adult. He reflected that such rapid growth wouldn't have been possible on Earth. Jenna's low-rank archery skill had already reached level 5, and her low-rank dagger skill had also reached level 2. On the other hand, Aaron's spear skill had reached level 2 but had not progressed further. Despite being the first to arrive for training and the last to leave, Aaron had yet to acquire a useful skill. The 3 new trainees all had level 1 swordsmanship, possibly due to their similar age and harmonious spirits, yet they still outperformed others who chose to hide away. A few days later, the free 10 pull event occurred again, and this time, Aaron and the other 3 handled it without Han's intervention. Only 1 person died during the thinning process. Jenna observed that more people were arriving, to which Han responded that there would only be more. Jenna then asked Han why the master was not advancing to the 5th stage, considering it had been a long time since Han had cleared the 4th stage. Han thought to himself that, of course, the master wasn't advancing because the 5th stage was on a completely different level. Han told Jenna that the members of Party 1 hadn't been selected yet. He explained that every 5 stages, the difficulty spikes, akin to facing a boss floor. There was even a chance that Han himself might not survive. The master was aware of how many would perish despite culling and training, but Han saw no reason to reveal to Jenna just how devilish the difficulty would become later on. The combatants included Jenna, Han, Aaron, Zid, Hansen, and Daika, with Anak and Chloe in supporting roles. The scene shifted to the 4th level, where Hansen, Zid, and the others were about to face the monsters. Han instructed the newcomers that they didn't need to attack unnecessarily, as the sword and bow were right behind them. As they faced the monsters together, Han instructed them from behind, emphasizing that the weak have their own way of fighting through formation, using the strength of the group rather than individual prowess. Han thought to himself that he didn't join the battle because he could clear this stage by himself, but by abstaining, others could practice their formations. They successfully cleared the stage and received their rewards, with Jenna earning the MVP title. Hansen and Zid celebrated their first victory together. Han reflected that they didn't yet know what quests awaited on floor 5, some of which he might not handle alone. As they returned home, Daika asked Hansen and Zid how it was. Zid replied that it was easy. Seeing this, Jenna remarked that it didn't look bad at all, a sentiment with which Han agreed. The master had noticeably been logging in more frequently. During the second tin pull, the master obtained a blacksmith and a tanner, activating the equipment workshop. The blacksmith, tanner, and carpenter collaborated to create equipment, primarily producing earrank swords and shields. These were distributed to the newly summoned heroes, significantly enhancing their survivability. The main party received relatively higher-ranked equipment. Those who didn't perform well were dealt with through synthesis, including 3 who never appeared on the training grounds and spent their days trying to find an exit. Among them was Dolph, who had lied about his class. The scene shifted to a few days later, where Zid asked if they were going to the 4th floor as well, expressing eagerness to move to the next floor. Han asked Isel if they would proceed to the 5th floor. Isel replied that they probably would. Han informed everyone that things would be a little different this time. He cautioned them to stay alert, as being too relaxed could lead to their downfall against the monsters. Everyone assured him that they would keep that in mind. As they entered the 5th level, they encountered abandoned buildings all around them. Hansen asked Han why there were no monsters present. Han replied that they would first reach the center of the city to assess the situation and instructed everyone to get into formation. As they prepared, Han thought to himself that not only were there no monsters to be seen, but there were also no civilians, indicating that this wasn't a typical subjugation scenario. Zid was shocked to discover a skeleton and called out to Han. Eren, equally startled, wondered aloud about the eerie emptiness of the place with its buildings, but no people. Jenna commented that this level was completely different from any quests they had encountered before. Han explained that the earlier levels had merely been warm-ups. Han then directed Jenna to climb a bell tower. As Jenna ascended, Han asked her what she could see. After a moment, Jenna reported back to Han, surprised by what she had found. Eren eagerly asked Jenna what she had seen, and she asked for a moment to collect her thoughts. When Jenna informed Han that there were a bunch of goblins outside the city and they seemed to be approaching, Han immediately inquired about the number of goblins they were facing. Jenna informed Han that there were thousands of goblins present. It became evident that Floor 5 was a survival quest, requiring the heroes to endure against these overwhelming odds. Shocked by this revelation, Eren asked Jenna if she was certain about what she had seen. Jenna assured him that she was reporting exactly what she had observed. Han instructed Jenna to descend from the bell tower, and Eren voiced his concern that something might be wrong. Han reassured Eren not to be afraid, explaining that their mission this time wasn't about subjugation but survival. They needed to endure the goblin onslaught for a set amount of time. Attempting to enter a nearby building, Han found that they were barred from entry. He directed everyone to keep moving for the time being. Eren asked Han how long they needed to survive. Han replied that they just needed to hold out for 10 minutes after engaging the enemy, which seemed feasible. However, to their surprise, they learned they had to survive for 30 minutes. Han reflected that the chances of a party surviving a survival quest on lower floors were only 9%, making such quests notorious as hero grinders, although they were less daunting on higher floors. Han instructed everyone to move off the main road, leading them into an alleyway. Zid asked if there might be a better location, to which Han replied that all the buildings showed signs of damage, providing openings they could exploit, and they didn't have time to search further. They decided to make their stand there. Han reasoned that since the alley was narrow, they could confront the goblins one by one, despite their overwhelming numbers. Zid and Hansen pledged to do their best upon hearing this plan. Han assigned himself to guard the left entrance, while Eren would cover the right. Zid and Hansen were tasked with securing the back entrance. Han emphasized the importance of fighting strategically, avoiding unnecessary risks and taking breaks to recover. Turning to Jenna, Han positioned her at the center of their defensive formation and instructed her to conserve her arrows until he gave the signal. She agreed without hesitation. Han then directed the newcomers to construct barricades before the goblins arrived, cautioning them that if the goblins breached their defenses at any point, it could mean disaster for them all. As Zid began building the barricades, Han assisted, silently contemplating the daunting challenge of surviving for 30 minutes under these dire circumstances. Since this wasn't the waiting room, the time in the stage would be synced with Earth's time, and the timer would only start upon their contact with the goblins. At that moment, a goblin appeared before Han and immediately charged at him, triggering the start of the 30-minute countdown. Han was surprised to see the barricade still unfinished, but managed to swiftly defeat the goblin. However, soon all the other goblins rushed at them simultaneously. As they confronted the goblins, Han systematically took down each one that approached him. From behind, Jenna instructed Han to alert her when he started to tire. Meanwhile, Han strategized to block and counter in a circular pattern against the relentless charge. Eren asked Han if they only needed to endure this for 10 minutes. Han retorted, questioning if he had ever lied before, and noted that 4 minutes had already passed. The goblins continued their relentless strikes without pause. As they continued to fend off the goblins, Han instructed Zid to switch with Hansen. Zid insisted he could still handle more, but Han sharply told him to switch immediately. Han realized he was running low on stamina. Not only were these adversaries low-level, but they were also unskilled and prone to exhaustion due to excessive movement. Raising his voice, Han emphasized the importance of efficiency. Each strike must count, using minimal stamina. Block, stab, block again. This was their strategy against the swarm of weak goblins from the first floor, despite their overwhelming numbers. Han then directed Zid to swap positions with Hansen again, considering this the most perilous moment. Turning to Jenna, Han assigned her to assist Zid and instructed her to retrieve her arrows promptly after each shot. Jenna eagerly complied, stating she had been waiting for this moment. Han emphasized that Jenna needed to focus on the goblins approaching their opening. Eren interrupted, recalling Han's earlier statement about holding off the goblins for 10 minutes. Han clarified that only 5 minutes had elapsed. Jenna diligently targeted the goblins at the opening, but Zid soon sustained an injury. Han quickly instructed Hansen to take Zid's place in the defensive formation. Han instructed the newcomers not to hesitate and to switch positions to hold off the goblins. He reassured Zid to stop worrying, noting that he would be healed once they returned. A notification appeared, indicating Zid's fear had reduced his stats by 30%. Despite this setback, Han continued to fend off the approaching goblins. Han urged Zid to regain his composure and then ordered Jenna to attend to Zid's injuries. Stressing the urgency, Han reminded Zid that Hansen's life depended on him switching positions. Just then, a goblin attempted to attack Han from behind, but he swiftly countered and defeated it. More goblins converged on Han's position. Hansen reported to Han that his sword was malfunctioning. Han inquired if Zid could switch with Hansen, to which Zid affirmed his readiness to continue fighting. As they swapped places, Han instructed Hansen to inspect his sword. Reflecting to himself, Han acknowledged it was an improvement from the old F-rank iron sword, though still ordinary. He encouraged Hansen, explaining that even without a sharp blade, he could still strike effectively against the goblins. Hansen's sword malfunctioned, so he opted to use a shield instead. Han then instructed Jenna to switch with Eren, but Eren insisted he could still fight. Jenna urged Eren to rest while he had the chance, advising against stubbornness. Han informed everyone they had 3 minutes left and needed to endure a bit longer. In his thoughts, Han pondered how these 30 minutes felt so prolonged. Han directed Jenna to swap with Eren. Jenna expressed surprise, asserting she could continue fighting. Eren reassured Jenna that even a brief 10-second rest would suffice. Meanwhile, Hansen switched with Zid. Han then directed Jenna to shoot arrows and support Hansen, but Jenna mentioned having only a few arrows left. Han insisted Jenna use the remaining arrows to avoid endangering everyone. Jenna aimed and fired at the goblins, but one resilient goblin managed to evade the arrows and struck at Hansen. Hansen dodged the blow, but it hit Zid instead, causing him to collapse to the ground. Jenna was visibly shocked by the turn of events. Then Han instructed Hansen to switch with him, but Hansen asked about Zid's whereabouts. Han informed Hansen that Zid was resting and urged Hansen to move immediately. As Han continued to fend off goblins from his side, he directed Jenna to step up and assist in taking them down. Using his shield, Han blocked the oncoming goblins. A notification window appeared, indicating a skill awakening for Jenna. Her short sword skill had increased to level 3. Jenna queried Han about how much longer they had to endure. Han replied that he didn't have time to check the clock. They needed to focus on defeating the goblins. Meanwhile, Han's own skills had also improved. Shield proficiency increased to level 5, pain resistance to level 2, and composure to level 3. Despite these advancements, Han emphasized that their skill upgrades would be meaningless if they didn't survive this ordeal. Suddenly, Han sustained an injury. Hansen struggled to keep up with the onslaught of goblins and was eventually overwhelmed. Han swiftly ordered Jenna and Eren to stay close and move with him. Jenna, still concerned about Zid and Hansen, hesitated. Han sternly advised Jenna that if she wanted to mourn their comrades, she should do so after they survived. As they reached another alley, Han ordered Jenna to climb the building behind them. Jenna hesitated, saying she couldn't run away alone. Han dismissed her concerns, insisting he would follow her up. As the goblins closed in, Han instructed Eren and Jenna to focus on taking down one goblin at a time. Jenna reported that she had successfully climbed the building. Han then directed Eren to follow suit, while Jenna urged Eren to hurry and grab her hand. As they were about to reach safety, a goblin struck Eren's leg. Han swiftly dispatched the goblin, but Eren was injured and unable to continue fighting. Han directed Jenna to use Eren's spear to fend off any approaching goblins. Facing the relentless onslaught, Han emphasized the need to prevent the goblins from climbing up. Failure here meant they had nowhere else to escape. In the midst of the struggle, Jenna accidentally dropped the spear and turned to Han for guidance. Han instructed her to kick the goblins away. Concerned about the time remaining, Jenna asked Han how much longer they had. Han reassured her they only needed to endure for another 30 seconds, though Jenna felt as if an hour had passed. Han urged Jenna to trust him and hold on a bit longer, emphasizing they truly had only 30 seconds left. Suddenly, a goblin grabbed Han's dagger. Han attempted to retaliate with his sword, but the goblin struck him first, critically injuring him. On the other hand, Jenna also got injured. Han was shocked, thinking it might be over for him. He wondered if he would die here, on merely the 5th floor. Han found it unfair, not understanding why he was struggling like this. Such a situation would never have happened on Earth. Suddenly, Han entered berserk mode and swiftly took down the goblins in front of him. He declared that it wasn't over, as they were only on the 5th floor, and there was no way he would be defeated here. Han single-handedly dealt with the goblins in front of him, his face serious and surrounded by an intense aura. He challenged the goblins to keep coming. A window appeared, stating that Han had awakened berserk skill. In this berserk state, breathing was difficult, and his whole body was in pain. Despite this, Han continued fighting the goblins, determined not to fall until every last one was defeated. However, as Han struck at the goblins with his sword, it broke. Undeterred, he charged at them with his half-broken sword. Then, as the timer hit 0, all the goblins stopped moving, and we see that the goblin was about to strike at Han. Jenna was stunned to see this unfold. Then the stage-clear window appeared, declaring Han as the MVP, and they received their rewards. Shortly after, they were teleported back. Another window appeared, stating that the Master had cleared the 5th floor and unlocked the daily dungeon. The Master was advised to gather materials and strengthen heroes in the waiting room. Han, Jenna, and Eren felt relieved that they had successfully cleared the 5th floor. Jenna started to cry in relief. She asked Han for a hand, and he helped her up. Jenna questioned whether they had survived, and Han reassured her that they did. Han observed that the waiting room indicator was rising, indicating they had cleared the 5th floor. Jenna remarked on how difficult it had been on the 5th floor already. Han explained that this time was unique. It was systematized so that if one of them failed to fulfill their role, they would all perish. He regretted not having trained Zid and Hansen more, realizing it wouldn't have been as difficult to survive if the party had been better prepared. They were unlucky to face such a challenge at their weakest state. Jenna looked saddened upon hearing this. As they returned, Dyke greeted them and mentioned that Big Sister Chloe had prepared some delicious food. Dyke then asked if Zid and Hansen were still in the portal. Han informed Dyke that both had died. Dyke was shocked to hear this news. Then the scene shifts to Han's room, where he lies on his bed. Han reflects that he has no intention of being sentimental over someone's demise, considering it a common occurrence for those on the front line climbing this tower. Now thinking about it, Han realizes he has acquired the berserk skill. He knows that composure and berserk cannot coexist. It's a 100% error. Composure helps him hold onto his sanity, while berserk sacrifices sanity for increased power. Han suspects it may be related to being both a master and a hero, but he pushes these thoughts aside for today. Tomorrow will bring busy tasks, so today he should rest. The scene then shifts to the next day at the training ground, where Jenna is training diligently. Han asks Jenna why she's always later than him, suggesting she sleeps late. Han inquires if something happened. Jenna confides that she doesn't want to be taken down. Han privately notes that Jenna gained some skills through combat yesterday and acknowledges her talent and effort. Compared to Jenna, Eren went through all that trouble and wasn't able to gain a single skill. Han's growth is limited to 5, which is expected for a 3-star. Now at level 9, Han considers that reaching level 10 soon, the maximum for a 1-star, means it's time to aim for advancement to 2-star. Jenna, impressed by Han's abs, teasingly tells him to move away. Sulking, Jenna comments that his abs won't disappear. Han calmly puts his shirt back on, inwardly noting that the more he sees Jenna, the less he believes her. He finds it hard to believe Jenna is acting like this after their recent experiences. Jenna speculates that Eren may not be coming today. Han advises Jenna to leave Eren alone, guessing he's sulking in his room after losing his close friends. Jenna reflects on the importance of waking up early to train. Han agrees, mentioning that Daika was the same, passionate about training unlike those who only half-heartedly swing their swords to avoid being synthesized when the master logs on. Han tells Jenna that Aide and Hansen also had potential, and they would have been useful if he had helped them train a little more. He reflects that those who train half-heartedly should have been the ones taken down yesterday. Jenna agrees to resume their training. Eren enters and apologizes for being late. Jenna notices his expression and asks what's wrong. Eren regrets not being stronger, feeling responsible for Zid and Hansen's deaths. Han bluntly tells Eren that their deaths were due to their weakness. End of story. It's been a month since Han arrived in this world, which translates to just over 10 days in Earth time. During this period, Han observed the Master's login patterns. He deduced that the time dilation between the waiting room and Earth is about a factor of 3. The Master logs in 3 times a day, morning, noon, and afternoon. Han notes that during combat stages, time flows at real-time speed. If the time dilation also applied there, what felt like 30 minutes would actually be an hour and a half. Isol encourages everyone to strive to be as excellent as Han. As expected of the Master of Masters, succeeding in a survival mission on the 5th floor using only low-rank weapons is quite an accomplishment. Jenna asks Han why Isol is acting that way, but Han cryptically tells her it's a trade secret. Isol admonishes the others for lounging around while Isol works hard, threatening not to let anyone go. Han intervenes, telling Isol to let them be, as they respond when called upon. Soon after, a new party is formed consisting of Han, Jenna, Lewis, Jeffrey, and Owen. Isol announces that this party will enter the space-time rift. Jenna expresses uncertainty about the unfamiliar members, but Han reassures her that this time won't be too difficult. A portal unlocks, revealing the daily dungeon named Kenout Forest. Han anticipates the forest opening as expected. A man steps forward and informs Han that they will be fighting together. Han asks for his name, and the man introduces himself as Owen. Owen expresses doubts about being helpful due to Han's strength, but Han assures him that the newcomers won't be fighting. As they enter the forest, a window appears stating that the party will return after collecting some materials. Jenna asks Han where the enemies are, wondering if it's a special quest like the 5th floor. Han explains to Jenna that this is a daily dungeon, a place specifically for collecting materials. Han picks up a rock and demonstrates his dimension storage to Owen, explaining that it's where they can collect materials like tree branches, which will accumulate in their storehouse. These materials will later be used to craft items. Jenna questions if their task is solely gathering without fighting, and Han replies affirmatively, but adds that Jenna, being different, will hunt with him. Jenna expresses disappointment, thinking she might have an easy time for once. As they proceed, Jenna asks if they can hunt animals like deer and rabbits, excited about the prospect of finally eating meat. They soon encounter a deer. Jenna gets excited upon seeing it, and with a single arrow, she takes down the deer. Han instructs Jenna to gather the materials and put them into the dimensional gate without missing any. Jenna asks Han where he's going, and he replies that he's also going to hunt because he's tired of eating only potatoes. Han ventures deeper into the forest and arrives near a lake, realizing there's only 30 minutes left before everyone is automatically summoned back. He spots the Queen of the Forest, a rare monster that appears on Forest Dungeon days, known for its low-grade attribute stone used for advancements. Han charges forward and swiftly takes down other deer nearby. Witnessing this, the Queen of the Forest becomes enraged and confronts Han. With a determined look, Han challenges the Queen to come at him. Additionally, there are 3 daily dungeons: Mines of Israelta from Monday to Tuesday, Cannout Forest from Wednesday to Thursday, and Cimmeral Plateau from Friday to Saturday. On Sundays, all dungeons are open. Then the scene shifts back to the camp, where the rest of the party members are shocked to see a monster. They quickly realize it's Han. Frustrated, Han asks them if they can't recognize him. Jenna, surprised to see a deer so large, exclaims, and Han, exhausted, asks her for help. He then inquires how many animals Jenna has caught. Jenna replies that she has caught 2 deer and a boar, assuring that everyone in the waiting room will be able to eat as much as they want. Jenna then asks why Han brought the deer's head. Han explains that he couldn't cut its horn off. Jenna points out that the deer has horns even though it's a female, noting that they can tell the deer's gender by looking at its head. At that moment, Jenna awakens another skill, Hunter of the Forest. Seeing this, Han thinks that Jenna's advancement will go smoothly. Han has also acquired a low-grade wind attribute stone, rank D, which is filled with the aura of the forest and is used in crafting various items and advancing heroes. The scene then shifts back to the house, where everyone enjoys eating meat. Then Jenna tells Han that everyone seems excited since they already ate 1 deer. Han responds that if she is done eating, she should follow him. He explains that the daily dungeon is a system where the location of the dungeon changes depending on the day of the week. Today, it is the Cimmeral Plateau, a dungeon where Han can acquire other attribute stones. As both Jenna and Han enter the Cimmeral Plateau, Jenna, surprised, asks Han if she can really get stronger by gathering materials. Han replies that if Jenna wants to get stronger, she needs something called an attribute stone, and they are there to gather those stones. As they move forward, Jenna is impressed by the view in front of her and enjoys the pleasant wind. At that moment, Han sees a plant of life. He recalls seeing these plants in a drawing, noting that they are the main ingredients for making recovery potions, and intends to pick them later. As they both proceed, they take down a giant wolf together. Jenna is happy and states that they had no trouble dealing with the wolf. Then Han tells Jenna to hurry up as other wolves might come. We see Han has acquired another low-grade wind attribute stone, rank D. Jenna comments that it is peaceful here and wishes it could always be like this, hunting, gathering plants, and having good food and a place to sleep. She adds that it would be a paradise if the master wasn't there. Surprised, Han reflects that he was a former master as well. Jenna expresses her hope that the master never returns. Hearing this, Han wonders if the guys in Niflheim also thought it would be better if the master didn't come. He then asks Jenna if she doesn't want to fight, reminding her that fighting on the front line isn't everything, and she doesn't need to worry about being synthesized. Jenna then asks if Han is going to give her another place. Han replies that if the situation improves, there is nothing he can't do. Jenna then asks Han why he is not taking on other roles, and hearing this, Han couldn't help but smile. Then the scene shifts to a few days later. The party has reached Floor 6, and the quest type is Exploration. Their objective is to investigate an unknown location, and Daika has also joined Party 1. Daika states that he is looking forward to working with Han and the others. Aaron notes that it seems they are not doing a daily dungeon today. Han explains that it's another quest that rarely appears. Aaron informs Han that he doesn't see any enemies and wonders if it could be the same as the 5th floor. Han tells Aaron not to raise his voice and orders everyone to keep their heads down and stay low. Hearing this, the trio lies on the ground. Frustrated, Han states that he told them to stay low, not lie down. Han then tells everyone that it seems clear, and they will succeed if they just fulfill the conditions. They see 3 goblins together, and Eren asks Han if they should kill them. Han points out that one of the goblins has a blowhorn, which means they have allies they can call for help. Jenna goes up to a tree and tries to look around. Han inquires if she can see anything. Jenna replies that there seems to be a goblin village. As she comes down, she states that about 100 goblins are gathered there. Han states that it seems like a trap, as the goblins will ambush them if they engage in battle without proper reconnaissance. He then tells Jenna to shoot the goblin on the right, and Eren to take down the goblin with his spear that Han will lure in. Daika will help them if anything happens. Jenna takes down one goblin with her arrow, and Eren takes down the second one with his spear. As the third goblin is about to blow the horn, Han steps forward and kills the goblin with a single strike. A window appeared stating that the stage is clear and Han is the MVP. Daika asks Han if the stage is over. Han replies, "Not yet." He then states that he will go take a look around and runs toward the other side. Han thinks to himself that it's because of the hint given for the next stage. Now that exploration is available, he knows this can't be just a simple mission. Although this is a random team, it doesn't mean they can't guess what will happen. Han reaches the goblin village and thinks that this goblin habitat is large. Suddenly, one of the goblins notices someone behind a tree, but Han vanishes from there. After they get teleported back, Jenna asks Han why he ran away by himself just now. Han states that he was just taking a look around. He thinks to himself that hints appearing this frequently in the main dungeons means that linked quests, starting with exploration, are known as streams. Analyzing streams depends on how competent the master is. Han wonders if the master saw what he saw, finding this frustrating. Han thinks that this isn't the time for streams to appear. This is happening faster than he expected. Then, Chloe comes running to Han, stating that there is big trouble. Chloe tells Han that some strange people have arrived. Han responds that strange people come all the time. Chloe further explains that these people feel different, they have weapons, and something about them is off. Han realizes they must be high-ranking heroes. A window appears stating that the pulverizing wolves mercenaries have arrived, and a strong link can be sensed between the 5 summons. Han asks Isol if the master used money. Isol happily replies yes. The master bought the newbie potent package, which costs 50,000 won. Han thinks that the master must have gotten 2,500 gems and 50,000 gold. He reflects that if he were the master, he would have summoned the high ranks and put them into the party before challenging the 5th floor. Han tells Chloe to go back to the residence, assuring her that the high-ranking summons won't do anything to her. They're just a little special. Han states that the party will be dismissed here, and that nothing changes just because some unique newbies are here. The scene shifts to a house where a woman with black hair is standing alone. Jenna approaches her and says hello. Jenna introduces herself and asks the black-haired girl for her name. She responds that her name is Adis Callan. Jenna then introduces Han, mentioning that while he might appear indifferent, he is warm-hearted. Han tells Jenna to stop talking nonsense. Han sees Adis's status window, which shows that Adis is a 3-star, and her class is Thief. Noting her stats, Han thinks that, as expected of a 3-star, Adis already has a class. She has typical Thief attributes, low strength and HP but high agility, and she is more suited to daggers than bows. Han tells Adis that he would like to talk with her if she has time. As they sit together, Adis asks Han if he knows about this place. Han replies that there are things he knows and things he doesn't. He asks Adis how much she knows and if she remembers how she ended up here. Adis replies that she doesn't know how she ended up here, only that she has been summoned to fight. Her head starts to hurt whenever she tries to remember more. Han inquires if Adis knows about synthesis. Adis responds that synthesis is about becoming stronger by taking down others. Han thinks to himself that there is indeed a gap in the information they know, depending on their summon rank. He comments that judging by Adis's clothes, she was probably a mercenary before. Adis confirms that she was part of the pulverizing wolves mercenaries. Jenna remarks that the name sounds pretty cool. Adis states that she remembers working as a mercenary in Halcyon but woke up here. Han thinks that Adis is not just a 3-star summon. She also seems to be highly skilled among the mercenaries, more so than Malmont, who was a 2-star. Then Isol calls for Avant, Jakin, Wave, Benign, and Adis, as the master has summoned them. Han tells Adis that the plaza is calling for her and her friends. One of Adis's team members, a yellow-haired guy, comes out, asking who called for him. Adis informs the guy that it seems the master called for them and that they need to go to the plaza. The yellow-haired guy grabs some meat and goes outside. Seeing this, Chloe comments that the guy took a whole drumstick and that if she and the others had used it for cooking, they could have fed 5 people with it. Frustrated, Jenna tells Han to ask the guy to give it back, but Han tells Jenna that they should head to the plaza instead. Party 5, named Pulverizing Wolves, is formed with members Avant, Jakin, Wave, Bane, and Adis, all 3 stars. Avant is chosen as the team leader. One guy mentions that something about the new members seems strange since they already have weapons. Han replies that he has a weapon too, and adds that those people don't seem like good people. The guy agrees, and Han thinks to himself that although these guys don't seem like good people, they are strong. Isol then tells Party 5 to go into the space rift as the master is waiting. Han asks Jenna what she thinks about the new group. Jenna replies that Adis seems kind, but she is uncertain about the rest. Han then asks the guy what he wants Han to do, specifically if he should protect them. The guy responds that it would be great if Han could do that. Han questions why he should provide protection for free. The guy tells Han that he is strong and capable of protecting them. Han retorts that it was the guy himself who slacked off during training, so why is he asking for help now? He notes that none of these people are even close to Daika's level. All they did was act like they were training and eat the meat that Jenna hunted, even though they could have used their free time to learn skills from Chloe or the artisans. With a serious expression, Han tells the guy to leave before he gets angry. The scene then shifts to the Pulverizing Wolves party members, Avant, the leader, Jakin, the yellow-haired guy, Adis, and the last 2, Wave and Bane. As the others leave, Han notices Aaron's expression and informs him that while Aaron was injured and on the front lines, these others were slacking and sleeping. Thus, Aaron shouldn't pity them. Han then sees that Daika's face is injured and asks if he had just fought. Daika inquires how Han knew, to which Han replies that it's obvious given the cuts and bruises on Daika's face. Aaron adds that it was just a simple duel, as there was a request for it. Hearing this, Han tells both Daika and Aaron to go and rest. Han then asks Jenna why she isn't going in. Meanwhile, Party 5 has cleared the stage. Jakin confidently states that the monsters were just weaklings, and Wave comments that he can't believe it was only goblins, which wasn't even enough to excite him. As they move forward, Avant, with a serious expression, asks about Han's identity. Han responds that it is none of Avant's business. Angered, Jakin asks who Han thinks he is to speak so arrogantly. Jenna replies that it was Party 5 who first spoke casually to them. Avant then introduces himself as the captain of Party 5. Han introduces himself as well. Avant remarks that Han has a weapon too, and asks if he is a mercenary. Han replies that he is not. He is a farmer. Avant then inquires if the people gathered here are everyone present. Han confirms that they are. At that moment, a window appears stating that the master has started 10 consecutive summons. Han wonders about the sudden influx of 10 summons. We see that the master has begun synthesizing. Han reflects that there must be a reason for the summons. As new people enter the plaza, Isol expresses frustration that the master has summoned more useless individuals. Isol then states that the master has ordered Jakin, Diamond, and Lexigil to go into the synthesis center. The new arrivals are confused and don't understand what is happening. Jakin grabs the 2 others and takes them to the synthesis center with him. Seeing this, Jenna tells Han that it's wrong. At the very least, the new people should be given a chance. Han thinks to himself that the master is making a significant mistake. While some one-star heroes may be talented, most are generally useless. However, the master is using 1-star heroes for synthesis without any form of examination. Jakin then emerges from the synthesis process, having leveled up. Other people are also being synthesized with Party 5 members. Avant orders his team to prevent anyone from escaping and asks Adis why she isn't moving, as she is also a member of Party 5. At that moment, Han tells Isol to send a tip to the master, stating that the master won't know which 1-star heroes are useful without evaluating them beforehand. Isol sends this tip to the master. Han reflects on the many experiences he has had since entering the game, noting that so much has happened that it could change people. Frustrated, Jaken demands to know who Han is to interfere. Han replies that he was merely giving advice to the master. He then asks Jaken why he is unhappy. Jaken attempts to strike Han, but Jenna shoots an arrow that narrowly misses Jaken. Jenna claims she missed on purpose. Seeing this, Avant questions whether they have raised their weapons against Party 5. Adis tells Avant that they should stop for today, as it is already late. Avant does not listen and points his sword at Han, asking if Han knows who they are. Han replies that he does know. They are trash. Enraged, Avant hears a window appear, stating that Party 4 members, except Adis, have shown hostility towards Han. Party 5 takes note of the relationships between heroes. Isol steps forward and tells them to stop, as it is forbidden for heroes to fight among each other, or they risk punishment from the master. Han then tells Isol that he does not think it is actually forbidden. Isol acknowledges that it is true, but adds that they should adhere to the rules. Han tells Avant to be honest. They are not mercenaries. Avant replies that Han is talking nonsense, as Party 5 members are mercenaries who only act if there is a commission. With a serious expression, Han tells Avant to stop talking nonsense, as they are a thief troop. Angered, Avant states that he is being nice, yet Han is crossing the line. Han informs Isol that members like those in Party 5 will get in their way, and notes that sometimes heroes with poor personalities are summoned regardless of their rank. Han asserts that Party 5 members will be the culprits of causing chaos in the waiting room and reducing efficiency, which means they are trash that needs to be removed. Isol is shocked to hear this. Han then calls for an open duel. A window appears, stating that Han is requesting a duel with Avant. Avant responds that Han must be crazy and questions what Party 5 members did to Han. Han tells Avant that Avant thinks this is crazy because he knows how Party 5 members behave. Han suspects that Avant asked if everyone in the plaza was present to assess them, as it would be troublesome if someone strong were among them. Han explains that Party 5 decided no one here was strong enough, and even if they synthesized with a new 1-star, it wouldn't be sufficient. Avant then asks if Han is suggesting that everyone here will be synthesized. Shocked, Jenna asks Han what he is saying. Han replies that if he wins, he will synthesize with Avant, and if Avant wins, he will synthesize with Han. Avant agrees to the duel and the condition for synthesizing, and he draws his sword, stating that this is interesting. Han orders Jenna to take the others and go to the residence. Jenna asks if Han will be okay alone. Han replies, questioning whether Jenna thinks he will lose. Jenna smiles and agrees that Han is right. Before the duel begins, Han informs Avant that the duel will end when one of them surrenders. Avant agrees with this condition. Han then instructs Isol to conceal their presence so that the other members of Party 5 do not interfere. Isol, worried, asks Han if he will really be all right. Meanwhile, Avant wastes no time and charges at Han with full force. Han reflects that focusing on Avant might not have been a bad idea, considering Avant's stats, level 2, with strength close to 20, and beginner swordsmanship already at its 3rd stage. At that moment, Han enters Berserk mode, causing all his stats to increase. As Avant swings his sword, Han dodges and grabs Avant's hand, driving him into the ground. Han then draws his sword and declares that it is perfect for someone who doesn't know their place. He strikes Avant with his sword and demands that Avant surrender. Han cannot hear Avant clearly and tells him to speak properly. Wave steps forward and tells Han to release Avant, as Han has already won. Han questions Wave, asking if they were planning to let people go after synthesizing them. Wave responds that it has nothing to do with this situation. Han insists that if he says it's relevant, then it is. He argues that since it is a duel agreed upon by both parties, Wave should not interfere. The duel ends when the loser admits defeat, and Han asserts that Avant is his prey. Han instructs Wave not to worry about whether Avant live or die, and tells him to go get some sleep. Bainin questions whether Han thinks he will be fine after this, and whether he knows who Party 5 members are. Han replies that their party was known as the Wolf Mercenaries. He then asks Adis if she is sure they are still the Wolf Mercenaries. Adis confirms that was their name in the past but acknowledges that now, Han refers to them as a bunch of bandits. Han then asks Adis why she is associating with these individuals. Adis replies that she was honoring her father's request. Han informs Adis to think carefully about whether she will stay with these individuals or join his side. Adis is shocked by the question. Jaken, angered, warns Adis not to dare betray them. Han encourages Adis to join his side, noting that it would be beneficial for both parties. Jaken shouts that Adis should be aware of the consequences of betrayal. However, Adis makes up her mind and agrees to join Han. Han remarks that Adis must follow the right people, and Adis acknowledges that she has no reason to stay with Party 5. Enraged, the trio attacks Han together. Isol intervenes, reminding them that the duel hasn't ended, so they cannot interfere. Despite Isol's warning, the trio continues their strikes, aiming to take down Han. Han realizes that he has them and bids them farewell. Isol then takes down the trio with a single strike, similar to Malmont's style. Avant, seeing the situation, declares his surrender. At that moment, Han releases his berserk mode and reflects on the severe headache he has, considering it might be a side effect of going berserk. Han thinks he will need to refrain from using berserk mode unless it's a real fight. A window appears, stating that Han has defeated Avant in the duel and that Avant will be synthesized. Isol informs Han that the Master keeps touching the screen. Han replies that if the Master wanted to cancel the synthesis, they shouldn't have allowed the duel in the first place. It seems the Master might not even be aware that the dueling system existed. Han levels up, and his beginner sword and shield skills, as well as his pain-resistant skill, increase. Han notes that it's not a bad feeling. Isol, worried, asks what they should do, given that the Master might fold after losing the first summoned premium heroes without properly assessing them. Han responds that if the Master did that, it would be like folding to Han. After Han synthesizes with a 4-star hero, a window appears stating that the hero has reached the level limit, and if the Master wishes to continue leveling up, they should raise the hero's rank. Han reflects that it's unfortunate, considering how the Master summoned 10 free heroes merely for the purpose of synthesis. The Master must have been greatly looking forward to this, but everything went sideways. Han thinks that if these types of individuals keep appearing, the waiting room will struggle to operate efficiently, and the Master will eventually appreciate Han's actions. Han is now at level 10 and is approaching 3-star status through synthesizing. Han has earned MVP in almost every battle. Han reflects that if the Master is foolish enough to continue challenging him in this scenario, climbing the tower would become impossible. Han wonders what the Master will do next and feels that if the Master is going to confront him, he should bring his best effort. The scene shifts to the next day, where everyone has gathered to thank Han. Daika happily states that Han is amazing. Han, frustrated, asks Jenna if she was responsible for this and tells her not to say anything unnecessary. However, the crowd and others express their gratitude, stating that they heard Han was the one who took down those who threatened them. They are pleased that Han dealt with the situation for them. Han tells them that they might be misunderstanding something. The crowd replies that they already know but still want to thank Han, as they survived thanks to him. Han explains that the people he saved were just newcomers and had no relation to those who were already here. The crowd asks what Han means, and Han replies that the Master is completely enraged. At that moment, Isol calls out Lewis, Jeffrey, Owen, Andio, Arnold, and even Duncan. These 6 people come out into the plaza. Han notes that this person is quick to read the situation, which is why he was able to act so promptly. The guy tells everyone to calm down, explaining that they will be hunting goblins as usual. Jenna points out that if it were the standard party formation, the Master would only call 5 people, but 6 have been summoned. She wonders what this is for. Han replies that it must be for synthesis. The crowd is shocked to hear this, and the leader of the group asks Han what he means, insisting they did their utmost best. Han asks Eren and Daika if, from their perspective, these people really worked that hard. Both Eren and Daika, who spent all day at the training grounds working diligently, question what these individuals did. Han then asks Jenna if they ever provided proper assistance during her hunts. Jenna replies that the group only carried the meat and leather from her hunts. At that moment, a bald man steps forward to confront Han, but Han quickly takes him down with a single kick. Isol then arrives and tells everyone whose names were called to step forward, reminding them that just because Isol forgave them once doesn't mean they are exempt from the consequences. They stopped responding to Isil's commands, leaving everyone stunned. Jenna asks Han who the master will be synthesizing these people with. Han replies that it will probably be Adis, as Adis was just summoned and is at a low level, making it the right choice. Han's assessment proves accurate when these people are synthesized with Adis, increasing her level and granting her a new skill called Disarm Trap. Han tells the crowd that it doesn't matter who they were before coming to this place. He emphasizes that people shouldn't expect to rely on others and that no one will protect them. To survive, they must prove their worth. Everyone is shocked by this statement. Han then orders Chloe, Enoch, Walter, and Patrick to teach anyone who is interested in their craft. Walter notes that blacksmithing is not something easily learned. Han responds that if they have the will, they will be able to learn on their own. He adds that if they engage in a fight with Walter, they should come to him. Han instructs that if anyone wants to learn hunting, they should train with Jenna, and if they wish to learn woodworking, they should go to Enoch. There are always paths to survival, and these new individuals have yet to contribute meaningfully. Jenna comments on Han's politeness, noting that he has taught everyone a method of survival. Han reflects that Jenna's assessment is correct. If these people follow his guidance, they won't be synthesized, but even if it weren't today, they would have eventually been dealt with. As the 10th floor approaches, a second party will become necessary, one that is powerful enough to rival the main party, rather than just a nominal subgroup. The scene shifts to the next morning, where Chloe greets Han. Han inquires about the item in Chloe's hand, and Chloe explains that it is bread. A new woman, who claimed to be a baker, made it. Han remarks that he doesn't recall bread being a readily available item in the cafeteria. Chloe replies that she made it by grinding potatoes into powder. Han acknowledges that increasing food options will help reduce the stress in the waiting room. He suggests that there should be wheat in the daily dungeon, the Sinmeral Plateau, so they can obtain it themselves. Han then goes to Adis's room and instructs her to follow him to the training grounds. Upon arriving, Han orders Jenna to spar with Adis using daggers. Jenna protests, noting that her primary weapon is a bow, but Han tells her to stop complaining. Without further delay, Jenna charges at Adis with her dagger at incredible speed. Adis struggles to dodge Jenna's strikes and is surprised by the strength of someone so young. Jenna responds that she is not a child but is old enough, and she almost hits Adis. Adis then becomes serious, and the sparring continues. After a few moments, Adis is defeated. Adis asks Jenna if she and Han were mercenaries or if Jenna was part of a famous martial arts clan. Jenna replies that she is neither. She is just the average daughter of an average hunter. Initially, both Han and Jenna were not as strong as they are now. They were probably much weaker than Adis. However, through rigorous training here, they have become significantly stronger. Han remarks that if the party 5 members had worked as diligently as they should have, he might also be in trouble. Although Adis may be weaker than both Han and Jenna at present, her superior skills and growth rate, compared to other one-star heroes, will enable her to rapidly close the gap as she levels up. On the other hand, Eren exclaims that it is unfair. Despite his hard work, he cannot catch up to Jenna and Han. Regardless, Han advises Adis that she can grow stronger based on her effort and should not slack off in her training, irrespective of her past. Adis acknowledges this and assures Han that she will keep his advice in mind. The scene shifts to the following day, where more people have begun training with Eren. Han reflects that this increase in activity might be a result of the mass synthesizing that occurred the previous day. Although there are more people present, the numbers are still relatively modest. Han notes that if individuals wish to avoid being synthesized, they must enhance their own value. However, the number of slots available at each facility is limited to 2 supporters, meaning the rest will likely face synthesis. Han observes a man training and approaches him to inquire about his name. The man introduces himself as Erzher and mentions that he has heard about the Master and the purpose of their summoning. He also recalls Han's comments from the previous day. Han compliments Erzher's form and asks what he did before arriving here. Erzher explains that he was a porter for a mercenary group, handling tasks such as carrying luggage, standing guard, and setting up camp. Han notes that Erzher seems capable of fighting, to which Erzher responds that he aspires to be a mercenary. Han instructs Erzher to raise his sword. Han wanted to determine if Erzher had the potential to become a mercenary. That night marked the beginning of thinning out the newcomers. The master showed no regard for their preference for supporter roles. Aaron volunteered to participate but was not accepted. Consequently, 2 individuals died, and 2 others were synthesized. Erzer underwent synthesis and advanced to level 3. As usual, the remaining individuals proceeded to the daily dungeon. The mine, where the fire attribute stone could be obtained, remained closed. At dawn the next day, Han summoned everyone to the training grounds. Jenna asked Han why they were called so early, noting that she was still sleepy. Han inquired if anyone knew the reason for the early meeting. After a moment of thought, Daika suggested it was to select party members. Jenna questioned whether it wasn't the master who made these decisions. Han replied that while the master ultimately makes the choices, Han could at least offer suggestions, which even the master would have difficulty refusing. Han announced that they would determine the party composition by drawing lots, as there were 6 of them and thus 2 parties of 3. Daika appeared concerned upon hearing this. Han told Daika to relax, assuring him that it didn't mean he would abandon anyone. He further explained that there would be 2 leaders, himself and Adis. This surprised Adis, who wondered about Jenna's role. Frustrated, Jenna asked why she couldn't be a leader as well, emphasizing her capabilities. Han stated firmly that Jenna would not be a leader. Adis then asked why they needed to divide into 2 parties, noting that it would be risky if one party were defeated or if all the strong members were concentrated in one party. Han explained that the master would handle such concerns. He pointed out that the situation on the 5th floor demonstrated how significant skill gaps could endanger an entire party. Zid and Hansen had struggled, putting the whole team at risk. If they could clear a floor with a single party, they wouldn't need to split up, but for quests and special missions, they would likely need larger teams, sometimes numbering 10 or even hundreds. It would be problematic if they didn't ensure that everyone in the party was adequately leveled. Additionally, a sub-party needs to be established as a contingency in case the main party is taken down. Han reflected that he had previously selected members randomly, but there are rules regarding paid summoning. He hoped the master would understand this soon. Han then took out 2 pieces of colored paper, explaining that red would go with him and blue would go with Adis. He emphasized that there was no need to be either happy or disappointed, as whether they were with him or Adis would make no difference. Han instructed everyone to draw a paper. Aaron and Jenna drew red papers, meaning they would be on Han's team, so there was no need to check the remaining papers. Noticing Daika and Ursher's expressions, Adis commented that it seemed they didn't fully trust her. Daika responded that it wasn't the case, and Adis reassured him that, as she had only recently arrived and had limited battle experience, she understood their concerns. Han thought to himself that, objectively, the power difference was significant, but it couldn't be helped. He warned Adis that if she couldn't keep up with his team, she would be left behind. Adis agreed with a simple acknowledgement. As she observed people being synthesized yesterday, Adis was determined not to lose. The teams were then organized into Party 1 and Party 2. The scene shifts to Floor 7, where Party 1 is tasked with eliminating all goblins. Aaron expresses relief, noting that the task seems manageable. Han instructs Aaron and Jenna to stay behind and watch, as he will handle all the goblins himself. As the goblins charge at Han, he enters berserk mode and methodically takes them down one by one. With only 1 goblin remaining, Jenna asks if she should finish it off. Han considers that this quest might be part of a chain quest and decides they should not clear it immediately. He tells Jenna to leave the last goblin, as it poses no threat with only 1 remaining, and they should start their search. The unique features they encounter are rain, a river, and a collapsed dam. Party 1 successfully clears the stage, with Han being named MVP. As they return, Jenna asks Han if they can rest now that the day's work is complete. Han replies that Jenna can do whatever she wants and then asks Aaron about his plans. Aaron mentions he was considering going to the training grounds. Han advises Aaron not to overdo it, as he might injure himself. At that moment, Han senses something and instructs Aaron to stay put. A window then appears, announcing that a newbie potent package has been selected. Han tells Jenna to retrieve the drawing papers from his room, as they should be on the table. He also asks Aaron to bring Adis here, as new arrivals are expected due to the master starting a premium summoning. Han thought to himself that he anticipated the master would make such a move. Although some players never pay to win, it is rare for anyone to pay just once. When players first start the game, they tend to stay and enjoy it, captivated by watching high-level AI grant heroes autonomy and fascinated by their reactions during stage clears or synthesis. New players find it interesting to see heroes' responses, the fun of supporting them, giving orders, developing strategies, and engaging in PvP. As players climb the tower and upgrade the waiting room, the content increases and heroes' behavior evolves. 2 premium summons then appear through the door. Both are rare 3-star heroes, Ivalka and Roderick. Roderick inquires about the presence of the other people, while Ivalka, confused and unfamiliar with her surroundings, trips on her dress and falls to the ground. At that moment, Jenna enters, bringing the drawing papers. Seeing Ivalka on the ground, Jenna asks Han what she is doing there. Han tells Jenna not to worry about it, as Ivalka will get up when she needs to. Han notes that he doesn't quite understand Ivalka's outfit. Adis informs Han that Ivalka is a noble. Adis adds that, after spending a long time as a mercenary, she finds Ivalka to be an immature lady and is uncertain how Ivalka ended up here. Ivalka, hearing this, becomes embarrassed. Han reflects that Roderick has already grasped the core concepts of summoning and synthesis, much like the Master, but lacks knowledge about levels and skills. Roderick, who is a guard in a large city, feels a strange sense of duty but has no other notable characteristics. Roderick mentions that it feels as though he is under hypnosis and questions whether he must stay here and fight against unknown enemies. Han confirms that he does and adds that he will provide more details after the draw. Adis and Han will draw lots for recruitment. If Adis pulls the blue, she will take Roderick. If she pulls the red, she will take Ivalka. Han considers the decision between a veteran guard with extensive experience and an immature noble lady. It's obvious who the better choice is. Han tells Jenna to bring the drawing paper. As Jenna brings the paper, Han realizes that if the right side is red, then the left side must be blue. Frustrated, Han wonders if Adis has already seen this. Jenna then instructs everyone to pick a paper. Han quickly grabs one from the left side. At that moment, Ivalka uses fire magic, which surprises Han. It turns out that both Adis and Han have picked blue papers. Han tells Adis to let go, and Adis reciprocates. Han asks Ivalka if she is a magician, and it is confirmed that Ivalka is indeed a magician with an intermediate flame magic skill. Adis suggests that Han should be a nice guy and yield, as having a magician in her party would perfect their balance. Han replies that it's unfortunate, as he doesn't know what being nice means. Meanwhile, Jenna is impressed by the display of magic. Han reflects that while warriors and thieves in Pick Me Up can be advanced to 1 star through proper training, magicians are different. They are rare individuals who can only be acquired through paid summons, and their chances of appearing are significantly lower. Confused, Ivalka asks what both Han and Isel are doing, expressing her dislike for the situation. Jenna then realizes that both Han and Adis peeked at the papers, which she considers cheating. Jenna steps forward and states that they need to pick the papers based on luck, as is proper in such situations. Ivalka asks Han what is happening now. Han explains that they are deciding which party Ivalka will join. He further comments that, compared to Roderick, Ivalka is slower to grasp the situation. Jenna tells both Han and Adis that they cannot cheat this time and must pick fairly and squarely, relying solely on luck. Han instructs Adis that regardless of what they pick, there should be no resentment. Adis agrees. As both Han and Adis pick their papers, it is revealed that Han has drawn the red paper, meaning Ivalka will join Han's party. Meanwhile, Isel is seen taking someone for the synthesis process. The man asks Han if he didn't say that hard work would prevent synthesis. Isel tells Ivalka to come over as well. Han responds that those who couldn't even learn support skills are at risk of synthesis. Ivalka is synthesized and levels up. As she emerges, Han warns her that if she falls behind, she will face synthesis as well, emphasizing that there is no way to avoid it. To survive, they must all try harder. Han then tells Roderick that he is next. Roderick is subsequently synthesized and levels up. The space rift opens, and Han notes that the Master is likely assessing the new members. Party 2 prepares to enter the rift. Adis instructs Roderick to follow her, as he will play a key role in this battle. As Party 2 enters the rift, Han asks Ivalka which spells she can use. Ivalka responds, questioning why Han is asking this. Han insists that she answer the question, stressing that if Ivalka does not want to fight, she must still provide the information. Ivalka is confused about why she has to fight in an unknown place, and without understanding the purpose. Han informs Ivalka that a reason is not necessary. If she does not fight, she risks being synthesized. With a serious expression, Han reiterates his question. How many spells can Ivalka use? Ivalka replies that she can use fire magic, with her highest ability being third circle magic. Han acknowledges this and then asks if Ivalka can cast any other spells, such as teleportation or other support-type magic. Ivalka responds that the kind of magic Han is referring to is typically learned by third circle mages, like herself. Han then suggests that this implies she can use other types of magic as well. Irritated, Ivalka asks if Han has a complaint. With confidence, she tells Han that he will be surprised by her fire magic, to the point where he might even fall over. Observing Ivalka's attitude, Han thinks it's unfortunate that her skills may not match her arrogance. He considers that a defense system is more versatile than an attack system, and explains that he asked Ivalka because, even though she doesn't have a skill window, there's still a possibility she might awaken new abilities. However, it doesn't seem likely at the moment. Regardless, a mage is still a mage. Han then reminds Ivalka that from now on, she will be joining his party and fighting monsters alongside them. Ivalka replies that she understands, although she doesn't like it. Meanwhile, Adis's party returns after completing their level. Seeing them, Han wonders if they entered a low-tiered floor for a test demonstration, as Adis's expression suggests that Roderick was stronger than she expected. Han then tells his team that it's now their turn, so they should prepare. A notification appears, indicating that Party 1 will now enter the space raft. With a serious expression, Han tells his party, "Let's go." As they enter, Han thinks they will likely proceed to the 4th floor. He suspects the stage on the next floor is probably locked, but the 4th floor, with its mix of harpies and goblins, should be sufficient to test Ivalka's magic. Han needs to determine what type of mage Ivalka is. He then instructs the rest of the team to stand down when the fight begins, as they need to assess Ivalka's magical abilities. Irritated, Ivalka asks Han what nonsense he is talking about. Han then adds that the 4th floor could be conquered by any one of the 3 of them alone, and asks if Ivalka is perhaps lacking confidence due to her low level. Since Ivalka claimed that Han would be surprised and might fall over after seeing her magic, she responds confidently that it's true because she is special. Ivalka then tells Han to get ready to be amazed. As the door opens, Isol urges them to proceed. Upon entering, Han is shocked to find that they are on the 8th floor of the main dungeon. Han immediately tells his party that they are on the 8th floor and instructs everyone to focus and draw their weapons. Jenna, confused, asks Han if he didn't say that the 3 of them would stand down and let Ivalka fight the enemies. Han firmly tells Jenna to stop talking nonsense and stay focused. Han then thinks to himself that whatever is controlling the situation must be upset about what happened last time, and that the master might have deliberately put their party in a difficult position. He also considers that the master might find using the 4th floor as a test too boring. Just then, Jenna notices a building and says that she has seen it before. At that moment, Han quickly instructs everyone to dodge. Ivalka doesn't understand what's happening as arrows come straight toward her, but Han saves her just in time. Han is shocked to see nearly 30 goblin raiders, almost the size of a cavalry. He quickly tells Jenna to shoot an arrow and take one of the goblins down. Meanwhile, Han notices that the terrain is uneven and instructs Aaron to move to the side and attack when the goblins charge. Aaron agrees to do his best. As Han is about to say something to Ivalka, the goblins attack. Han uses his shield to block their strikes, but another goblin approaches from behind and attempts to attack him. Han dodges the strike and takes down several goblins with his sword before moving to engage more on the other side. He then notices that Aaron is struggling to deal with the goblins, who are charging at him in unison. Han rushes forward, blocks the goblin's strikes, and commands Ivalka to start casting her spell, surprising her. Han reminds Ivalka that she said she's a mage and should be able to take down these goblins. Ivalka tells Han that she needs time. He asks how long she needs, and Ivalka replies that she only needs 1 minute. Han instructs her to start casting, while he continues to deal with the goblins. Ivalka begins casting her spell as Han tells Eren to block the arrows being shot at Jenna, allowing her to focus on shooting. Eren responds, "Got it," and starts intercepting the arrows, leaving Ivalka alone. Seeing an opportunity, the goblins rush toward Ivalka to strike, but Han quickly steps in to block them. Han realizes that the goblin's primary target is the mage. He knows he can buy some time, but blocking all these goblins will be difficult, and he might need to use shield magic to block a few arrows as well. Han asks Ivalka if she can hit the incoming goblins, but she is too focused on casting her spell to respond. Jenna then warns Han not to stay in place, as he might get caught up in the attack. Shocked, Han realizes he forgot about the barrier and that Ivalka can't even use mobile casting. Meanwhile, the goblins have surrounded Ivalka and are about to strike. Han quickly rushes over, grabs Ivalka, and runs away with her. Ivalka asks what he's doing, and Han replies, asking why she's casting out in the open without any protective measures. Ivalka explains that she was converting all that mana into fire. As they regroup with Eren and Jenna, Han instructs them to head into the forest ahead. Jenna questions whether they might get blocked like last time, but Han tells her they'll deal with that when they get there. He then informs Ivalka to start casting as soon as they enter the forest and to aim at the spot where they were just standing. Ivalka acknowledges, saying she understands. Jenna informs Han that they can enter the forest, and Han realizes that this is a connected area between the forest and the plains. He orders Ivalka to go into the forest. Frustrated, Ivalka asks why he's treating her this way, but Han, knowing the urgency of the situation, kicks her into the forest, stating that she can't be treated nicely if she dies here. Eren then urges Han to come quickly, warning that it's dangerous. Han tells them to wait in the forest and assures them he'll join them soon. He then enters Berserk mode, thinking that this is the second time today he's had to use it, even though it's detrimental to his stamina. However, Han knows he needs to buy some time. He charges forward and blocks an incoming goblin strike with his shield. To his surprise, another goblin quickly closes the distance and strikes at him, but Han barely manages to dodge the attack. Realizing that another goblin is approaching, Han pushes his Berserk mode to its full capacity and takes on the goblins together. More goblins then surge forward, and Han is struck from behind, causing him to lose his Berserk mode and return to normal. Eren is stunned to witness this. As the goblin is about to deliver the final strike, Han swiftly uses his dagger to take down the wolf the goblin is riding, causing the goblin to miss his target. However, Han is now surrounded by goblins and wolves. Eren declares that he's coming to help Han. Han tells Eren not to leave the forest, assuring him that he'll hold back the goblins and bring them all at once. Eren should only fight the ones that cross over to his side. Han then wonders if Ivalka has finished casting her spell. Jenna informs him that Ivalka's casting is complete. With that, Han rushes toward the forest, the goblins in pursuit. He leaps into the air, dodging the goblins' strikes, and uses his full speed to sprint toward the forest. As he approaches, Han lunges downward just as Ivalka releases her spell, Ignite. Ivalka's spell hits the goblins directly, and Han uses his shield to protect himself. He is impressed by the strength of Ivalka's spell, and Eren and Jenna are equally surprised, as it's their first time witnessing magic. Han then points out that some goblins remain and orders Eren and Jenna to assist Ivalka in finishing them off. Both Jenna and Eren reply that they were waiting for his command. As Han faces the goblins' strikes head-on, he feels the weight of their attacks and realizes he's too tired, which is causing him to be pushed back. Han thinks that if he can't overpower the goblin with strength, he'll rely on his skills instead. He uses his shield to hit the goblin, and Jenna quickly shoots an arrow, taking the goblin down, proudly stating that she's getting really good. On the other side, Eren takes down a wolf, saying that if Han is tired, he'll protect him. Seeing this, Han smiles and remarks that Eren can act confident now. Just then, the remaining goblins charge at them together. Jenna jumps forward, dodges the goblin's strike, and uses her dagger to take it down. However, even as the goblin is defeated, the wolf continues charging straight toward Ivalka. Jenna quickly shoots an arrow, taking down the wolf. She then tells Ivalka to wake up and run, but notices that Ivalka is still casting her spell. Realizing the danger, Jenna informs both Eren and Han to run away, as Ivalka's spell isn't finished yet. As Han and Eren rush towards the forest, Ivalka completes her spell, creating a circle around the goblins and using her ignite spell, which causes a massive explosion, taking down the goblins. Han, shocked and shielding himself, thinks he might be in trouble. After the dust settles, Han looks around to see if it's over, but to his surprise, a few goblins come running toward him. Ivalka then casts her spell once more, causing another huge explosion that takes down all the goblins and leaves a massive crater in the ground. Han is stunned by the scene. A window appears, stating that the stage is clear and that Ivalka is the MVP of this stage. Both Ivalka and Eren have leveled up. As they return to the fortress, Eren is amazed to learn that Ivalka managed to take down more than 20 goblins with a single strike. He now understands the true power of magic. Jenna happily exclaims that it was incredible. Ivalka begins to laugh, noting that she had warned them they would all be amazed by her magic, as she is a witch of the rival countship. Suddenly, Ivalka collapses to the ground. Shocked, Jenna asks if Ivalka is all right. Han explains that Ivalka is simply lacking mana and cannot do anything while she is casting for 1 minute. The nearby party members need to continually focus on protecting her. Additionally, Ivalka is unable to use protective spells, and her strength, vitality, and dexterity are lower than those of a 1-star mage. Han recalls pulling many magicians back when he was a master. Han has worked with many mages, but Ivalka's type is practically unheard of. Such cases are extremely rare, and this isn't the first instance of encountering such a unique mage. Comparing Ivalka to a tank, it would be like removing the tread and armor while foolishly enhancing only the cannon. Despite this, Ivalka is undeniably powerful. The scene shifts to the next day, where Ivalka is arguing with Han. Han tells Ivalka that even if she needs to decrease the strength of her magic, she must increase her casting speed and reduce mana consumption. Frustrated, Ivalka asks how Han can say something so insulting. With a serious expression, Han asks if she doesn't want to improve. Irritated, Ivalka agrees to follow Han's advice and starts her training. Han reflects that Ivalka's current magic class is Class 3 Fire Magic. Class 1 involves ignition, Class 2 is a burning explosive fire, and Class 3 focuses on directing the explosion upwards and modifying it. The higher the class, the more mana is consumed. While Ivalka's magic is powerful, Han knows that to manage her effectively, he needs to increase her efficiency. Han then tells Jenna to get started, thinking that they are slowly approaching the 10th floor. From morning till night, they need to exponentially increase the difficulty of their training. The usual training involves shooting arrows at Han. As Han defends against the attacks, he discards his shield and gradually increases the training conditions. Jenna comments that she thinks Han is getting stronger, but Han responds that they are in the middle of training and he doesn't need compliments. As Han swings his sword and breaks an arrow, a window appears, indicating that Han has awakened a new skill, projective defense, and that his sword shield technique has increased to level 6. Han is pleased to have awakened new skills. Seeing an opportunity, Jenna closes the distance between them and strikes at Han with her dagger. Although Han quickly dodges the strike, Jenna is unable to do so. In an instant, Jenna switches tactics and prepares to shoot an arrow. However, Han is also able to point his sword at her, ending the duel. Han reflects that Jenna's origin is 1 star, but her potential and rapid learning are extraordinary. Without external support, Jenna would have been seriously underdeveloped. Han then tells Jenna that she did a good job. With a smile, Jenna reminds Han that he said there was no need for compliments during training. Annoyed, Han decides to teach Jenna a lesson. Meanwhile, Eren is what Han would consider a typical 1 star. Although Eren's basic swordsmanship level is 3, that is his only skill. He hasn't been attending the training hall recently because he has been sequestered in his room, trying to learn pain resistance. Ivalka is likely training as Han instructed in the Magic Hall's exclusive training room. Even if she decreases her power, her magic remains formidable. Under normal circumstances, it is best to let Ivalka use Class 1 magic. In the training hall, there are random 1 stars training in the corners, but none are particularly useful. Han struggles to assemble even one complete team, let alone both Party 1 and Party 2 with a maximum of 5 members each. It seems the Master is either unwilling to undertake any synthesis or is perhaps planning to add level 1. The scene then shifts to the next day, where Adis's party returns after entering the 9th floor. Upon seeing Adis and his party, Han notes that they appear to be seriously injured. He then asks Adis about the mission. Adis replies that it was to subjugate a goblin village, which contained around 50 goblins. Han further inquires if there was anything unusual about the location or any other peculiarities Adis noticed. Adis explains that the ground was muddy, as if it had rained heavily. When Han asks if there was anything else, Adis states that she is unaware of any other anomalies. It is now Han's party's turn. Ivalka single-handedly defeated the challenges on Floor 4 and was also named MVP. Han reflects that it seems his party can no longer use the 4th floor for practice. Currently, Han is at level 10, Jenna at level 8, Aaron at level 6, and Ivalka at level 4. Han thinks that with the current number of floors, this is the limit to their levels, and they need to level up as much as possible. Meanwhile, the equipment factory is operational, so all of the party's equipment has been improved. The E-rank flimsy leather armor has now been upgraded to D-rank iron plating. Additionally, Aaron and Han have acquired daggers as support weapons. Shern and Macon, the 2 new members at the training hall, have joined Party 1 and Party 2 respectively. Although these 2 do not match the party's experience points, stats, and skills, there was little else they could do as they soon prepared to enter the 10th floor. Isol asks Han how things are going and if he has been able to predict the next mission or solve any difficult problems. Han responds that if he could do that, he would be a god. He wonders why Isol came to ask such trivial questions. Isol insists that Han is a god, to which Han replies that if he were, he would have already completed the 100th floor a long time ago. As a Master of Masters, Han was indeed the highest-ranking user in Pick Me Up, but it still took him 2 years to climb to the 88th floor. Moreover, dozens of his parties were defeated due to the unpredictable random patterns and traps. A pick-me-up master grows through their failures, but currently, the master has not experienced failure. At this rate, the only time their parties will fail is when Han dies. The scene shifts to the plaza, where everyone has gathered. Ivalka comments that the plaza is crowded and expresses confusion over what is happening, noting that Isol still has not called them. Han reassures Ivalka that Isol will call them soon, so there is no need to be suspicious. Han reflects that it has been 30 minutes since the Master logged in, and the Master's silence suggests he is contemplating whether to challenge the 10th floor or wait a bit longer. The last party members to join have not yet adjusted, and Han has not been promoted despite reaching his level 10 limit as a 1-star. This indicates that there is still an incomplete aspect to address. If the Master had left them alone for another week, Han could have upgraded his skills to the maximum level for a 1-star, allowing him and the others to challenge the 10th floor more comfortably. Judging by the Master's actions so far, it seems unlikely he will delay, as he has just opened the gate to the 10th floor. As Isol opens the gate, Han reflects that while this is a reality for the players, to the Master it is merely a game. If Han and the others are defeated, the Master can simply summon more heroes. Han instructs Shern to find a place to hide when the fighting begins. Shern responds that he is capable of fighting as well. Han thinks to himself that Shern's level 1 basic swordsmanship at level 3 will only hinder him in this situation. Had Shern joined the party a week earlier, he might have been more effective. A warning window then appears, stating that this is an important mission requiring 2 parties. If a party is not full, the Master can summon heroes as reinforcements for free. The tip for this mission is to use tactical situations, as they can provide tactical guidelines to the participating heroes. Han muses that a tactical station is probably unfamiliar to the Master, as it is quite a complicated system for a beginner. Han instructs Isol to ask the Master to retrieve some items from the storeroom. As Isol conveys this message, a suggestion window appears for the Master, noting that there are unused consumables. It advises that carrying the appropriate consumables allows heroes to use them in critical situations. The tip for the Master is that consumables can be crafted in the Alchemy Lab or the Magic Hall, and materials can be gathered in weekly dungeons. Consumables are essential for a hero's survival and victory, as well as for becoming a pick-me-up pro. Han then considers that there are a total of 6 health potions, with each party able to hold 3. He asks Adis about the preparations, to which Adis responds that everything is ready, noting that mana potions are exclusively for Ivalka. Han further instructs Adis that if their parties are separated into different locations, they must regroup quickly. Adis inquires how this will be achieved, and Han advises her to travel to the center or, if she cannot locate it, to find a high vantage point to survey the area. Angered, Isel instructs Adis and her party members to avoid getting in Han's way, emphasizing that she will be observing. Han tells Isel to stop and reassures her not to worry, promising that he will ensure their success in climbing the tower. Shortly after, everyone is teleported to level 10. There, they encounter a man who, appearing scared and confused, exclaims that he is going to die. Han kicks the man, but to his surprise, the man seems unable to see him. Jenna observes that the man appears to be blind to them. Han speculates that the man might be an NPC, noting that NPCs sometimes appear in missions, though he finds the situation unusual. As Han surveys the surroundings, he remarks that the city looks familiar. Eren agrees, stating that, upon reflection, he has seen this place before. It looks different, but retains a sense of familiarity. Han then realizes that this is the ruined city from the 5th floor, with the only notable difference being that it has not yet fallen. Jenna comments to Han that the timeline seems a bit strange, questioning whether they are going the wrong way. Han responds that it's not the first time the timeline has been unusual and advises Jenna to consider such matters later. The immediate concern is that they have been summoned here and must complete their quest to survive. Han adds that the quest has not yet begun, providing them with some leeway to gather information. He instructs everyone to take 5 minutes to scout the area and report back. They must return within this time frame and regroup, as any late members will be left behind. As everyone disperses, Han finds a building and considers it the best vantage point to assess the battle situation. Accompanied by Macon, who appears frightened, Han surveys the area and notes that the soldiers' morale is already at rock bottom, especially with thousands of goblins located in the forest to the north. Han wonders if those are siege towers, but thankfully, they don't appear to be siege engines. To the east, there are hundreds of goblins and the river they saw on the 7th floor. The goblins are not equipped with any siege equipment. In contrast, the forces gathered outside the castle seem to be all that remain, and the disparity in manpower is at least 10 to 1, if not greater. At a glance, it appears to be a hopeless situation. However, the quest description has not yet been provided. If it turns out to be a survival quest, Han's party's survival chances will improve. Should a survival quest requiring Han to endure for a set amount of time be activated again, they would be able to clear it much more easily than they did on the 5th floor, given the abundance of NPCs that can be used as bait. Additionally, Han's party now includes a magician proficient in area defense. As the Wheel of Fate is about to turn, Han notices that Party 2 has also joined. Suddenly, to Han's shock, a warning appears, indicating a high difficulty level with a 3-ring alert. The quest type for Floor 10 is Defense, requiring the team to prevent the city from falling. Han is frustrated to find that it is not a survival quest but a defense mission. With a total of 10 people, including Party 1 and Party 2, and approximately 350 NPCs, their combined force totals around 360, tasked with defending against thousands of goblins. Han instructs everyone to pay close attention. After sharing the information they have gathered, they will discuss the details of the quest objectives and individual roles. Jenna reports that she attempted to communicate with the city's inhabitants but received no response, indicating that while Jenna and the others can see and touch the people, the inhabitants cannot see or hear them. Eren adds that evacuees are congregating at the center of the city. The northern and eastern gates are under attack by goblins, and there are no gates to the south or west, suggesting that there is no escape route. If the outer castle falls to the goblins, the people here will be in grave danger. Adis then asks Han what their specific tasks will be. Han explains that their quest is a defense mission, requiring them to protect the city from enemy invasion. This means they must eliminate the enemies. Adis is shocked by this news, and Roderick suggests retreating to assess the situation and then attacking the enemies from the rear using guerrilla tactics. Han rejects this idea, stating that the criteria for success is to eliminate all the enemies. The failure condition is indicated by the glowing boss statue in front of the bell tower. Han believes this is the twin goddess statue, an object typically featured in special quests. He clarifies that this statue is not related to the elimination of goblins. If the statue is destroyed, Han and the others will fail the quest. Roderick, incredulous, remarks that they must both defeat the enemies and defend the statue. Han adds that if they fail the quest, everyone present will perish. Roderick asks Han if escaping the city would change their situation. Han replies that escaping would not help, as failure to complete the quest means death for everyone, without exception. Han reflects that although the condition is indeed outrageous, even seemingly impossible quests can be cleared within the game. He informs everyone that, despite the goblins' large numbers, they only have siege towers and limited forces attacking from the north. If Han and the others can hold off the ladders from the northern front, they should be able to buy enough time. Han further instructs Ada's party to move to the outer walls in the north to assist the defenders by breaking or pushing off the ladders leaning against the castle walls. Adis agrees to take on this role but expresses dissatisfaction. Han notices this and asks Adis to share her concerns. Adis responds that, given they only have 5 members, she is unsure if their efforts will be sufficient. Adis expresses doubt, saying that adding her 5 members to the existing 300 defenders won't significantly enhance the city's defense. Han considers this a reasonable point, recognizing that Party 2's combat capability is roughly equivalent to that of 50 human soldiers. He explains to Adis that, as long as the goblins lack siege engines like battering rams, their only means of breaching the walls is by using ladders. If Adis's team can manage the most dangerous sections of the castle walls, it will significantly improve the overall defense effectiveness. Adis clarifies that her concern isn't about managing the ladders, but about whether her party alone can effectively combat the goblins. Han acknowledges this, but thinks that even if both parties combine their efforts, it might not make a substantial difference. He further explains that while they might be able to hold out a bit longer, the defenses will eventually be breached due to the disparity in fighting power between their forces and the goblins. Even if Han's party joins Adis's, it would still be a 10-2 mismatch. Given the events on the 5th floor, the goblins are unlikely to consider retreating. Logically, this battle seems nearly impossible to win, but there might be a clue. Han points out to Jenna that there is a river to the east of the city, as seen on the 7th floor. Back then, it was raining heavily, and the dam had broken, causing fierce and rapid currents. All the units from the 5th to the 9th floors have been indicating the dam to the east, suggesting there is a reason the game is directing him there. Han wonders how breaking a dam far from the city could impact the defense. Frustrated by the lack of information, at that moment Jenna suddenly remembers something and mentions she heard the sound of horses from across the river. Realizing the significance, Han scolds Jenna for not bringing up this crucial detail sooner. Han instructs Adis to buy as much time as possible. If the outer wall falls, Adis's party should retreat to the inner wall. Adis can use the soldiers and evacuees as bait if necessary, and if the situation becomes dire, she should lock the castle gates and hold on until Han's team returns. Adis responds that she cannot appear weak, as it would make Han's team's situation more difficult, and agrees that her team will hold on as long as possible. Jenna asks Han if that concludes their strategy meeting, expressing concern that it seems too harsh and questioning what they are supposed to do. Han replies that, unlike Jenna, Adis is smart and understood immediately. Han then tells everyone to pack their weapons, as they will be heading to the eastern gate. Aaron asks why they are leaving with thousands of goblins outside, stating that it is too dangerous. Han acknowledges the danger but explains that staying would only result in their defeat. Since the dam they saw on the 7th floor has already been destroyed, the sound of horses Jenna heard may signal reinforcements. The reason the city was destroyed on the 5th floor could be that the reinforcements were unable to cross the raging river created by the broken dam. This means that Party 1's objectives are to exit through the eastern gate, break through the goblins, and prevent the dam from being destroyed. Jenna is surprised by this. Han confirms that, yes, Jenna, their mission will be to even the odds. As Party 1 rushes through the inner gate, they encounter numerous NPCs. Han instructs Ivalka to stay focused, reminding her that they have only just made it through the inner wall and that the real challenge lies ahead at the main gate, which leads outside. Han then tells Jenna to climb on top of the wall to assess the situation and directs Eren to prepare to open the gate. Ivalka is to begin casting her spell, ready to use Stage 2 flames as soon as the gate opens. Han notices that the new recruit, Shern, is still with them. As Eren operates the pulley to open the gate, the NPC soldiers are stunned to see it opening on its own and are confused by the situation. Meanwhile, Jenna reports that a large number of goblins are already gathered right outside the gate, and they will all try to enter simultaneously once the gate opens. Han instructs Jenna to get down, stating that it doesn't matter, as Ivalka will clear a path with her magic. He also tells Jenna to prevent the soldiers from interfering. On the other hand, the soldiers are confused about what is happening. Jenna ensures that the soldiers do not interfere, while Ivalka completes her spell. As the door begins to open, an arrow flies toward Ivalka, but Han intercepts it and shoots it back at the goblins. Heavy rain starts to fall, and Han wonders if it will extinguish Ivalka's flames. As Eren opens the gates, goblins rush in, and Ivalka unleashes her spell, clearing out the goblins at the front and creating a path. Jenna and Eren also begin to advance. Han instructs Ivalka to drink a potion each time she uses her magic, to which Ivalka responds that she is aware. Han asks if Ivalka can handle this, given that they have barely begun, and Ivalka confidently replies that she can, asserting that she can use magic 100 more times. As Party 1 moves outside the gates, Shern is taken aback by the sheer number of goblins. Han asks Shern if he still intends to join them. Han instructs Shern to go to Adis, who will tell him what to do. If Shern survives the fight, Han will acknowledge him. Shern responds that he understands and rushes inside the gate. Han reflects that the gate is closing again, effectively blocking Party 1's escape route. The only option now is to press forward, and Han is determined to take down any goblins that come their way. Han then orders everyone to take their positions and tells Ivalka to start casting her Stage 1 spell. He notes that it's acceptable if her firepower is weak and advises her to spread the flames to cover as many areas as possible. Ivalka acknowledges the order. The rain intensifies, and Han anticipates that the goblins will pass through the fire to attack them. With 20 seconds remaining until Ivalka completes her spell, Han, Jenna, and Eren position themselves around Ivalka. The countdown begins. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then Han tells Jenna and Eren to change positions. Finally, at 1, Ivalka unleashes her spell, taking down the goblins in front of them and opening up a path. Han instructs everyone to run through. Although the heat from the flames is passing through their leather armor, it is somewhat bearable. Party 1 is fortunate to have Ivalka on their side, but the rain is rapidly extinguishing the fire barricade. The goblins launch another attack. Han orders Ivalka to cast her spell again and directs Eren to support their right flank while he takes care of the front. The trio works tirelessly to hold off the goblins for 20 seconds. Once more, Ivalka's spell clears the path, and Han commands everyone to advance, using the remaining fire as a shield. They will continue this strategy until they reach the river. Eventually, Party 1 finds themselves surrounded by goblins, including a goblin leader among them. The goblin leader orders the goblins to continue their charge as Ivalka uses her spell to take down the advancing goblins. Despite the fire, the goblins persist in pushing through. Han manages to handle the immediate threat but realizes that the goblins' attack pattern has abruptly changed. Despite the ongoing fire magic, the goblins are charging forward with increased ferocity. Han observes that the goblins have a leader who is strategically directing their actions. The leader has exploited a delay in Ivalka's casting, causing the goblins to attack relentlessly. It becomes evident that the goblin commander is intelligent and has seen through their strategy. Although Eren and Jenna are holding their own for now, their situation is precarious. They are surrounded by fire and have limited oxygen, and while fire resistance improves their tolerance, it does not grant immunity. As Han continued to fend off the goblins at the front, He instructed everyone to gather around and listen carefully. He emphasized that he would only explain his plan once, as they had no room for failure and only one chance to succeed. Surprised, Aaron asked what Han was referring to. Han clarified that the opportunity he spoke of was to take down the goblin commander. While Ivalka began casting her spell again, the commander ordered the goblins to press their attack. As the goblins closed in on Ivalka, Han intervened, blocking their advance. Ivalka completed her casting and unleashed her spell, clearing a path through the goblins. Han considered that one use of magic might not be sufficient, but Ivalka was capable of multiple spells. She then employed her level 2 spell, creating an opening for Party 1 to target the commander. With Aaron covering Jenna, she took her shot and struck down the goblin commander with a single arrow. Meanwhile, Ivalka, now exhausted and on the verge of collapsing, was caught by Han. Han told Ivalka to remain silent and rest. He reflected that, while Ivalka's magic was powerful, it alone could not eliminate all the goblins. If the goblins continued to charge Party 1 without giving them time to regroup, they would be overwhelmed. However, the goblins' ultimate goal was not to confront Party 1 but to attack the fortress. Party 2 was merely an obstacle. With their commander defeated, Han wondered whether the goblins would return to their original objective, the fortress, or if they would focus on removing the remaining obstacle. As Party 1 reached the river, everyone was exhausted and barely managed to advance. Han realized that their survival hinged on the defeat of the goblin commander. Had the commander still been alive, Han's plan would have failed, and Party 1 would have been annihilated. He instructed everyone to take a moment to rest and use their health potions, applying them to their injuries. Each member was allowed only one potion. Han noted that the health potions could not be used all at once. He observed that the northern wall was still under siege, and the outer wall remained intact. Han wondered if Adis's party was still pushing through. He also glanced at the dam, realizing that this was just the beginning for his party. At that moment, a large number of goblins appeared, prompting Han to instruct everyone to prepare for battle. Despite the brief rest, Party 1 was surprised to see that the goblins had a new ally, a level 23 ogre. After dividing the roles, Han orders Ivalka to extend a flame wall to block the goblins, with Aaron assigned to protect her. Ivalka expresses concern, noting that while she can block the goblins, the ogre is too large to be stopped by the flame wall. Han instructs Ivalka to focus on dealing with the goblins, assuring her that he will handle the ogre himself. As the ogre strikes at Han with its hammer, Han quickly dodges the blow. Observing the ogre's immense power, Han realizes that a single hit could be fatal and that his shield would be ineffective due to the overwhelming difference in strength. He concludes that his only option is to take his time and wear the ogre down gradually. Meanwhile, Ivalka uses her fire spell to block the goblins, allowing Han to engage the ogre. Jenna then joins the battle, shooting arrows at the ogre from behind. Noticing the effectiveness of Jenna's strikes, Han comments on their impact. Jenna replies that the ogre's large size makes it easier to hit than the goblins, and since it cannot dodge, she can continue damaging the monster this way. To Jenna's surprise, the ogre hadn't slowed down at all. She suggests facing the goblins instead, but Han points out that the ogre isn't dodging because it doesn't need to. He explains that her attacks won't be effective unless she targets the ogre's vital points, advising her to stop wasting her arrows. Jenna then asks Han if the ogre even has any weak points. At that moment, Jenna notices another ogre rushing toward them and urgently informs Han. Shocked by this development, Han realizes they are at a disadvantage. Aaron's side was already struggling to hold off the goblins, and now a second ogre threatens to tip the balance even further. Determined to take the risk, Han rushes in and blocks the ogre's strike with his shield. He continues to press forward, aiming for the ogre's vital points. Enraged, the ogre swings its hammer at Han, but he swiftly leaps back to avoid the blow. Seizing an opening, Han jumps into the air and strikes at the ogre's head, but the creature withstands the attack. Undeterred, Han uses his shield to push forward and drives his sword into the ogre's vital points. Han successfully takes down one of the ogres and then shifts his focus to the other. Aaron informs him that the boss ogre is heading their way and wonders if it's targeting Ivalka. Eren then suggests that Jenna lure the ogre with her arrows. As Jenna strikes the ogre, it continues advancing and nearly hits Eren. To Han's surprise, just as the ogre is about to strike Ivalka, it unexpectedly walks past her. Realizing something, Han recalls a doubt he had earlier about the destroyed dam on the 7th floor. The dam was shattered into pieces, as if something had crushed it, and there were dents in the dirt. The goblins didn't have the strength or tools to break through the castle walls and buildings. Han quickly tells everyone that the ogre's target isn't Ivalka but the dam. In response, Jenna quickly steps forward and strikes the ogre with her arrow. Han then lunges forward and injures the ogre's legs, preventing it from moving toward the dam. The ogre falls into the river, and Han briefly thinks they narrowly avoided disaster. However, to his surprise, the ogre emerges from the river and breaks the dam, causing water to surge downstream. Eren, having dealt with the goblins, asks Han what they should do next. Shocked, Han realizes that their party has failed. If their previous information and assumptions were correct, reinforcements are expected to arrive through the forest on the other side of the dam. However, with the river's current now stronger due to the broken dam, the reinforcements will be unable to cross. At this rate, the 10 members of Party 1 and Party 2, along with the 360 soldiers currently defending against the siege, will have to face over 3,000 goblins on their own. Stunned, Han struggles to determine their next course of action as Eren continues to press him for guidance. As Han regains his composure, he tells Eren that they should head back to formulate a second plan. In his mind, Han wonders if a second plan even exists. Just then, Ivalka asks Han to wait. Han, curious, asks Ivalka what she has in mind. Ivalka uses the Dresut move spell to lift a massive rock from the ground and pushes it toward the damaged section of the dam, successfully repairing it and blocking the water. Han is shocked by what he sees. Ivalka then explains that telekinesis is one of the most basic spells, and there's no way she wouldn't know it. Angered, Han tells Ivalka that she should have informed him if she could do something like this. Confused, Ivalka asks why Han is upset, pointing out that the mission would have failed without her intervention. Han sternly reprimands Ivalka, stating that he specifically told her to share all the spells she knows. Ivalka responds that telekinesis was such a basic spell that she didn't think it was necessary to mention. As Han calms down, he tells Ivalka that it's thanks to her they will survive, acknowledging that the operation would have failed without her intervention. Just then, Jenna informs Han that the goblins are coming back. They all prepare to face the massive horde. As the goblins charge, Han rushes forward and takes down a goblin, and everyone else joins the battle as well. Han reflects that it's been a while since the stage began, yet there are still no signs of reinforcements. He starts feeling increasingly anxious, wondering if his prediction was wrong and if the reinforcements even exist. Han then instructs Ivalka to drink the remaining potions and use her second layer magic. Just as one of the goblins slips through and targets Ivalka, a figure on horseback suddenly appears and takes down the goblin. It's a soldier. Seeing this, Han realizes that reinforcements have arrived. As the goblins continue to charge, the soldier shouts, "Iron Lion Cavalry, cross the river and take down these goblins." Han stands stunned as the remaining Iron Lion Cavalry rush in and cross the river. A notification appears, stating that the allied NPCs, the Iron Lion Cavalry, have joined the battle. Han quickly tells Jenna and Eren not to just stand there, and instructs them to regroup around Ivalka. As they gather around her, the Lion Cavalry charges forward, cutting down the goblins. Observing this, Han estimates that there are approximately 500 soldiers in the cavalry force. Although they are still outnumbered, the Lion Cavalry seems much stronger than the city guards. Jenna remarks that the reinforcements are pushing the goblins back hard. Han agrees, commenting that the situation is intense, but noting that Party 1's role here seems to be done, allowing them to rest and spectate. However, Han wishes that Party 1 could do more. Han then asks if anyone knows how to ride a horse. Jenna responds confidently that she does, and then asks Han if he knows how to ride. Han admits that he'll have to learn right now, which surprises Jenna. Han thought to himself that, normally, the master can't interfere in battle directly, but they can still influence the outcome. For example, by requesting a skill book, Beginner Equestrianism. A notification appears, stating that Han requested a skill book and that the master has agreed. A book materializes in front of Han, revealing it to be Equestrianism, one of the skill books available for purchase at the combat shop. Although Han can't learn skills directly related to combat, he can acquire supplementary skills that help him progress in other ways. With this, Han awakens a new skill, enabling him to ride a horse. Seeing Han on horseback, Jenna remarks that Han had told her he didn't know how to ride a horse. Han simply replies that he does now. He then states that they've evened the odds a little and that it's time to launch their counterattack. As Han and the others move forward, Han considers that the goblins on the east side won't pose much of a threat until the castle gates fall. Their primary concern should be the ones with siege ladders on the north side. The cavalry is heading north with this in mind, and if Party 1 follows them, it could lead to success. However, Han knows it won't be that simple. There's no way the game would end so easily. Han then instructs his party to move to the side, away from the battlefield. Surprised, Eren asks Han if they shouldn't be protecting the northern gates. Han counters by asking if Eren really believes this level will end that easily. Han then tells Jenna to move out of the range of the goblins' arrows, as they will be heading toward the northern forest. As they advance toward the northern forest, Han notices that the rain has stopped completely. As Party 1 approaches the forest, Han spots goblin riders preparing an ambush from within the trees. Han states that if Party 1 can block the goblins' path with Ivalka's magic, they can stop the ambush. They also notice that there are ogres in the forest. Han points them out to Eren, explaining that it would be problematic if these goblin riders joined the main forces from here. The cavalry alone wouldn't be sufficient to hold them back without support. Han then asks Ivalka if she has enough magic left. Ivalka responds that she can cast a spell, but it won't be very powerful. Han advises Ivalka to focus more on covering a larger area rather than maximizing power, as they will be moving through the northern forest. He instructs her to use her magic to burn down the entire forest. The scene then shifts to Party 2, where Daika is battling goblins. Exhausted and on the verge of collapse, Daika is about to fall when Adis steps in and takes down the goblins in front of her, shocking Daika. Grateful, Daika thanks Adis for her help. Adis encourages Daika to stay focused and keep fighting. At that moment, Adis notices the lion cavalry charging forward and cutting down the goblins in their path. Adis realizes that Han has succeeded. Adis instructs her party to hold on, as victory is imminent. Meanwhile, in Party 1, Ivalka uses her spell to burn down the entire forest, taking out the goblin riders and ogres as well. However, Han observes that Ivalka will experience mana overflow if she uses any more magic, so her role in this battle ends here. As they move on, Han reflects on the city's defense. About 100 soldiers remain fighting on the northern walls, having suffered many casualties before the cavalry could join them. Half of the cavalry was lost in an ogre ambush, and a battle between the cavalry and the remaining goblin riders ensued shortly after. If Han had not dealt with the goblin riders in the northern forest, the entire cavalry force would have been overwhelmed. Despite the overwhelming numerical disadvantage, the cavalry proved their strength. Their skill made up for the deficit. With that, the mission was over, and the party was relieved to have survived. Han and his team approached the main gate, reflecting on the fact that both Party 1 and Party 2 had managed to avoid casualties, a stark contrast to their experience on the 5th floor. Jenna then asked why they weren't returning yet, as they had completed their mission. At that moment, Han realized something. Despite having dealt with all the monsters, the stage-clear message had not yet appeared. He wondered why the message was absent, as there seemed to be nothing else left to do. Suddenly, a notification window appeared, stating that enemies were restoring, a server error had occurred, and players had been disconnected. Han, shocked, was confused by the sudden halt in activity. As he turned around, he saw a boss monster at level 999. Han remembered that this boss monster was the reason he ended up trapped inside the game. Angered, he faced the formidable creature before him. Han reflects on his achievements, noting that with a party of max level 6-star heroes selected from many, he was the first in Korea to break through the 88th floor. Using heroes who were not inferior to anyone else's, Han rose to 5th place on the global rankings. In Pick Me Up, Hero pulls, skills, and battles were all based on luck, and battles were conducted automatically by the heroes. While Han could give general instructions, the heroes decided when and how to use their skills. For unknown reasons, actions that are typically impossible during battles were permitted. Despite this, if the game were truly governed only by stars and luck, Han would not have reached the rank he achieved. The main attraction of Pick Me Up for Han was the opportunity to overcome luck with skill. However, facing this boss monster, a level 999 entity with a 7-star hero limit, was absurd. As Han assesses the situation, he notices a dark mage accompanying the boss monster. The dark mage ominously states that he will be waiting for Han. Han is shocked by the scene. As the dark mage departs, everything returns to normal and the server reconnects. Han finds himself back in the present. Jenna, noticing Han's worried expression, asks what is happening. Han urgently instructs Jenna to quickly ride the horse into the castle. Concerned, Eren asks Han for an explanation. Han informs them that the mission is not over yet. The Dark Mage is a creature that has never been reported on the lower floors and specializes in necromancy. At that moment, all the defeated monsters rise as undead and begin to attack. Eren is astonished to see the monsters being revived. Han directs Eren and Jenna to ignore the undead and return to their original location. He explains that necromancy is a unique spell capable of turning monsters into undead, which will continue to attack until the Dark Mage, who controls them, is defeated. Adis instructs one of her party members to go and open the main gate. Han realizes that the Dark Mage is definitely not a monster that should appear on the early floors of the tower. As the main door opens, Jenna and Eren enter first, but Han stays outside. He informs them that he will leave Ivalka in Jenna's care and instructs Jenna and the others to regroup with Adis inside the castle and protect the goddess statue. They should be able to hold their ground by locking the gate and maintaining their position until Han returns. Both Jenna and Eren express their concern, telling Han that he shouldn't go alone. Han challenges them to wake up and asks if they will return alive with him or die here. Eren responds that he will return with Han. Jenna, still worried, urges Han to come back safely. As the door starts to close, Han smirks and retorts that it's not even a question. Before the door closes completely, Ivalka calls out to Han to ensure he doesn't die. Han acknowledges her with a simple, "Yes, of course," as the door shuts. Han faces the swarm of undead monsters and charges forward, swiftly taking down the first undead creature that confronts him. Han realizes that confronting all the monsters at once would be his end. The only viable strategy is to locate the Dark Mage. He notices that even the ogre has been turned into an undead, and at this rate, the gates will not hold. As Han rushes toward the forest, two monsters approach from behind to attack him. However, Jenna swiftly uses her arrows to eliminate the threats, which brings a smile to Han's face. Meanwhile, the monsters have managed to breach the main gate, causing a flood of creatures to pour in. Han, shocked by the breach, understands the urgency of dealing with the Dark Mage. The mage has vanished into the burning forest, which must be where he is hiding. Han resolves to hurry and confront the Dark Mage before the situation deteriorates further. Han analyzes the monster's movements and identifies two main objectives. First, to destroy the goddess statue, and second, to eliminate the humans. The monster's combat skills and physical capabilities have significantly improved compared to when they were alive, and they exhibit a random pattern of attack designed to overwhelm the defenders. Han wishes he had a second body to manage the situation more effectively. He realizes that Adis's leadership is far more exceptional than he initially acknowledged. Even in this dire situation, she demonstrates considerable combat prowess. The protection of the goddess statue must remain Adis's top priority. Should the outer walls be breached, parties 1 and 2 will need to immediately fall back to the inner walls and barricade themselves within the castle. With Jenna and Eren's experience from the 5th floor, they will be able to hold their ground for a longer period. Han understands that the critical factor is not how long they can last, but how quickly he can deal with the Dark Mage. As Han enters the forest, he notices that his fire resistance skill has increased. Han looks around but cannot locate the Dark Mage. Reaching the edge of the map, he asserts that he knows the mage is present. A notification appears, indicating that both new party members are frightened and their condition has decreased by 30%. Additional notifications follow, showing that Adis and Daika have been injured. At that moment, the Dark Mage stealthily attacks Han with dark magic. Han manages to block the incoming strike with his shield. Han notes that while the Dark Mage's combat abilities are relatively low, its strength is considerable compared to what one would expect from lower floors. Multiple magic spears then strike at Han simultaneously. He successfully dodges several of the spears and blocks the rest with his sword. However, one spear hits him from behind, though he withstands the impact. Han realizes that without his projectile defense skill, he would have been defeated by now. The situation continues to worsen. As Han inhales the smoke and dust, he realizes he doesn't have much time left before he loses consciousness or his party is overwhelmed. He needs to deal with the Dark Mage quickly. The Dark Mage then speaks, expressing a desire to talk to Han. Han asks what the mage wants, but as he strikes towards the direction of the mage's voice, the mage is no longer there. Han enters berserk mode and charges towards the source of the magic spears. He eventually locates the Dark Mage. As Han attacks, both he and the Dark Mage strike each other simultaneously. Despite the mutual hits, Han manages to defeat the Dark Mage, though he is severely injured. Now that the Dark Mage has been defeated, Han wonders why the stage clear message hasn't appeared yet. It might not be over. Han fears he might die before the goddess statue is destroyed, but to everyone's relief, the goddess statue remains intact and floor 10 is cleared. Han, Jenna, and Ivalka from Party 1, along with everyone from Party 2, have leveled up. Han is recognized as the MVP. The scene shifts, revealing Han waking up in his room. He is relieved to find himself alive. As Han steps outside, he sees Eren sitting alone. Han asks Eren why he looks so glum. Eren responds that Han's waking up was a relief, as everyone was worried. Han, confused, inquires why everyone was concerned and what has been troubling Eren so much. Eren explains that he was reflecting on the purpose of their fight. After Han left the gate, the undead had flooded into the city. Han realizes that NPCs might have perished and guesses that Eren's stress levels have risen. Eren then mentions that he will head out first. Han asks if Eren will come out tomorrow looking the same way. Eren assures Han that he will be fine by then. The scene transitions to the dining room, where Chloe has prepared an exceptional breakfast. Jenna, pleased, asks Chloe why they are having such a fancy meal. Chloe explains that Han requested her to make the best meal possible with the available ingredients. Han then asks Jenna if she doesn't like it. Jenna responds that she loves it and appreciates the warm welcome. Han is relieved to see that Jenna is normal, Eren seems fine, and Ivalka is doing well. However, Daika appears to need some time to fully recover from his stress. A window then appears, indicating that a hero is awaiting advancement, and the hero eligible for advancement is Han. The master approves the advancement, and the advancement room is now complete. The necessary items for the advancement are used, resulting in an advancement stone. With the synthesis of materials complete, Han receives the advancement stone from Isel. Isel expresses her excitement, telling Han that this will make him a 2nd star, and encourages him to maintain the momentum to reach 7 stars and conquer the tower. Han expresses doubt about reaching 7 stars, to which Isel responds that if anyone can achieve it, it's Loki. Han reflects that if that were the case, Sirius would have already achieved 7 stars. Despite his efforts, Han has never been able to obtain a 7-star hero, and he wonders if there might be a separate condition that needs to be met. The advancement window then appears. Han realizes that the additional facility within the synthesizing room is the advancement room. Upon entering, he anticipates advancing to a 2-star hero. He notices a door that appears to be connected to the 2nd floor. As he approaches, Han considers that advancements are one of the areas the master cannot observe. After placing the hero and ingredients into the advancement room, the hero appears shortly thereafter, having advanced to the next star. The master is unable to see what happens inside. Han places the advancement stone on the circle, which then creates a magic circle. As Han begins to see memories, he is initially surprised and confused. He realizes he cannot approach the woman in the vision and wonders who she is, as he has no family of his own. The baby she is holding is not Han. It is Islet, the child who was originally supposed to come here instead of the current Han. Han is baffled by the situation and recognizes that there is no point in lingering. When Han exits, he is shocked to find that the waiting room is missing and that no facilities have been built. It did not look like the master's waiting room. At that moment, the gate opened and Isel emerged. Han noted that this Isel appeared smaller than before and seemed unable to speak. Isel pointed to another door. Han observed that it was the Advent locked dungeon. To his surprise, the Advent dungeon began to open, and suddenly, warning windows started to appear. Han felt a wave of pressure and dropped to one knee, his stats decreasing by 30%. Confused by the pressure, Han initially struggled to understand what was happening, but then went into berserk mode. After calming down, the boss monster of level 999 appeared before Han, stating that they had finally met again. Han pointed his sword at the boss monster and wondered why it was here. He acknowledged that they had indeed met, and was certain this monster was responsible for bringing him into the game world. Han wanted to confront and defeat the monster immediately, but knew he had little chance, given that the monster had defeated a high-level 5 and 6-star Diora party in under 10 seconds. The monster then tells Han that he isn't charging at him and must be feeling very resentful. Han retorts, asking the monster to stop talking nonsense and to send him back. The monster laughs and comments that Han would have died much earlier if he had no self-control. Suddenly, Han experiences a headache and asks the monster if all hero advancements are like this. The monster replies that Han knows this is not the case, as Han is a special existence. This place is a gift prepared specifically for Han, the glorious ranker of Pick Me Up. The monster then transforms into a girl who resembles Isel. Han, shocked, struggles to understand what is happening. The girl says she is unsure how to introduce herself. Han thinks Isel might look like this woman when she grows up. The woman clarifies that Han thought she looked like Isel, but it is not that she resembles Isel. Rather, Isel resembles her. Isel, whom Han knows, is a duplicate of this woman, designated as the 100,497th, a number similar to the download count of Pick Me Up. The woman then throws a card towards Han. Han reads the card, which mentions the president of Mobius Corporation. He asks the girl if she is speaking nonsense. The girl responds that she has more than one name, depending on the circumstances. Angered, Han demands to know if she brought him to this place. The girl tells him not to hate her too much, explaining that it was unexpected for Han to be summoned to Mobius. It was outside her expectations and more like an accident. Han retorts that he does not care about her situation and insists that she send him back to his world. He warns her that if she doesn't comply, he will take her down. The girl, with a serious expression, states that a mere one-star hero threatening her is dreaming too big. Han counters that things will change over time. The girl then declares that if that is the case, eliminating Han here is the best solution. She then uses her dark spear to strike at Han with full force. Han does not attempt to dodge and takes the hit head-on. The girl remarks that Han did not even flinch when the spear hit him. The girl tells Han that he has guts. Han then asks her what she wants. He reflects that, given the numerous opportunities she must have had to eliminate him, her summoning him here likely indicates she has another goal. The girl stands up and explains that she does not want much. She merely wanted to have a conversation with Han, the indomitable and invincible Master Loki, who is renowned throughout the world. She admits to being a fan of Han and reveals that she has been impressed by him numerous times while monitoring his progress. Niflheim is also a top priority observation target for the company, and she feels it would be inappropriate to meet Han without acknowledging his significance. The girl further explains that she came to reveal the truth about this world and asks Han what he, as the great Master Loki, thinks about the story of this mobile game. She informs Han that the story is often overlooked by users in the game, Pick Me Up, as people are usually more focused on the content. The situation is the same for her. The girl states that the story of Pick Me Up is quite outdated and reveals little about the world. Even with some progress, most masters remain unaware that other worlds exist. She then asks Han if he knows where he is. Han replies that he really does not care. The girl informs him that he is on the Taenir continent, in the Heim Peninsula, specifically the city of Nelsa. Although this is the city Han encountered on the 10th floor, It is now completely destroyed. The girl shows Han various locations: Silkia, Kaya, Edora, Peonia, Madian, Acardia, Lilgia, Halsey, Arantia, Cisnea, and even Bardia. These represent the current conditions across all areas of Tayanir. She asks Han if he thinks Nilfheim is any different, noting that all continents connected to Mobius have suffered similar fates, with over 100 million worlds being destroyed simultaneously. The girl explains that this is a book whose end has already been decided, a tragic ending. All the characters within the book hope for a different conclusion, and what they need to do is quite simple. They need to pull someone from outside the book into it and fix and rewrite the story. Even if the setting and probabilities change, and even if space and time collapse, a higher dimensional being can alter causality through observation. This was the reason for the creation of the Pick-Me-Up game. Hearing this, Han smiles and remarks that he was curious about the grand story she intended to share. He then asks the girl what the purpose of telling him all this is. The girl requests Han's cooperation to save the world together with her. Han refuses and tells her to stop talking nonsense. The girl urges him to consider her request carefully and decide whether to accept or reject it. Han, with a serious expression, tells the girl to stop talking. He thinks that after being pulled into this game and suffering so much, she now asks for his cooperation. Han doesn't understand what the girl is talking about and tells her he will not cooperate. If she intends to take him down, he will do his best to crush her. The girl responds that Han is being too harsh and that she feels hurt. Han realizes that he has bluffed as much as he can, but he cannot defeat this girl at the moment, given that he is only a one-star hero with stats at level 10. He decides to challenge her once he becomes stronger. Han tells the girl that he does not want to continue the conversation and demands to be sent back. The girl responds that she has expended a great deal of effort to bring him to this place and holds him in high regard compared to other masters in Pick Me Up. She explains that even if a ranker were placed before him, they would appear as insignificant as a firefly compared to the grandeur of the moon. The girl asks Han if he knows why, and then reveals that it is because Han, also known as Loki, has achieved a unique accomplishment unmatched by any other master in the game. A notification window then appears, stating that there is a master trust bond with the heroes. The girl acknowledges that Han understands the significance of this phrase, which appeared after clearing the tutorial. She tells him that among the 100 million masters, only Han, the Loki, truly comprehends its meaning. As she speaks, the surroundings begin to change. The girl informs Han that this is the stage on the 80th floor of Nilfheim, a level Han was a master of 6 months ago. Among the 100 million users, only 4 others, in addition to Han, were granted permission to raid this exceptionally challenging stage. This is why those ranked 6th and below were left on the 79th floor. Han asks the girl why she is showing him this, and she replies that it's simple. She invites Han to watch the scene unfold together and advises him to sit down, as he will need to be comfortable for this. Isol informs Han about what it's like to see it with his own eyes, rather than from behind a screen. Isol remarks, "Isn't it a spectacle?" The 80th floor is referred to as the first conquest floor, and it doesn't even specify what the goal is. The stage, named Pick Me Up, seemed random, and the difficulty often depended on luck. However, all the rankers who attempted this floor failed miserably, leading them to nickname it the Wailing Wall. Han, like the others, had heard this before, but he tells Isol that he's not the same. Han then reveals that he already knows how to clear the 80th floor and questions why Isol is showing him the video of his successful raid on it. Isol responds nonchalantly, saying, "There isn't much to it. You can just watch and find out." Han reflects on how, after conquering the 79th floor, he confidently advanced to the 80th. Most of his forces, except for the main party, were wiped out. Han describes the 80th floor as hell, the only way he can characterize such a place. It was a level where the living could not survive, truly a realm of death. Then, a monster called Fragments of Chaos, level 113, appears. Fragments of Despair, level 108, also appeared. Seeing these monsters, Han, frustrated, remarked that these fragments were the reason behind the hellish difficulty of the 80th floor. Isol responded, "That's right," and then asked Han if he knew that Pick Me Up had different difficulty levels depending on the account, and that summoning probabilities were also account-dependent. Isol then questioned Han, also known as Loki, whether he believed it was a coincidence that he was never able to summon a 5-star hero. Isol further explained that the reason Han couldn't attain a high-ranked hero wasn't due to bad luck, but because there were no heroes left in Niflheimr. The same applied to the difficulty level. Niflheimr was one of the few S-ranked worlds as classified by the company, and it was the worst in all regards. Isol admitted it was still a mystery how Han managed to reach the 88th floor. Upon hearing this, Han confidently drank his juice. At that moment, something started to materialize in front of him. Shocked and confused, Han struggled to understand what was happening. Isol then informed him that the heroes considered the strongest in Niflheimr, including the top 5, had all gathered. As the heroes arrived on the floor, all the monsters charged at them instantly. A notification appeared, stating that the effects of tactical posts were being applied, and the facility was upgraded to max level. The heroes were now in possession of the stage's map, and the master could record the heroes' actions through drag and drop. Han began implementing his strategy, and the heroes were able to follow the master's instructions on how to defeat the floor. Isol commented that these were the very tactics Han had devised on the 80th floor, which Isol found quite interesting. Han had chosen to seize the supporting objects first before raiding the enemy, a process that was complex, but with a straightforward goal. Han had closely observed the monsters' actions and noted their behaviors. Isol then encouraged Han to reflect on what kind of leader he was to his heroes, stating, "This is why you're the one and only Master Loki." The heroes began discussing their plans, agreeing that Master Loki's orders were, as always, flawless. The squad leader then addressed her team, reminding them that failure was not an option. A window appeared, announcing that the battle would begin soon, and the heroes started introducing themselves. A girl stepped forward, introducing herself as the king's arrow, Nahaku Gastfell. Following her, a man stated he was the king's spear, Muden Nidelk. Then came the king's sword, Ledigian, and the king's eyes, Urnith. Lastly, the king's flames, Ceres Aganthium, introduced herself. As the mission began, the monsters attacked, and Ceres stepped forward with her sword, swiftly cutting down several enemies. Meanwhile, Han and Isol watched. Isol remarked, "Isn't it amazing? These heroes have genuinely sworn their loyalty to you." Isol further explained that all of these heroes were 6 stars, considered the strongest in the entire server. No one could defeat them except the elusive 7 stars. Isol assured Han that he had raised some truly monstrous heroes. Han, unimpressed, asked Isol what the point of it was. Isol responded by explaining that skill wasn't the most important factor. What truly mattered was how heroes perceived their masters. As they climbed higher in the tower and uncovered the truth, many fell into despair. Who would remain loyal to someone who treats them as mere game characters? Isol asked. But Han was different. He was the only one who truly dominated the lobby, known as Loki, the king of Niflheimr. Even now, Niflheimr's heroes are desperately searching for Han, knowing that he has also fallen into the pick-me-up game. Isol tells Han to think about it. What kind of heroes would search every corner of the world for months just because their master disappeared? She asks Han if he thinks the heroes of other lobbies would have done the same. Isol then states that Han's approach is not only unique, but also highly precise. She admits that she could never have devised Han's strategies, as she would never have thought of a master not using synthesis. Hearing this, Han reflects on how, in Pick Me Up, masters typically control their heroes through synthesis. If any heroes are deemed worthless or disobedient, they are eliminated, and the fear of such a fate is how masters maintain control. Even low-ranked heroes with potential often end up as prey for higher-ranked ones. However, Han, who never managed to obtain a 5-star hero and had only Ceres, a 4-star, was often told by others that his account was a failure. People told Han to quit playing, but he didn't listen. He was used to unfairness. Han then tells Isol that it's not that he didn't use synthesis. He simply used it as little as possible. Isol responds, "Other masters used synthesis 3 to 4 times a day, but you didn't. That's basically the same as not using it." She continues, noting that before Han became famous, most masters treated their heroes like game characters, discarding them when they got bored. In contrast, Han believed that even if a hero had a low rank, they shouldn't be abandoned if they showed potential. A lobby controlled by fear is bound to fail, Han reflects. He rewarded heroes who proved their worth and only punished those who were truly useless. Isol then asks Han if he realizes that all the heroes here were once human. She remarks that she doesn't know how Han figured it out, but his method would have been impossible unless he knew this. With a serious expression, Isol concludes, "That's the only conclusion I could draw." Han reflects that the heroes were so realistic, it was hard to believe they were merely characters generated by a program. Each hero reacted differently to commands, and their behavior varied in unique ways, making it difficult for Han to believe this was all artificial. Still, Han never thought they were real people. Rather, the method he used was simply the most effective strategy. Han then asks Isol, "Are you saying you liked my style?" Isol responds affirmatively, explaining that she had wanted to speak with Han just once. She adds that it's a shame she couldn't do so when Han was still on Earth. With a serious expression, Han replies, "It's a shame for me as well, because I would have taken you down if we had met on Earth." Han goes on to say that Isol has earned his resentment, and if nothing else, he will never forget this. Isol has truly angered him now. With a smile, Isol responds, "Is that so?" Han steps closer to her and firmly states, "Neither Tayanir nor Niflheim have anything to do with me. I'm from Earth, and you shouldn't force your situation onto someone else." Hearing this, Isol smiles and remarks, "Niflheim would be devastated if they heard you say that." Han replies, "Niflheim can feel devastated all they want." In his mind, Han thinks that if Isol simply wanted him to climb the tower, there would have been no need to summon him here. The Niflheim group had been steadily advancing, and they had suffered no casualties up until the 88th floor, where they encountered the demon wall. The 90th floor was nearly within Niflheim's grasp. Yet, while Han was leading that effort, he had been dragged into this game. Han then tells Isol that he will never cooperate with her, and the only thing he wants is for her to disappear from his sight before his patience runs out. He adds that Isol could become the warrior who saves Mobius, but it doesn't matter to him. Isol responds by saying she just wants Han to safely reach where she is, and for that, she can forgive him for all the insults. Han then asks, "Was it your doing when the Dark Priest appeared on the 10th floor?" Isol, with a teasing tone, replies, "What if it was?" and then tells Han to calm down. Isol informed Han that she would not interfere from the 15th floor onwards. She added that the Tayanir Han was currently in would present challenges that would shock him, even if Isol did not intervene. With a smirk, Isol stated that the difficulty level would be S rank, just like Niflheim. No matter how well Han performed, there was about a 90% chance he would quit. However, Isol mentioned that she might lend a hand in that case. Han was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Isol then made a promise. If Han reached the top of the tower, she would return him to his original location and, additionally, transfer half of her shares in Mobius Mobile to him. This would make Han a major shareholder in a megacorporation that significantly impacts the global economy. Isol asked if Han accepted these terms. Han responded by saying that he simply did not want Isol to appear before him ever again. He wondered why she was offering to send him back and provide such a reward. Han felt he could not trust Isol. Isol then asked why Han rejected her offer and if he intended to hold a grudge against her. Han thought to himself that, as he climbed the tower, the truth that Han does not yet know will soon be revealed to him. Even without relying on Isol, he believes he can return to Earth using his own strength. Han throws an arrow at Isol, declaring that this is his answer. Isol begins to smile crazily and acknowledges that if Han did not possess such spirit, he would not have been able to climb the tower. Isol then summons a door and explains that she will show Han how to climb the tower. She informs him that this door represents the true prologue of Pick Me Up, and it might be especially significant for him. Suddenly, the door starts to shine with a purple light, revealing a land where humans and demi-humans coexist, known as Tayanir. This continent is characterized by peace and prosperity, but it is now under threat from an unknown enemy. The land is overrun with monsters ready to attack anyone in sight. Isol then asks Han if he understands why the difficulty of Pick Me Up is so high. It is because the master must overcome a battle that ended in failure. However, there remains one hope. the master. If they wish to save the world, they must climb the tower. Many heroes will accompany the master on this journey, and the future of the world rests in the master's hands. Numerous enemies will obstruct the master's path. Han, perceiving this as nonsense, remains unconvinced. Isol then tells Han to climb the tower, adding, "We will be waiting." Upon hearing this, Han tells Isol to get out of his sight. A notification appears, stating that the hero's forgotten memories have been awakened. Han's advancement is complete, and he is now a 2-star hero. As Han emerges from the upgrading room, Eren notices him and inquires about what he did alone. Han replies that it was for his advancement and assures Eren not to worry, as Eren will find out soon enough. Han then asks if anything happened while he was gone. Eren responds that nothing occurred and everything was normal. Seeing Eren, Han reflects on having a younger sister named Nina and the reason Eren needed to return. Han goes to his room, thinking that his goal remains unchanged, to climb the tower and return to Earth. The only thing that has changed is his heightened anger. No matter who is responsible for bringing him here, Han is determined to make them pay this debt. The scene shifts to the second day, where a window appears with a message about a server error apology. The system apologizes to all masters for the unplanned downtime that occurred a few days ago. Masters on the lower tower levels suffered a loss of connection, and an apology article detailing an unexpected server outage was released. Han surmises that this issue was related to the incident on the 10th floor, just before his party cleared the mission. Another window appears, announcing error compensation. All masters will receive a special compensation package consisting of 500 gems, 50,000 G, in-game currency, 1 gift ticket, and a day of restriction-free access to all daily dungeons, which will remain open for 3 days. Isol congratulates Han on advancing, but upon seeing his face, she remarks that he doesn't look happy and asks if something happened. Han responds that he met her main body. Isol, confused, does not understand what Han is referring to. Han then asks Isol if she is the co-CEO of Mobius Corporation. Isol is stunned by this question and asks Han how much he knows. Han tells Isol not to worry, as this does not change his plans. He will continue climbing the tower, and Isol just needs to help him with that. Isol agrees, and then hands Han a golden ticket. This ticket is a gift, allowing Han to obtain anything he desires. Seeing this, Han asks Isol if she is giving it to him. Isol proudly responds that it is from the Master, specifying that even the Master recognizes how incredible Loki is. A gift is something that a Master can give to a hero for accomplishments or milestones. The value of the gift determines how much gold needs to be spent, and higher-level gifts may require gems and high-level ingredients, usually obtained with premium currency. However, a gift ticket, given through events, allows a hero to obtain a gift for free. Han reflects that a gift worth under 10,000 G indicates how highly the Master thinks of him. He thinks to himself that the Master would be surprised, as he hasn't done anything particularly special, yet the heroes have been diligently climbing the tower for him. Han then tells Isol that he does not need the ticket, and suggests she give it to someone else. Isol is stunned by this response. A window appears, stating that Han has rejected the gift. Shocked, Isol asks if he is sure, as he could buy anything with it. Han replies that he cannot buy everything, as any decent item in the shop would cost more than 10,000 G. Han then questions why Isol is still following him and suggests she should go get some sleep. At that moment, the Master uses the gift ticket to purchase a warhorse statue for Han. Han thinks to himself that this gesture is childish and believes that if the Master is going to give gifts, everyone should receive one. He throws the statue, breaking it, which shocks Isol. Han reflects that if the Master only gives gifts to one hero, others will grow discontent. Distributing gifts for sufficient achievements is a sign of a good Master. Depending on the hero and their personality, the desired gifts will vary. Simply giving gifts is not enough. Proper use of them is crucial. Han lies on his bed, smiling, knowing that he has memorized the personalities and hobbies of the top 100 heroes of Niflheim. Reflecting on the gift from the Master, Han wonders what the Master was thinking. Did the Master panic, or was the gift simply poorly considered? As the space rift begins to open and Han's party prepares to enter, Han thinks that their current low level or rank is not the main issue. The real problem is the enemy within, specifically the enemy known as the Master. Han instructs his squad to quickly defeat their opponents and exit. He believes that, although their master is a beginner who needs to improve, Ivalka's stress level is at its peak due to repeated training and her experience on the 10th floor. A competent master would prioritize the well-being of their heroes. Ivalka asks Han where they are heading next. Han considers that climbing to the 11th floor under the current circumstances seems impossible, so they will likely go to the 8th or 9th floor. Han reflects that the master still has not grasped the true nature of pick-me-up. They find themselves in the main dungeon of the current highest floor, the 11th. Han wonders if the master is suffering from overconfidence. A window appears, indicating that the main dungeon is currently on the 11th floor. Han is shocked by this development and instructs his squad to prepare, as they will be proceeding to the 11th floor. Jenna, surprised by this decision, questions why they are moving to the next floor so soon. Han reflects on a term created among users, "I'm so good." This describes a condition where a master, having shifted all strategic responsibilities to the heroes, mistakenly believes that their own skills alone cleared the floor. Typically, a master should recognize the need to assess their heroes' capabilities on lower floors before attempting the 11th floor. By sending the main squad directly to the 11th floor, Han realizes that the master is fundamentally misunderstanding the situation and that he is not a player. Han wonders if he will be able to climb to the 100th floor with such an inadequate master. As the 11th floor window opens, it announces that the quest type is subjugation, and Han, along with his squad, must eliminate all enemies. They find themselves in a graveyard, where skeletons of level 11x14 emerge from the graves with weapons in hand. Han instructs his party heroes to position themselves, planning to deal with the skeletons first. He reflects on why the game Pick Me Up is a trash game, since luck determines the difficulties of earlier stages. Choosing a good hero makes the game easier, while choosing a bad one makes it much harder. While fighting and using his skill Combust, he blasts the skeletons and thinks further about whatever. His 4-star hero was synthesized into him, and all of his 5 characters were destroyed except for one, which means his luck is not good either. He had been active in early levels, developing facilities, training characters, and synthesizing various items. Jenna finds the skeletons annoying, but Han keeps thinking that whatever kept progressing using the same strategy he himself had used. However, things started to change from the 5th floor onwards. Han credited himself for clearing a mission that was supposed to end in failure. After this mission, whatever gradually chose a different path. He used 5 summons without the right conditions, sent his heroes to the 10th floor before the final members were even formed, and made several other mistakes. Among these mistakes was thinking his heroes' skills were his own. Masters who depend on their heroes are known as, "I am so good." Itis patience. Han's party clears the stage successfully by defeating all the skeletons. The party receives coins, iron ore, as rewards. Han, a 2-star, is the MVP. He wonders about his last level up. The game window shows his current level, which is 11, along with his stats. Back at the dormitory, Han calls out Isel. She appears instantly, and he remarks on her quick appearance. She takes it as a compliment and asks what the matter is. He wants to know something. Isel starts to reply, but he cuts her off and completes her response, as he already knows her answers are limited. He admits that he has come to know everything about that girl and demands Isel to give him more details. At first, she hesitates, but eventually shouts and gives in, making an exception. She agrees to answer him. His first question is about the girl's name. Isel does not understand at first, so he clarifies that he means her main body. She thinks deeply and explains that her director has many names, more than 100, which change when she is in different worlds. She gives him a specific name. In Taenir, she is known as Tail. After hearing this, Han concludes that she must have a different name in Niflheim. He keeps thinking further, realizing that after finishing the 10th floor, the name given to the waiting room shifts according to the master in charge. This one had Taenir. His account was Niflheim. Rank 4 was Raglansid. Rank 3 was Ezekiel. Then, according to Tail, each master was responsible for the fate of a single district world. There are around 100 million worlds at the moment, and the number continues to increase. Han then asks his next question about Mobius. Isel, Upon hearing this, wonders aloud if he is asking about their company. He denies it, so she explains that it is a spiral universe, connected side by side to other worlds. Han wonders if this is the reason why each account is assigned different missions, and why no repetition of heroes occurs among the users. He concludes that each master is placed in charge of a different world. Then he admits to himself that he is now starting to understand the girl's identity a bit better. Han then asks if whatever is a real human. Isol confirms that every master is a human from Earth. Han is not satisfied with that answer and asks whether Tail is interfering with whatever. Isol reacts with panic, repeats his question, and asks him to wait as she disappears to confirm it. Han lies down on his bed, deciding to ask more about Mobius later, and chooses not to think further at the moment. After a while, Isol comes back and says that whatever is purely human, just a regular user. Han asks if he can trust her. She assures him that she confirmed this from another director. She further explains that doing such a thing from the beginning requires exceptional requirements and carries risks. Han simply acknowledges this. While training on the grounds, Han thinks that whatever was just a regular master who was never interfered with by anyone. He concludes that he has only been following the gameplay progression established by whatever. Han thinks this cannot be a mistake. Whatever does indeed possess, I am so good. Itis. He will be in danger in the near future if the symptoms get worse. Han continues to shield and attack, now struggling in a tough spot by fighting 3 enemies at the same time, but he still keeps thinking about whatever and his first stage of I am so good, Itis. He believes that with good precautions, they can save him. Ivalka and Eren join the fight to back him up. Han explains that the solution to curing I am so good, Itis is getting rid of the hero on which the master relies the most, and that hero is Han himself. At the gate of the space and time rift, the system welcomes the heroes. Isol calls out Han, Jenna, Eren, and Ivalka, while Jenna and Eren discuss going into the 12th floor so early, since they have just cleared the 11th floor. Han thinks the same thing, that they only climbed the 11th floor a day ago, and according to Earth time, a full day has not even passed yet. He concludes that their master just wants to clear 2 floors in one day. Isol opens the rift. Jenna, while standing near the gate, asks her boss if he is coming. Han asks Isol about the floor whatever assigned them. She answers that it's the 12th. He remembers that heroes can go against their master's will and can occasionally reject their orders, so he simply refuses to participate this time. The game window shows the refusal of Han, a 2-star. Isol, unable to understand, asks him if he is serious. He simply says that he is not one to joke around. Jenna asks Ivalka if he can really do that, since she knows they usually have to follow orders. Han then tells them that they can refuse if they want to. Jenna argues that it's her first time hearing this, and recalls that people were still dragged in even when they did not want to fight. Han thinks that there are consequences, but clarifies that those people were not aware of the proper way to do it. Isol suggests that he reconsider, as it is dangerous. Han counters, asking if sending them in again and again isn't just as dangerous. Isol still does not back down, but Han knows what she is trying to say. He thinks that while they can refuse to participate, they cannot refuse to be synthesized. If whatever gets mad, he could end up as food for synthesize. Even so, he makes it clear he will not participate. Ivalka shouts at him, asking what will happen to them if they have to fight without him. Han simply says it's their choice and that he won't stop them. Eren clenches his spear and decides not to participate if his boss isn't going. The game window shows Eren's refusal. Then Jenna also refuses, saying Han should have told them earlier about this option. With no choice left, Ivalka also refuses to participate. The game window states that Party 1 is out of control. The suggestions are either to listen to their demands or punish the leader of the party. Isol panics and admits she didn't write those tips, while Han smirks after reading about punishing the leader. Jenna asks him about the next move. After thinking, he smirks again and decides to wait and see what their master chooses. The game cards of Party 1's heroes then show that they are on strike. Whatever is quite surprised to see his party going on strike. Han thinks that if Whatever had watched their raids, then he must have expected this to happen, but he didn't, so he was not able to know this would occur. Isol calls out Edith, Roderick, Aershur, and Adis. Upon appearing, the lady wonders why they are being summoned. Han answers that they refuse to go. She is stunned upon hearing this. After a brief moment, She comes to know about the whole situation and remarks that it is dangerous. Han admits this. She adds that if they don't prove their worth to the master, he will, and Han completes her sentence by saying, die. She argues that their master will dislike this idea, but Han asks her if she can die just because the master tells her to. He reminds her that she was fighting to live. She cannot utter a single word in reply and goes back to her team to discuss. Han thinks and admits that no hero here is truly loyal. They only fight to survive. The lady decides to go because they need experience, and she says she doesn't want to be synthesized. Her team enters the rift. Jenna asks Han what will happen next. Han admits he is unaware too. Jenna is not satisfied with his answer. Han suggests she must follow the master's orders if she wants to live. If he gets synthesized and dies. Jenna firmly believes he won't die. Eren acknowledges this, and Ivalka agrees as well. Han smiles and thinks they have grown a lot. The game window shows Adis and airs her, making them lose health at regular intervals. Then the window shows Adis, frightened, decreasing stats by 30%. Han realizes that the 12th floor must be much more difficult compared to the 11th. Adis's team comes back injured and exhausted. Han asks about the experience. Her expression changes, and she firmly asks about the procedure to reject the order. He remarks that the procedure is easy. In the next moment, the game window shows the refusal of Edith to participate. Party 2 is now out of control. Isol fearfully comments that the situation is getting worse. Han admits it and says that with both parties out of control, including the main dungeon, the master can't send them in daily, leaving the waiting room empty. With that, Han instructs his party to train regularly, since not following the master's orders won't stop them from doing their own activities. He adds that dungeons will be open for 3 days as compensation for the game's error. They will stock up on potions and improve Jenna's and Eren's equipment. They will enter the dungeons on their own will. Isol bursts out, worrying about their accounts being closed by her master. Han doesn't flinch. He doesn't care about the master's actions. He remarks that if the master were truly that kind of person, then whatever would not have been able to climb the tower at all. Isol warns him about being synthesized, addressing him as Loki. Han happily admits that it is better to die painlessly than to suffer without a good reason. He then puts forward the solution to restore a strike by synthesizing the heroes who caused the disturbance in order. This would decrease the morale of the heroes, but they would not be able to refuse orders in the future. He mentions that using gifts and rest facilities afterward would raise morale again. Ivalka agrees. Han believes that whatever is unaware of this, and their party leaves the waiting room. The next day, they enter the daily dungeons, splitting into groups. Han with Ivalka, Jenna with Eren. They go into different versions and are able to find a low-grade fire attribute stone. After finishing their rounds, Han trains, raising his beginner sword and shield proficiency to level 6. At his current level, basic training is not enough to enhance his skills. He needs to find a veteran of the same level or train using handicaps. He creates a special system for Ivalka to sharpen her skills. She needs to train her telekinetic magic in order to obtain the telekinetic skill. She complains that she only wants to use fire magic. Han taunts her, saying she only eats potatoes. Whatever does not log in, nor the day after. Isol cries, worried that he may not log in again and might stop playing. Han only sips tea, responding flatly. Then the game announces his arrival. Isol's mood shifts instantly. Adis wonders about the change of his mind. Han refuses to believe it. He thinks that if I'm so good, Adis were that easy to cure, then it would not be that common. Han knows exactly what whatever is thinking. He is planning to use the remaining gems, along with the gems from error compensation, to form a new raid party. The game system notifies the master that he is now using 1,500 gems for 3 premium summons, and the master confirms the purchase. After waiting a bit, he obtains a rare hero, Stein, a 3-star, another rare hero, Magil, a 3-star, and the third one is also a rare hero, Tarsher, a 3-star. Adis mentions the new recruits. Han stands up, acknowledging them. Adis brings up the draft order, but Han cuts her off, saying they won't do it as it is not needed. He explains they won't be able to join their parties and tells her to wait and see. At the landing area, Magil and Tarsher start arguing about something. Tensions escalate, and both of them draw their weapons against each other. The game window shows hostility between them, with each mocking the other. A A system window appears, stating that a hostile relationship has been formed between two heroes, and warns the master to take care of other heroes' relationships. Han, walking up from behind, thinks about their behavior, while Stein tries to calm them down. Seeing Han approach, Stein asks if he has arrived earlier than him. Han confirms. Stein introduces himself and asks for help to make the other two calm down, since they are not listening to him. Stein turns back in surprise, while Magel mocks him further, saying he should bring his parents, and then she might agree. This makes Stein furious. He says he may forgive insults to himself, but vows never to forgive anyone who insults his parents, raising his sword in anger. Adis asks Han about the commotion. He explains that their personalities don't mix well. Han further explains to himself that heroes have a level of compatibility with each other. Some heroes gain bonuses when grouped together in the same party, while others receive penalties. However, it is very rare for heroes to become this hostile to each other right after being summoned. The group of new summons continues fighting. Tarsher attacks, while Stein forms a shield. Then Isel appears from behind, scolding them and threatening that if they continue, they will regret it. Tarsher asks who she is. She introduces herself as the master's proxy and warns them to behave, saying she is far stronger than all of them. Stein, while holding his head, mutters the word master. Isel restrains them from fighting and warns them that she won't forgive them the next time. Magel argues, asking her to move away the rich kid and the beggar from her, saying they don't suit her. She asks instead to be put with the young man, pointing at Han. Isel tells her it's not her place to decide, but the master's. The system shows Stein, Magel, and Tarsher being placed in Party 3, and the space-time rift opens. Adis asks Han where he is going. He replies that he is going to sleep. She then asks about Party 3. He says they won't be able to come back. The system announces Tarsher has fallen into a frenzy, friendly fire. Stein and will lose health at regular intervals. Stein has fallen into a frenzy, friendly fire. Magel has fallen into a frenzy, friendly fire. Then the system announces Stein has killed an ally. Han opens his eyes, unable to sleep. The system then announces that Tarsher has been returned to the goddess's embrace, and that his fighting spirit will be eternally remembered. Soon after, Magel meets the same fate. Stein falls into despair, and his stats decrease by 80%. Han remarks that the announcements are annoying. Then Stein too meets the same fate as the other two. The system announces the annihilation of Party 3, marking all three as killed in action. Han, still in bed, is approached by Isel while the master logs out. Isel comes close to Han, crying and yelling about what they should do if the master might quit. Han plainly says that he can. She asks what will happen to her, what will happen to them. She explains that if the master doesn't log in for 6 months, then the account will be deleted. She yells at Han that he can't quit. He reassures her that in game time, it would be a year and 6 months. She complains that the lobby will be in a mess without a master. There won't be any interaction force, and she shouts that she will disappear without even having lived long yet. Han suggests not to panic, as it is not certain if the master will quit. Isel begins to argue, but he cuts in, telling her not to worry, because if the master were truly a coward, he would have quit long ago. Isel wipes her tears and decides to believe him. Han asks her about being hopeless and wants to know if she will disappear if she doesn't climb up the tower. She confirms. He pauses, sits up, and after a long silence asks her again. She says she will vanish. He goes quiet once again, then thinks about the 6-month time frame and Niflheimer. He frowns, thinking about the lack of time. The next day, the system announces a purchase. Mobius cheers for the master's choices and shows a game window of purchasing 5,000 gems with 3 gift cards for 90,000 won. The master presses the yes button to confirm the deal. Han and Eren, while training, look back as the system announces an advanced summoning. After confirmation, a huge sound is produced, and the gate is surrounded by purple energy and smoke. The system then announces, rare? Master Enning has obtained the hero Noken, a 3-star. Another rare hero, Winard, a 3-star, gets summoned. He finds the place interesting and says he wants to eat first. The system announces another rare hero, Jelen, a 3-star, who demands to know the leader of the place and requests to be guided to where they will be staying. Han states they need training and asks Eren if he is interested. Eren shows a lack of interest. Noken approaches and demands to know who Han is, warning him about being defeated. Han cuts his speech, remarking that he talks too much and that he can hear him even from the training grounds. He asks Adis for help. Jenna tells Adis that Han is better than those who came with her. Noken charges at Han with his sword. Han warns him and counters with a barrage of punches at Noken. Han thinks to himself that 3 gotcha pulls. Winard, watching from behind, praises Han in his thoughts, realizing he is skilled. Adis strikes Jelen forcefully. Jelen wonders if Noken really wants to pick 2 stars for his party. He recalls that some people pair high-ranking and low-ranking heroes, but one should shape their ambitions according to their capabilities. In the background, Adis keeps hitting while Winard stands fearfully. Han thinks about doing 5 gotchas in a row. The system announces the joiners of Party 3, Noken, Winard, Jelen, Robiel, and Jian. Han greets Noken and apologizes for starting training right after his arrival, but says it was necessary. The rifts open. The new 3 members work well together as they manage to pass the test, though one of them is severely injured. They now understand a bit about their roles. Upon returning, Isel gives them rewards from their master. After a few days, in the training grounds, Han and Jenna are running. She asks Han if something bad is happening. Han asks what she means. She points toward Party 3 training in the distance. She worries about their place being taken away. Noken turns back, sees Han running, and instantly turns his face away in fear. Han tells Jenna, behind him, to let them be. As days pass, Party 3 grows stronger with time, even without a mage. They continue to grow consistently without losing any members. Inning's plans are going smoothly. Noken tells his party members about the others not going on missions. He claims they were abandoned by the master, but admits that if they work hard, they will outgrow them, with the exception of the mage woman, whom he says they need by their side. Jelen argues that they are already maxed out, but Winard says the bottom 2 members of their party are useless and should be kicked out. Han compliments their opinion, appearing from behind. Noken freaks out after a brief moment. He asks Han his business. Han replies that he is there to drink water and suggests they continue their talk. Noken hesitantly says they were doing nothing and claims he is going to bed. As he leaves, Han looks back at them and thinks that they lack the concept of teamwork, as they don't even treat their low-star members as equals. But he concludes that Initen is satisfied. Though there were problems, Party 3 reached the 14th floor. It seemed like the 13th and 14th floors were easy, but the 12th was difficult. Or perhaps their party was just lucky. No member of Party 3 has reached level 10, but Initen will send them to the next floors without exception. Han, in the training ground, runs while thinking that as soon as Party 3 reaches the 15th floor, his own party will be synthesized. Behind him, Ivalka asks if they should be doing something since Party 3 will catch up to them soon. She admits she doesn't know what to do. It's up to Han. He says he is already doing what he should be and that he won't stop her if she wants to join their party. She says she doesn't want to join them, as she doesn't like them. He suggests waiting until their opportunity arrives. He asks if she has mastered telekinesis yet. She firmly confirms. She raises her finger and gazes at the objects lying on the ground. As her eyes turn purple, she lifts them up. Han realizes that she can now cast it without any verbal order, which means she has reached beginner level. He praises her, though she seems exhausted after just that attempt. Han thinks their master has not improved at all. The lobby has good facilities, but there are an overwhelming number of heroes. After clearing the 10th floor, new places were added, but no new facilities have been built. Level 3 facilities should already be in place, but the master doesn't seem interested in doing that. His attention is only on Party 3. The 15th floor raid preparations are going smoothly. Party 3 knows they are favored by the master, and that is why they have changed their attitude. For now, it's just small things, like asking Chloe for more meat or stealing a sofa from the lobby. But if they successfully pass the 15th floor, things will get worse. Party 3 is called out to the square. They are confident and eager to enter, holding potions in their hands. The system announces the use of basic HP potions by Noken, Winard, and Jelen. Sitting on a bench, Jenna complains about giving them potions that they worked hard to earn. Han reassures her, saying they can always find more. Adis stands behind the bench. Jenna, still complaining, says that when they cleared the 10th floor, there was no one around. Han replies that it was a good thing. The rift opens, and Party 3 begins to enter. Noken mocks Han, laughing as he says he will ask the master to give Han a hard time when they get back. Han doubts they will survive, while Adis teases him, saying he's popular. Eren approaches and asks what will happen if that party passes. Han answers that if they succeed, then they will need to obey their master, or else they will die. Han thinks to himself that there are still chances Party May 3rd clear the 15th floor, because there were times when parties were sent only to perish, yet they ended up succeeding. If Party 3 succeeds, then Eniten will no longer need them. Han tells his friends that if Party 3 comes back, then they must follow the master's orders at all costs. He thinks that by that time, he may already be synthesized. While Party 3 enters the 15th floor, Han thinks it's a gamble whether they will succeed or fail in clearing it. Noken is stunned upon seeing the 15th floor, as if he recognizes the place. Everyone waits in the waiting room as Party 3 enters the 15th floor. They all look tense, and Han, while sitting on the bench, thinks that it has been 5 minutes since the party went in. He believes they have not met any danger yet since he hasn't seen any status messages. Then he looks up and notices the status message, which states the annihilation of Party 3. They are instantly wiped out, and the quest fails. Han thinks the party only went in for 5 minutes, and concludes that it must have been a special quest. Suddenly, the ground shakes heavily, and everyone staggers, unable to stay still. The master logs out. Isol shouts that the master threw his phone. She pulls on Han's shirt and asks what to do. Han tells her to stop since many people are watching. He suggests going back, as the show has ended. Jenna asks about Party 3, and he says the party has been annihilated. He thinks that as soon as they entered the 15th floor, they were wiped out. They died uselessly, as no one got any clue about the 15th floor. Jenna comments that the party had only gone in for a short time. Han says it shows their true skills. Whatever doesn't log in for a long time. In the training ground, Han trains hard while Isol approaches him, yelling and crying in her pajamas, asking what she should do. He tells her he is training at the moment and asks her to go to sleep. He says they need to live their lives, waking up in the morning, training after breakfast, having lunch, and then training all through the night. Isol shouts that 10 days have passed. She says that one-star heroes other than them have become too carefree. In the absence of the master and synthesis, they are no longer fearful. Hardly anyone except a few goes to the daily dungeons. Han tells her that it has been 10 days there, but only 3 days have passed according to Earth's time. Loading finishes, and the system welcomes the master. Han is surprised upon hearing this. Isol turns around with tears of joy welling up in her eyes. The sky brightens instantly. The system notifies them about a screenshot being taken, which is saved to the gallery. Then, the master logs out instantly. Isol, frustrated, comments about how he logged in after such a long time only to leave without doing anything. She wonders aloud if the account is about to be closed. Han reminds her that the master took a screenshot. She asks why, and he thinks aloud that maybe it was to make a memory photo. He then asks her about her hobby. She tells him she had already said before, it's surfing the web. He smirks, saying she has access to the internet. She confirms, then notices something. With glowing eyes, Han says he needs her help with something. After listening, Isol shouts at him, asking if he really intends to connect to the internet there. He plainly says he doesn't care if she can't. She shouts that she can. He asks why she is hesitating, then. She explains that it isn't easy to access information from another dimension, as there are punishments. She adds that they need to connect the fragments of interactions left behind by the master. 1 hour is possible only for observing, but time will decrease if he wants to send a reply or leave an article. She insists it is not easy. Han plainly agrees. She says she is mad too, as it has been a long time since she visited the Ragnar Loki forum. Han sits up and concludes that he will need to use the internet directly. She asks, directly? He says that way will be better. Isol pauses, slaps her cheeks, and agrees to do it if it's for him, while changing her clothes. She summons her fairy power, and a holographic device appears. She weakly says she can't hold on much longer. Han plainly asks if that pose is really necessary. She says she is concentrating, it's her concentration pose, and asks him to hurry. She continues making noise, but he tells her to stay quiet, as it annoys him. He says he will finish quickly. He searches through the web and opens the Pick Me Up online fan forum. He thinks it has been a long time since he was there. He searches through the sidebar and clicks the progress help thread. He smirks when he finds Whatever's comment asking for help. Whatever had written that he wanted help with something. He said it had been a month since he started, and at first things went smoothly, but now he feels stuck. He thought of following the rating guide, but felt something was wrong. He even attached a screenshot of his waiting room below. Han checks through the character's deck and sees his own sprite looking like an actual game character. He wonders who drew him, maybe AI? Han swipes up to see the replies and notices Whatever being criticized by other users. Some commented about his party becoming hostile to each other. Some said he was not supposed to progress so quickly, and some complained about relying too much on one guy. Isol is hardly able to maintain her posture, as she is near her limit. Han decides to quickly send documents from his cloud to Whatever so that his mode of operation will change. After sending, he adds a comment in the thread, suggesting Whatever check his email. The users instantly start commenting under it. They doubt if it is really Loki, since Loki is famous in the community. Han wonders if he should have commented anonymously. Meanwhile, Isol screams in exhaustion. She asks if it's done. Han confirms. She asks if it went smoothly. He says it depends on Whatever. She says she knows he sent a message but asks what it was. He replies that it was his player record and other related information. Isol's hair returns to normal, and she shouts in excitement about the books of heaven. Han doesn't understand. She explains that the public doesn't fully know about attack methods. They believe that the true raid methods come from Loki. She asks why. If the book contains all of the methods, he sent it to the master. Han asks her to stop. He admits she is somewhat right. The document he shared with the master contains his player record and documents with all the information he analyzed for 2 years, including some theories as well. Isol sheds tears of joy. Han thinks that the documents don't contain every detail about the game, but they do contain everything he knows. He is not sure if Whatever will read the entire document. The document, however, is far too lengthy and wasn't written with the intention of someone else reading it. But if Whatever does read the whole thing, then things will get interesting. There are 2 possibilities: losing interest in the game and never logging in again, or logging in with renewed determination to try. The next day, the system finishes loading and welcomes the master. While Han is training with his weapon, he thinks the master is back. Isol approaches him, holding a warhorse statuette, saying it is a gift for him from the master. Han reaches out his hand and asks her to give it to him. Isol worries that he might break it again. Holding the statuette, Han says he changed the end of the document a bit. That change was, the master must give the hero he likes a warhorse statuette 2 or more times. The system notifies that Han is delighted to receive the gift, which increases his favorability. This means Whatever has read the whole document. Han thinks he doesn't need a master who is uncommitted. The master can only handle Han if he gives his all to climb to the top. Han admits that Whatever has not fully absorbed the document yet. But if Whatever carries the will, Han will become his path. The system shows that Party 1 is no longer out of control. Isol asks if the master has not changed. Han says that is not possible. He asks about the next change, and she confirms if he is referring to the internet. She says it depends on how fast intervention points are collected. He asks about intervention points while putting on his boots. She explains that those are what Mobius uses to interfere with cause, effect, and rules. When the master logs in, intervention points are gathered, and they gather faster as the party goes up a floor level. Then she adds that gems are the embodiment of intervention points, containing the power of creation. Han comments that real money truly does hold power. She agrees and says cyber money is good, but cash is better. If cash is brought to headquarters, then a 1% bonus reward is received. Han says the amount is too low, then heads out to reunite with his party members. They are all going out for the first time after taking a long rest. The system notifies that Party 1 is operable. Han announces they are taking back their refusal to fight. The system praises the master for changing the mindset of the heroes. Jenna doesn't care much, but still thinks it's good. Han asks if they weren't hungry to fight. Ivalka denies it. He glares at her, and then she nervously says she is itchy to fight. Aaron asks what will happen if the master changes his mind, as they are already lacking a member. Han assures him not to worry. Isol calls out Adis, instructing her to join Party 1 as per the master's will. She steps forward and asks Han about their refusal and about the master. Han tells her to wait and see. The system notifies that Party 2 is operable and that Adis has joined Party 1. The rift starts to open. Adis admits she can't stay long. Han assures her he is not expecting that either. After clearing the 15th floor, she can lead Party 2 again. The system announces the current challenge, which is the 8th floor. After 10 seconds, the gate will open. A blue light becomes visible from the gate as Party 1 stands by. They enter the dungeon, floor 8. Their objective is to destroy all the enemies. Han instructs his party to show everything they have been training. Enemies begin to approach them. Goblin Riders, level 9 by 27. Ivalka uses her magic, invert. As she lifts her hand, the goblins freeze and collapse on each other after an explosion. Jenna concentrates on her arrows. Ivalka then uses a different spell, ignite, defeating the goblins with a single spell. Han acknowledges her progress, noting that before it used to take her 40 seconds, but now only 10 seconds to cast. Then he shouts that it's the last level and takes down the goblins. Ada stands there, still asking why she was called. They clear the stage, receiving coins and leather as rewards. Han thinks he can trust Jenna to cover him, as she is now able to shoot much faster. Jenna asks Adis if she is bored. She answers that she enjoyed watching them. Han believes Adis is clever and will find her role in the party soon. The system labels Ivalka as MVP. Han praises her progress in magic in his head, while she complains about getting tired after using her spells. Han tells her it's not over. She shouts that she gets tired after using magic. He assures her she won't be doing much work. She doubts his words. The system suggests the master start research, as they have found a member for research, which will help in the smooth functioning of the lobby. Han and Ivalka enter the research facilities. She asks if this is the magic hall and why she is there. Han replies that she doesn't have to work hard physically. She just needs to research. She frowns. The system shows the stats of research. Current development is overall 0. Research points can be achieved by placing members in the research lab. The lobby can be upgraded according to the points. The system asks for the master's confirmation to make Ivalka the researcher. He taps yes. Isel pops out instantly, frightening Ivalka. Ivalka suggests she not pop out of nowhere, as it scares her. Isel tells her to adapt, saying she doesn't appear like that by her own will. She points to the desk and tells her to solve the problem and place it into the container. After reading, Ivalka hesitates to solve it, since she only learned those skills at the Magic Academy. Isel shouts at her to follow the master's order if she doesn't want trouble. Afterward, Han tries to read a book from the shelf but is unable to, while Ivalka is busy solving the problem. She places the solved problem in the container, which produces 1 research point. The research speed is 10 per hour, which produces 10 gems per hour. Han thinks 10 points per hour is not good. The speed isn't great, but since Ivalka doesn't have any research skill, this result is expected. The system notifies that the researcher should work for 3 hours per day, as the researcher may get irritated if the set time is too long since they have their own lives as well. Isel pops out, telling Ivalka about working for 3 hours per day. She shouts and admits it hurts her head. The system notifies that Ivalka is expressing contempt. She shouts in anger and frustration that even though she is giving her all to solve the problems, she is being treated like a slave. Han admits in his head that she has a tight schedule, and he finds a solution to the problem. He makes a request to the master through Isel. The system notifies Han's request for a fur coat. The master accepts and purchases it with 3,000 gold. The coat appears, and Ivalka holds it tightly. Han tells her to do her work and she will get more. She complains about him changing her mind through gifts, bad-mouthing him. Han holds the coat from one side and says that if she doesn't want it, she can give it back. On the other side, she shouts that she didn't say that and then does the work, while Isel observes them from behind. Enigma begins to change and starts sending members to the weekly dungeons, developing weapons in the equipment center, and forming a new Party 3 made of new heroes. He has surely changed. Han smiles, thinking about it, while sitting in the research lab. Ivalka addresses him while solving the problems. She admits she is good at flame-type magic and theories about different things. She believes he is talented as well and asks him to learn magic if he is interested. He repeats her words. She says it will be hard for her to teach alone, but the books in the lab can help too. Han explains to himself that as a 2-star, he is at beginner class. He will be able to choose his class once he reaches 3-star. At that rate, he can become a warrior, but by completing different positions he may be able to unlock a hidden class. One of those includes the mage swordsman. Still, just because it's a hidden class doesn't necessarily mean it is strong. He directly refuses her, as he is only focusing on one thing. Still, she asks him to let her know if he changes his mind. Han then teases her, saying she made that offer just to receive help in solving the problems. She startles and denies what he said outright. After listening, he believes he was correct. She sighs and after a moment asks him about his life before coming here. He tells her he was a farmer. She doesn't believe him. He reminds her to focus on the problems. Ivalka was a daughter of a famous family, but her family was destroyed in a war. Suddenly, blue light appears above them. Both of them are stunned witnessing it. Ivalka asks what is happening. Han simply says, "It's beginning." The system notifies, research hero chemistry is now level 1, and the goddess's blessing descends upon the waiting room. The research lab fills with blue light, and the blessings fall from above. One falls on Ivalka, though she still doesn't understand the situation. There are 3 paths in the research tech tree, and whatever use 30 points to unlock hero chemistry research. Ivalka's head spins, and she sits down, unable to understand anything. Han suggests she check her stats. She repeats the word stat. A stat window appears in front of her, and she shouts in surprise at its sudden appearance. Han explains that it shows her ability in the form of numbers. Han believes Party 3 was destroyed because they didn't know about the quest, as they weren't able to see the system and were unaware of the objectives. Hero chemistry research is a method through which one can see the info window. He asks if she can see strength, intelligence, vitality, dexterity, and skill. She reads, intermediate flame magic, telekinesis. Han tells her those are her skills. He then asks her to follow him, as the time has come to inform the others too. As he steps out, he hears Eren shouting about a ghost. Eren calls out to his boss, informing him that a ghost is following him. It turns out to be the light source that fell on Ivalka earlier. Han holds the running Eren from behind and tells him it's not a ghost. He asks loudly about the thing, and the light enters his body. Jenna stands in front, surfing through her stat window. She tells Han that he was already able to see this. Han asks if she already knew. She admits she had seen him whispering before. Back in the dormitory, the 4 of them sit at the dining table. Jenna asks if, because of these skills, they can grow stronger. She recalls the time she felt stronger after fighting and now understands that was a level up. Ivalka doesn't believe it. She says even archmages can't do this. She asks Han how he knew something like this. He plainly says he found out by chance and sips his tea. She finds it suspicious, while Jenna says it's because he came here first. Han says it's because he has been a veteran for a long time, which only makes Ivalka more suspicious. She sighs and gives up, saying everyone has their secrets to keep, and the earlier advice he gave them was really helpful. Jenna admits that it's all thanks to him that they are standing there at present. Ivalka labels her a flatterer. Jenna corrects her, saying it's survival, while Eren quietly observes them. Han thinks of telling them everything once they all survive, and that time will be when they are about to part ways. The next day, Jenna spreads the new information to others in the waiting room. They learn that not everyone can see their full stat information, and many can't see stat windows at all. This can be due to the low level of research. At the training ground, many people gather to practice. Jenna and Han are paired to train. She shoots her arrows at Han, and he counters with his sword. She asks if parrying everything is also a skill. He confirms. She calls it cheating, saying she can't break through. He tells her that if there is a parrying skill, then there must also be a piercing skill. She perks up at hearing this, and just as she is about to ask, Han disappears from in front of her and appears behind to strike. She dodges and shouts if he is trying to kill her. Han, still serious, assures her she will be fine since they won't die after taking a strike in the waiting room. He explains that if they don't raise the difficulty of training, she can't level up. He instructs her to stay firm while striking toward her with full force. She dodges. He orders her not to get tired from training harder than before and says she needs to use real weapons instead of training once. There are no rules. From now on, their training method is to push their opponent to the brink of defeat. Han grips his shield and sword firmly. They keep training on the ground while other people gossip about Han. Some say that a farmer has now become impressive, while one man disagrees. Han and Jenna continue clashing with full force. Han strikes, and Jenna jumps back. Han asks if she is giving up, as Eren is already waiting. He thinks about whether he should train the two at the same time. Eren calls out from the side, saying he is fine. He has had 32 rounds with 32 losses. Jenna, however, wants to continue longer. She has had 19 bouts with 18 losses. She shakes her head, clenching her weapon. Han charges forward at full speed. Suddenly, he finds himself close to a knife. He is about to be hit, but instantly counters it with his sword. The knife flies away to the other side. Jenna is still in her attacking pose. She aims an arrow at Han, her eyes glowing red, and shoots. The system notifies. Jenna has learned detect weakness. Han barely defends himself with his shield. Jenna leans back in frustration. Han asks how she learned that. She says she figured it out just now. Since he said there could be a piercing skill, she decided to try. In his head, Han is stunned that she learned a skill just from his casual remarks. He decides to come at her again. She remarks that it won't be easy. She shoots her first arrow to distract him, then shoots a second and third, aiming at his critical areas. This puts Han in a tight spot. She mixes and feints as well, infusing deception into her arrows, making it difficult for Han to deal with her. The system notifies. Jenna's beginner archery increased to level 6. Han is stunned to see her skill level up. On the other hand, Jenna keeps shooting arrow after arrow at him. He feels it is difficult to counter her attacks, even thinking he might lose. Jenna concentrates on shooting with precision. The onlookers discuss her abilities, labeling her inhuman. Eren, observing her, admits her talent and tightens his grip on his spear. Jenna shoots her arrows, and Han takes them down swiftly, thinking he can't close the distance. He knows the shield should only be used in case of emergency. He admits this practice is for obtaining a new skill. He needs to do better than just locking his eyes on the target. He barely dodges an arrow aimed at his face and decides to figure out the purpose behind the arrows, where they will hit him. Suddenly, he finds an arrow dangerously close to his eye. The system notifies, skill awakened. His skill throw defense levels up to 3, basic swordsmanship levels up to 7, and he also obtains a new skill, insight. In an instant, he breaking through all the arrows coming toward him and reaches Jenna with his sword. She falls back to the ground as he points his sword at her neck. The training ground quiets down, and he says he won for the 19th time. Jenna calls him a monster. Han checks his stats window as he gains a few more skills. Behind him, Jenna and Eren also check their stats. She asks Eren about his skills. He says he has basic spearmanship, pain tolerance, and flame resistance, 3 in total. He asks Jenna about hers. She states, basic archery, basic dagger technique, switching, rapid fire, and the list continues. Eren cuts her off gloomily, saying it's enough. Han explains that having more skills doesn't guarantee being strong. The main thing is connecting skills according to one's current level. An incompatible skill does more harm than good, like his berserk and composure. Still, he admits Jenna is top tier with 9 skills, while Eren watches from behind. The master logs in and combines a basic fire elemental stone, basic water elemental stone, and basic wind elemental stone into a basic promotion stone. He confirms the process. It produces a loud noise as fairy power is used in the combination, but it fails. The system notifies that the attempt failed and the ingredients have been consumed. Han is surprised, as the success rate was 87%. Jenna asks if she can be upgraded too. Isol refers to her as a 2-star and says that time passes quickly. The system then notifies of the completion of a basic promotion stone and the start of promotion. Han is at level 12, Ivalka at level 8, Eren at 9, and Jenna is now at 10. Jenna holds the basic promotion stone and says she will be right back. Han thinks his promotion was special due to the interference of Tell, but assumes Jenna will experience something different from what he witnessed. The system notifies, the hero's forgotten memories have awakened. Jenna is promoted to 2-star as light glows from the facility. Jenna returns to Han and says she had a strange dream of the forest where she used to live being burned down. He calms her down by dismissing the dream and tells her to forget about it. She reluctantly smiles and agrees with him. Han asks if there was something else. She says there wasn't, except that she felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Han concludes in his head that a normal promotion simply awakens memories from the past, and that all heroes are currently in a state of amnesia. At 4 or 5 stars, They may be able to learn the full truth of how they ended up here and what happened to their respective worlds. After a short period of time, Eren goes through his promotion. Han doesn't know what happened to him, but he notices Eren seems stronger and more motivated. After training, Eren decides to go back and asks if Han is going. Han answers that he still has things to do. Eren admits he works hard, and so he himself should work even harder. Han tells him he will make his body weak if he overdoes it. Eren asks about him, and Han replies that he is fine. Afterward, Han feels exhausted, exhales heavily, then enters into his berserk mode and strikes at his target with a series of blows. The attack makes a loud noise, and Eren, stepping back, hears and watches him from behind. After landing countless blows on the target, Han is still not satisfied with his progress. He thinks that while using berserk makes him strong, he loses his composure as his skill efficiency decreases. He wonders if it could be better if somehow he could make the two unify, like the basic sword shield technique. If two skills are compatible, they merge into one. Adis, from behind, comments on his training late at night. He asks her business there at such a late hour. She steps forward, saying she wanted to ask him something before entering the 12th floor. She points out that his party is not made up of people used to combat. Jenna was a forest keeper, Eren a hunter, and he was a farmer. He agrees plainly. As Adis is about to ask something else, her expression changes, and she firmly asks if he has ever killed someone in the past. He responds that her party climbed the 12th floor and asks if she is asking this to know how dedicated they are. She confirms. He explains that he is alive at the price of other lives. 3 people were synthesized with him, and he says she should already know the rest by now. She freezes and admits it is true, recalling when he killed the pulverizing wolves mercenaries. He asks if she is insulting him. She denies it. He tells her that whatever appears on the stage, they need to defeat it. She says his perspective is different from his party members. He replies that if that's the case, then he needs to get new members. He adds that he knows his party well, and she doesn't need to worry. The space and time rift opens. Jenna asks if they are going to the 11th floor again. Han says they have done that enough. It will be the 12th floor. The system notifies that the current challenge is the 12th floor and that the doors will open in 10 seconds. Han tells Adis to do what she needs to. She agrees. He suggests she do even better if she already knows. Then they enter the 12th floor. The objective is to destroy all enemies. Jenna shouts that it's a subjugation-type mission and asks where the enemies are. As she reaches for her arrows, she is stunned to see the enemies. The enemy soldier orders them to stop, put their weapons down, and prove their identities. The system shows, human soldier, level 11 by 13. Jenna is shocked to see they are human soldiers. Adis frowns and grits her teeth. Han remains serious, his eyes fixed on the enemies. The other members are still confused. Eren shouts at Han that those are not monsters, but people. Han asks if he won't fight. Eren refuses and suggests talking with them first. Ivalka agrees with Eren and suggests that talking may help them obtain more information about the place, so they can find a solution without fighting. Han asks if she doesn't want to fight. She replies that she wishes to avoid needless killing. Han then asks Jenna for her opinion. Jenna is unable to say a single word, as she doesn't know what to say. Han thinks that the soldiers are different from NPCs. They can see them, which means they are enemies. He instructs his party to draw out their weapons. Eren is stunned at his choice. Han asks if he decides to fight, will they stop him? He stares at them with a sharp gaze, which makes all of them freeze. They don't know what to do and just stand there, staring at him tensely. After a brief moment, Han sighs and gives them permission to do what they want. Eren thanks him and decides to talk with the soldiers. He steps forward toward them. He introduces himself as Eren and tells them he wants to talk. The soldier replies that they also want to talk. They were sent to this place and don't know why. Eren asks how they reached this place. The soldier says it's complicated, as a lot has happened, and suggests Eren come closer so they can discuss. Eren decides to approach. The soldier asks him to drop his weapon, assuring him they have no intention to hurt, but his soldiers are uneasy. He promises that they also want to go back. After thinking for a bit, Eren decides to put his weapon down. Han whispers in his ear that he can't just do whatever they tell him. Then he loudly addresses the soldiers, telling them to come over after dropping their weapons. The soldier denies. Han asks if they only want them to drop their weapons. A group of soldiers thinks it over and decides that 3 of their soldiers will come over without weapons. The soldier asks them to reciprocate, as they are now disarmed. Han drops his shield and sword as well and asks if it's fine. The soldier confirms and walks forward to discuss. He keeps walking and tells them that a voice is whispering in his head. He says he can't stop it no matter what. The voice keeps speaking to him. Han asks about the voice. The soldier suddenly draws his weapons and shouts that the voice is telling him to kill them. His and his soldiers' eyes turn red. Han swiftly pulls his sword back. He remembers that when he was a master, he witnessed heroes who hesitated to attack being killed. He swings his sword and takes down a soldier. Jinnah gasps as he moves forward and takes down another soldier with his sword and then aims his knife at another one. No matter who appears or how they look. A soldier aims his arrow to hit Han, but Adis instantly kills him. Han calls Eren, thinking it is a matter of kill or be killed. He asks Eren if he still wants to negotiate. He stares at him firmly, and after thinking for a moment, Eren decides to fight and grips his spear. Adis is stunned to see the change. Han asks Jinnah if she still wants to spare them. She responds that it's kill or be killed. Han agrees. She draws her arrows, aims, and says she is fine since she has made her decision. She uses her skill and shoots at the enemies with precision. Ivalka also decides to fight. She says she is ready and prepares herself. Adis admits she was worried for nothing. Han confirms while standing at the back. He explains to himself that they don't care whether the enemy is a monster or a human. He admits that when he formed his party, he didn't place importance on talent or strength, but on mentality. The ones who have the ability to do whatever it takes to stay alive, those are the true monsters. Ivalka stands ready to cast her magic. Jinnah is in position with her arrows. Adis stands in her fighting pose, weapons in both hands. Eren and Han are at the front line. They are all prepared to fight. The enemy soldiers advance as Adis swings her daggers, remarking that the enemies do not feel normal to her. Han agrees. Han swiftly takes down one of the enemy soldiers while the others in his party press forward. Han calls out to Ivalka. Eren lets out a startled scream, and Ivalka casts her magic spell, Ignite. A massive pillar of flames bursts toward the enemy soldiers. Jinnah fires an arrow with precision, striking down one of the enemies, while Eren defeats another with his spear. An enemy soldier charges at Han with his spear, but Han counters quickly, striking him down with his sharp sword. Han notes that despite their strong armor, these soldiers seem weak. They lack proper formation and discipline. As Han defeats another opponent, one nearby soldier collapses to the ground in fear. Han glares at him coldly. The terrified man stammers and pleads for mercy, saying he has a wife and daughter waiting for him at home and that he needs to return to them. Han, expressionless, asks how he plans to return. The soldier's bright red eyes widen in confusion and fear as he begins to sweat. Before he can find an answer, Han eliminates him with a swift strike. Ivalka comments that the soldiers seem strange. Adis explains that they are brainwashed, something she has witnessed many times before, but admits she has never seen so many affected at once. She tries to recall when she last encountered people like this. Han asks if they are the same individuals, and Adis confirms that although she had defeated them before, they indeed appear to be the same ones. After clearing the stage, Jinnah and Adis level up, earning coins and leather. Han is announced as the MVP. On their way back, Han instructs his team to get used to such situations, stating that he will continue doing the same. Eren asks if Han means getting used taking down their opponents. And Han confirms without hesitation, adding that monsters and humans are the same. There is no difference. As their progress continues, Han explains that his party also faced humanoid monsters on the 14th and 15th floors. Although their equipment, formations, and appearances differed, they all shared one trait: complete hostility toward Han's group. This made it easier for Han's team to eliminate them without hesitation. However, fighting human-like enemies caused far greater stress than battling regular monsters. Noticing this, Whatever allowed the group to rest for a day after each battle instead of forcing them to keep grinding. After several days, they had grown strong enough to challenge the 15th floor. However, because of Ivalka's and Adis's high starting ranks, their experience points increased more slowly, a common problem for heroes with high base stats. Han notes that the equipment workshop facility has now opened and started operating, and thanks to a leather pouch, he can carry more supplies. Anakin equips Han with a basic HP potion and then once again provides him with another. When Han receives the second potion from Isol, she reminds him that it is expensive and warns him not to drop it. Ironically, Isol then drops her own potion by accident. A system message appears, stating that the basic HP potion has broken, explaining that items can occasionally shatter while in possession. Han repeats Isol's earlier words to her in a cold tone, emphasizing how she had called the potion expensive. Embarrassed, Isol stammers and quickly blames her master for overworking her, ending the exchange awkwardly. Above each party member's head, the number of HP potions they possess is displayed. Isol points to the indicators and tells the others that if they want to survive, they must listen carefully to Han's instructions. Confused, Han asks what she means. Isol explains that she's being strict because any sign of rebellion within the group would cause serious problems. Han stands before the portal door, thinking about the 15th floor. He is curious to know what kind of mission it will be, wondering if, like the 10th floor, it is not a connected quest. Turning to his party, Han tells them that everything will be fine as long as they do what they normally do. Jenna asks if they should act exactly as he instructs, but Han cautions them not to rely on him too much. Despite this, Adis remarks that his orders are always clear, which makes him quite dependable. Han reflects on his current strength, noting that his total stats amount to 107, comparable to that of an advanced 3-star hero. As he looks at his stat window, he realizes that he has been here for 2 full months without a single day of rest. Suddenly, a system window appears, announcing that the recording feature has been enabled. It explains that he can now record and save stage challenges to watch them later, after purchasing the feature. Han smiles, realizing that whatever intends to save their progress, and he considers it a good habit. Whatever purchases the recording feature for 300 gems, and the system congratulates him, informing that he can now view the hero's recorded missions anytime. Han thinks this will help him improve his insight and judgment skills. Soon after, the recording symbol appears above. Han notes that Anakin cannot interfere directly in missions yet, but that will change once they reach the higher floors. Addressing his team, Han explains that this mission has 2 key characteristics worth mentioning. First, he says, it is a special mission. He reminds them about the goddess statue he spoke of on the 10th floor, the one that would cause their deaths if destroyed. There is something similar on the 15th floor as well. Han explains that Party 3 entered this mission previously and perished within 5 minutes. They likely didn't have the chance to fight or even understand what was happening before they failed, resulting in their deaths. Adis begins to ask what exactly they need to find inside first, but Han interrupts, saying that they must identify the mission objective immediately upon entering the floor and ensure that they do not fail it. He warns that they won't have much time inside, only about 15 minutes. Jenna begins to sweat nervously at this, and Han reminds them that Party 3 went in and died within 5 minutes. He asks what that means, then answers his own question. If they enter and do nothing, the mission will automatically fail, leading to their deaths. That, he says, is the second characteristic of the mission. Han also notes inwardly that time flows differently in the stages compared to the lobby. Keeping that in mind, he calculates that the 15 minutes on this floor equal only about 5 minutes in the lobby. He recognizes this as very limited time and classifies it as a time-sensitive mission. A system window then appears, stating that the current challenge is the 15th floor and that the doors will open in 10 seconds. Han instructs his party that once they enter, they must gather information within 3 minutes and then begin the mission. A bright blue light radiates from the portal as it opens, engulfing Han, who narrows his brows in focus. Moments later, a clear sky unfolds above them. A peaceful town comes into view, streets lined with houses, and townspeople busily going about their day. Han and his team find themselves standing in the middle of the town as people move past, minding their own business. Han observes that this floor resembles a city. Nearby, 2 men are talking. One insists that a certain person is real, while the other responds that he needs to go see for himself. An old lady walks by and almost bumps into Aaron, but he quickly steps back. Han watches and wonders if the townspeople can even see them, concluding that they must be NPCs. He notes that, unlike the 10th floor, this place feels calm and peaceful. Suddenly, a system window appears before him with a new message, protect a certain individual. Han clenches his teeth, realizing that the system expects them to locate one specific person among the countless people in this large town. Han thinks that Party 3 must have panicked upon seeing the overwhelming number of people. Since they didn't know the mission objectives, they were likely confused about who the real enemy was. Because Party 3 had never reached the 10th floor, they might have assumed that their goal was to eliminate the civilians. Han draws two conclusions. Either they were killed by enemies while attacking the civilians, or the person they were supposed to protect died. Therefore, Han concludes that they must find the person they are meant to protect if they want to avoid sharing the same fate as Party 3. Han turns to his team and tells them that their objective is to protect, meaning they must locate the specific individual who is probably destined to die soon. Jinna asks who they are supposed to protect, noting that she doesn't see any monsters, only people. Han then asks if anyone recognizes the town. Eren responds that he does, explaining that he once visited it as a merchant in the past. He identifies the place as Adilth, a city known for its many interconnected roads that make trade convenient. Han notes that Adilth is in Tonia and asks Eren if there are any notable landmarks nearby. Eren explains that the city has a temple located in its center dedicated to worshipping the goddess. It's a well-known sacred site called the White Silver Hall, one of the top 3 temples outside the Holy City. Suddenly, Jinna cheerfully adds that she has also heard of the White Silver Hall. Han then asks if the townspeople seem to be heading toward that temple. Eren nods and says that it appears so, suggesting there must be some kind of event taking place there. Han instructs Adis that they will head toward the temple and asks her to provide support from behind. Adis agrees. She leaps from the ground and swiftly moves across the rooftops, jumping from one building to another until she reaches a high vantage point. From there, she stands on a rooftop and observes the White Silver Hall from afar. At the temple entrance, the area is crowded with people. 2 guards stand watch at the main gate. One of the guards notices Han and his companions approaching and orders them to stop, saying they cannot enter. Without hesitation, Han delivers a strong kick to the guard. The second guard curses and prepares to blow his whistle, but before he can sound the alarm, Han strikes him down using his shield. Eren calls out Han's name in confusion as Han continues to subdue both guards. Han remarks aloud, wondering if Eren hasn't realized yet that the guards can see them. He adds that this means only one thing: they are enemies. As the party continues forward, Han explains inwardly that the cavalry NPCs and soldiers on the 10th floor couldn't see them, but the soldiers here clearly can, which means they are not ordinary NPCs. Ivalka, visibly worried, says that perhaps these guards aren't truly enemies. Han replies that it's possible but reassures her, saying that he didn't kill them, even though, to Ivalka, they already look half dead. The group notes how crowded the temple is and asks Eren to confirm whether this is truly the White Silver Hall. Eren nods in affirmation. At that moment, a tall, elderly man with long white hair appears, walking with a staff in hand. He steps onto the balcony above, facing the gathered crowd. The old man watches the people closely, listening to the murmurs and chatter around him. He clears his throat and strikes his staff firmly against the ground, producing a sharp sound. Instantly, he begins to emit a soft blue energy that spreads outward toward the people. As the light expands, he commands the crowd to stay silent, and everyone quickly falls quiet, turning their full attention to him. Ivalka attempts to speak when she sees the blue waves of energy and, after a brief pause, says that it is magic amplification. Meanwhile, the long-haired old man asks the crowd to be quiet because the sun's successor is about to appear. Han tells his party that time is ticking and they must enter the temple. Jinna startles slightly. Han thinks it unusual for an event like this to occur on a stage and concludes that the person they must protect is likely the main figure of the ceremony. As Han and his group move toward the temple's main gate, a guard halts them from a distance. Han dares the guard to approach as he reaches for his sword. The guards falter and shout that they are armed. One of the guards yells, asking if they are heretics. Han smirks as he repeats the word heretics, then immediately strikes down the statue of the goddess beside them. The statue crashes to the ground. Han smirks again, wondering whether they consider that to be heretical behavior. The captain of the guard flies into a rage and orders his men to kill them at once. All the guards roar and advance on Han and his friends. A system window appears, Warning of level. 13 human soldiers and an unidentified enemy of unknown level approaching. Ivalka places a hand at her temple and calls Han bold. Han agrees with a smirk. Han explains that they will get past the soldiers as they press forward, adding that the person they must protect is probably inside the temple, and Han yells to his party to break through while Aaron nods. Han defends himself with his shield, then dispatches one guard with his sword. Another guard strikes at him with a spear, which Han blocks with his shield before sending the attacker down with a decisive blow. A different guard lunges with an axe. Han ducks, charges, and hits him with his shield, sending him flying. Han urges his friends to keep moving rather than fight every single foe. The enemy captain orders his men to stop Han and his companions to protect the temple. Han again reminds his team not to engage every soldier because they do not have enough time, and Jenna fires an arrow at a guard as they push forward. As their party surges ahead, Han thinks their target must be hiding inside the temple. He does not know where, but he knows they will die soon if they fail. He notes that only a few minutes remain. If they cannot find that person, he and his friends will die here. With that grim thought, he kicks open the temple door and steps inside. Han stops as he reaches into the temple. The system window appears once again, displaying the mission objectives, but not showing the remaining time. Han shouts Ivalka's name, and Ivalka immediately begins casting her magic, saying that she is aware of the situation. As her spell activates, all the furniture inside the temple begins to move, forming a barricade that blocks the entrance door. A cloaked figure standing at the front notices them and demands to know their identities. Han and his friends turn their attention toward the person in the cloak. The cloaked figure reveals himself as a middle-aged blonde man who questions how they managed to enter. Han notices that there is no change in the system notifications and tells his party that this person is not the one they are looking for. He then spots two doors leading toward the center of the temple. As guards approach, Han instructs his team to take the right path while he takes the left. Jenna tells him that they will catch up with him soon. Han runs toward the left door just as a guard raises his sword, shouting to strike him down. As the guard yells for his comrades to attack, Han knocks him aside and keeps running, focused on finding the person they need to protect. He concludes that the old man earlier was not the target and begins to wonder if this son's successor might be the one. Han climbs the stairs, and at the top, he encounters someone. The guard introduces himself as Kyle von Strauss, declaring that Han and his group are enemies of the Strauss family. Proclaiming himself a holy knight who relies on the goddess's judgment, he vows to eliminate Han. But before he can finish his speech, Han swiftly rushes past him and enters the door. Kyle yells for him to wait until he finishes his introduction and demands not to be ignored. Han dashes down a long hallway and kicks open a door in frustration, hoping to find the right person, but instead, he finds an elderly man calmly eating. As another guard tries to enter through the same door, Han slams it shut with force. Han resumes running through the corridor, thinking to himself that not everyone can see them. He estimates that less than 3 minutes remain and knows there's no time to waste. He bursts through another door and finds a room filled with flowers. Breathing heavily, he notices sunlight streaming through large windows. As he moves deeper inside, he sees someone standing near a window, but before he can approach, several guards appear, making him tense with frustration. 3 elite guards stand before him, their swords pointed directly at him. One raises his blade, glaring at Han, and demands the death of the heretic. Elsewhere, the long-haired old man calls for the princess, informing her that the citizens are waiting for her at the square. The princess asks if there is any problem with the guardian. The old man replies that there may be an intruder, but reassures her not to worry, saying that they will handle it. Meanwhile, in the temple garden, Han battles the 3 guards. He is clearly struggling, and one of the guards manages to injure his face. Han realizes that these 3 soldiers are far stronger than any he has faced before. All 3 strike him at once, forcing him to defend constantly. One guard swings, but Han blocks with his shield while ducking low, places his foot over the guards, and strikes at his leg with a sword. Han sprints forward, leaving one sword, and takes down the guard using his second sword. Another guard attacks, but Han intercepts the strike. As the 3rd guard raises his weapon, Han throws his shield, colliding it against the guard's sword with a loud impact. Han retrieves his first sword from the fallen guard. He swings his other sword and lands a powerful strike, taking the second guard down. The third guard charges at full speed, and Han meets him head-on, striking fiercely with both blades. The guard blocks, and they exchange rapid blows, both suffering injuries. Han increases his speed and strength, fully focused. One of his swords is intercepted, snapping in half, but he immediately swings his remaining weapon and delivers a decisive strike, defeating the final guard. At the same time, the princess thanks the long-haired old man for giving her this opportunity, saying she will never forget it. The old man nods in agreement and adds that the goddess will be pleased as well. Han finally reaches the next door and opens it. The long-haired old man turns toward him, shouting that an intruder has arrived. Exhausted from the ongoing battle, Han faces him. The old man, shocked, demands to know how Han managed to get past the guards. He swings his staff, causing Han's eyes to widen. Han begins to sweat, unable to understand what is happening before him. The old man shouts, "Die," and casts a spell, sending a dark red orb of magic toward its target. Han realizes in that instant that the spell isn't aimed at him, but at the woman standing in front of him. Han moves forward instantly and defeats the long-haired old man in a single moment. However, the attack the old man had been preparing still unleashes. A dark red beam of magic bursts out from his staff. The temple building takes heavy damage, and people in the square scream as rubble crashes down around them. Han stands frozen in shock, realizing that the old man had not targeted him, while Han thinks that she must be the one they were meant to protect. She demands to know who Han is, but Han replies that she doesn't need to know. The princess mutters to herself, wondering if he is an assassin sent to kill her. Suddenly, Han notices something and quickly grabs the princess, pulling her down and blocking a volley of arrows aimed at her. Sitting on the floor, the princess anxiously asks what is happening, but Han tells her to stay where she is. 3 cloaked assassins appear nearby. Han raises his shield as the assassins draw their daggers. They hurl the blades toward the princess, but Han intercepts them with his shield. Examining one of the thrown daggers up close, Han realizes that it is coated in poison, confirming that the assassin's target is the princess. As one of them rushes toward her, Adis shoots an arrow from a distance and takes him down. Han engages the second assassin and defeats him swiftly. The third one lunges, sending another dagger toward Han, but he blocks with his shield and counterattacks, striking the assassin down. Adis leaps down from the wall and joins Han, remarking that the wall was so high it took her a while to climb down. Han sheaths his sword. Adis mentions that there were 2 more assassins, but she and her allies already eliminated them. She glances at the princess, referring to her as a kid, and says she looks familiar. The princess stands up again, demanding to know who they are. As she is about to order them to leave, an arrow suddenly flies toward her from behind. Han smirks and asks if she is sure she wants them to go, because if they leave, she will be killed. The princess murmurs in panic, demanding to know what is happening. Han tells her to follow them if she wants to live, or stay and die. He then asks for her answer. After a moment of hesitation, the princess reluctantly agrees. A system window appears, notifying that the special NPC Friasis Al-Lagner has joined the party. Another message follows, stating that the mission objective has been updated. They must now escape the city with Friasis Al-Lagner. Han immediately recognizes this as an escape mission, thinking to himself that he knew it wouldn't be easy to clear. Han picks up a crossbow and instructs Adis to retreat while he holds the enemies back. At that moment, Jenna, Ivalka, and Aaron arrive beside them. Jenna warns that there's no time. The enemy soldiers are gathering below. Han smirks and points toward Friasis, telling his teammates to memorize her face because their new goal is to protect her. Referring to her as a kid, he adds that she's their top priority. Friasis quickly protests that she is not a kid. Han chuckles and comments that she clearly doesn't like being called one, as they can see now. Ivalka and Jenna both look surprised to see Friasis, with Jenna admitting that she never expected to encounter her in a situation like this. Friasis, still confused, demands to know who they are and how they know her. Han, busy countering attacks, replies that they don't care who she is right now. Meanwhile, Adis ties a rope to the parapet and announces that they will use it to descend and secure an escape route. She adds that she has already scouted a path, The left side has fewer soldiers, and its complex layout will help them hide. Han agrees and decides they'll use that route. He gives instructions. Adis will go first, followed by Eren, then himself, Ivalka, and Jenna. Ivalka looks surprised that she isn't going first. Han explains that she must create a wall of fire to prevent the enemies from approaching, and tells Adis and Eren to descend first so their escape won't be interrupted. Ivalka casts her spell, forming a blazing wall of flames. The guards panic, shouting that a mage is present and ordering to take her down. Holding the rope, Adis declares that she's going first, and Eren follows after her. When it's Han's turn, he calls Phriases to join him. Phriases, confused, asks if he's talking to her. Han replies, "If not you, then who?" As Han holds Phriases close while descending, he tells her to hold on tightly and not let go. Arrows fly around them, but they manage to avoid. Phriases clings to Han. Moments later, they both reach the ground safely. Han tells her to get off him since they've landed. Soon after, Ivalka descends as well. Han urges her to hurry up, while Eren, still on the ground, fights off soldiers. Suddenly, a dagger strike lands at Eren's abdomen. He looks up at the soldiers' menacing faces. A system window flashes. Eren has gotten injured. HP will decrease over time. Another message follows. Eren is poisoned. HP will continue to drop. Han's eyes widen at the alerts. He shouts Eren's name, but Eren insists he's fine. Jenna comes down, and as she reaches the ground, at the front, Adis is pushing back the enemies. Han thinks that they have successfully secured their target, and his party members are safe. Now, they just need to get out of the city to clear the mission. Han shouts to his team that they must run toward the left side. The enemy captain yells to his guards, ordering them not to let them escape and to capture the witch and her companions. Phriases wonders who they are calling a witch. Han replies that he believes they are referring to her, which makes Phriases sweat and call it unbelievable. A soldier suddenly appears in front of them, shouting, but before he can act, Han eliminates him instantly. Shortly after, Han and his entire group are surrounded by soldiers, and the enemy captain commands his men to eliminate them. Adis quickly points out a narrow path ahead. Han and everyone else begin following her. Han asks Adis about the route, and she replies that she knows where they are heading. She adds that if they keep following this path, they will reach the outskirts of the city. Behind them, Ivalka casts a spell that causes the buildings to collapse, blocking the soldiers' advance with heavy debris. After some time, the situation grows quiet. Adis, standing at the front, suggests they rest for a bit. Phriases exhales deeply and sits on the ground, wondering aloud about their situation. Han tells everyone that they will rest for 5 minutes. He thinks to himself that Ivalka's blockade will not hold the soldiers back for long, meaning they will find them soon. Han opens his HP potion and thinks that escaping will become more difficult if their enemies surround them here. Ivalka drinks her potion as well, while Han keeps thinking that if only Ivalka could charge her flame magic to the 3rd level, they could create a passage to clear the mission more easily. Han approaches Eren, asking about his injuries. Eren breathes heavily and forces a smile as he begins to speak. Han watches him with concern, noticing that Eren is using his hand to cover his wound, but the poison remains in his system. Despite smiling, Eren admits that even after drinking the potion, the pain still lingers. Jenna steps forward and asks Han if there is any way to treat Eren right now. Han thinks deeply, then asks Phriases if she has any special skills. Phriases, looking worried, asks what kind of skill he means. Han explains that he is referring to healing abilities. He recalls that some NPCs possess rare skills, but his thoughts are cut short when Phriases apologizes. Han freezes for a moment while Eren's breathing grows heavier. Everyone stands helplessly in front of Eren, unable to do anything for him. Han thinks about the poison, realizing that Eren cannot be healed with basic HP potions. Eren has maybe 10 minutes of strength left, and they don't have any antidotes. There are also no NPCs nearby who can use healing magic to help him. Eren weakly murmurs that Han always told them he would leave anyone behind who couldn't keep up, and admits that this is that moment. Han remains silent, listening. Eren tries to stand, trembling in pain, and says that he will buy them time to escape, suggesting they leave him behind. Han, still standing quietly, Jenna shouts that she wants them all to escape together. Eren responds hopelessly that it's not possible. Jinna tries to protest. Eren begins recalling his past, standing at the edge of the training grounds, watching Han and Jinna train with full effort, and admits that he is just too weak. Han turns to Ivalka and asks her opinion, but she tells him that he must decide on his own. Han thinks that, from a tactical perspective, leaving Eren behind would be the most efficient decision. He also considers that Phreasis, their target, cannot protect herself, and bringing Eren along would only make things harder. Protecting one person is already difficult. Protecting two would be even more so. Han closes his eyes, trying to think of another option. He opens his second basic HP potion, drinks half of it, and hands the rest to Eren. Eren looks confused, but Han tells him to drink it. Eren insists that potions cannot cure poison. Han explains that it won't heal him, but will prevent his condition from worsening. Han tells everyone to take out all of their potions, then opens his leather bag. He gives the bag to Eren, instructing him to drink one potion every 10 minutes. Eren protests, saying it's a waste, but Han reminds him that it's his job to make decisions. Han divides the team into two groups. Party 1, consisting of himself, Adis, and Phreasis, will focus on getting Phreasis out of the city. Party 2, consisting of Jinna, Eren, and Ivalka, will protect Eren until Party 1 successfully escapes. Jinna asks Han if their only task is to protect Eren. Han explains that since the soldiers are after Phreasis, if they move in the opposite direction, they should eventually find a safe area. As Eren tries to protest, Han silences him. Adis raises a concern, saying that if they split up, they will face difficulties reaching the exit because a large number of soldiers are stationed there. That will make protecting Phreasis harder. Han replies that they are simply taking different approaches. When Adis asks what he means, Han explains that the floor's first objective was to find and protect the target, and after locating the target, the mission changed to escaping with her. Han concludes that they will blend into the crowd and make their escape at night. Han tells his party that they will wait to escape until night falls. He begins to think about the plan in his head. He knows they will be less capable now that the team is divided into two parts. They can no longer fight head-on to make their way forward. However, he also realizes there are advantages to being in a smaller team. With fewer members, they will be able to hide more effectively and escape without engaging in unnecessary battles. If they can avoid fighting, they will not need a mage with them. Han thinks that fire magic tends to attract a lot of attention, so they cannot take Ivalka along. Jinna will remain in the same team as Eren, which will allow them to move faster when danger arises. Han instructs Ivalka and Jinna to head toward the edge of the city now because search teams will be patrolling all night. He adds that they only need to take Eren with them and focus on running away. Eren, still weak, apologizes. Han tells him that he is not keeping him alive for his own sake and warns him not to misunderstand anything. Han instructs Ivalka and Jinna to leave Eren behind without hesitation if a moment comes when they can no longer protect him. He adds that the life of a healthy person is far more valuable than that of an injured one. Han then announces that their break is over. He instructs Team 2 to move toward the right while he and Team 1 will go left. Ivalka, Eren, and Jinna start walking in the right direction. As Han and Adis descend the stairs, he asks her about potential hiding spots. Adis explains that while there are only a few, the alleyways are complex, and they can also enter some of the buildings. Han asks if that is really possible, and Adis confirms that she has already tried it before. She remarks that this floor is different from the 5th floor, calling it a good thing. In one of the alleyways, Phreasis feels uneasy under their strange stares. Suddenly, a strange-looking man from earlier approaches her and asks where she is going. Phreasis lets out a small scream. The man asks if she has run away from home and offers to take her somewhere else, but before he can finish his sentence, Adis kicks him from behind. The man falls and screams in pain. Adis remarks that although this is a slum, it provides a great place to hide. The streets are like a maze and full of abandoned buildings. She then tells Han that she will go ahead to find more hiding spots. A system window appears, explaining that sometimes missions can be prolonged, and even if the user logs out, the heroes continue their work. After reading it, Han thinks about the message concerning long missions. He reasons that Enning must find watching the entire mission boring. He also notices that although Phreasis seems nervous, she is staying calm, leading him to conclude that she is not an ordinary person. Han thinks that if she were just an ordinary girl, she would have refused to follow them. Instead, she made a quick decision to join them to survive amid the chaos. After a short while, Han praises Adis for finding an excellent hiding place. As he observes their surroundings, he notes that the building also has a back door, which could help them escape later. Adis suggests they stay hidden until dark and adds that she will set up a trap at the entrance, warning them to be cautious. Phreasis exhales deeply as she sits down inside the building, wondering aloud if they are really going to spend their time there. Adis tells Han that she will return soon. Han asks where she is going, and Adis smiles, saying that there are things she needs to do. She adds that Han alone is strong enough to protect Phreasis, while she needs to find an escape route. Han sits down on a chair, thinking that perhaps he should have placed Jenna in his position instead. Meanwhile, Phreasis sits quietly, her head lowered. Han thinks that he can't do much in a place like this. Lost completely in his thoughts, he is brought back to reality when Phreasis suddenly speaks, introducing herself by her full name, Phreasis al-Lagner. Han shifts his gaze toward her as she repeats her name, explaining that she is the second successor of the Empire. Han, however, responds indifferently, shrugging it off. Phreasis pouts slightly, saying that such a reaction doesn't work on him. With innocent curiosity, Phreasis asks Han where he has come from, but Han brushes her off, saying that it's none of her business. Phreasis points out that she has revealed her identity, so he should at least reciprocate, but Han replies that even if he told her, she wouldn't understand. Phreasis asks if he's telling the truth, whether he has come from somewhere she doesn't know, and Han replies that it's something like that. Phreasis wonders aloud if he is the soldier who saved Nelsa. Han pauses, recalling that Nelsa was the name of the city on the 10th floor. He remembers hearing the NPCs talking about it. As Phreasis removes her crown, she confidently says that she must be right, adding that she has seen it in her dreams. Han silently wonders about those dreams. Phreasis explains that in her dream, soldiers were fighting desperately to protect the city. She couldn't see their faces clearly, but she feels like she has seen Han among them. Holding her crown in both hands, she continues, according to Nelsa's saviors, the city was protected by a group of unknown people. Without them, Nelsa would have fallen. However, none of the survivors could recall the faces of those who saved them. Phreasis adds that she has been having strange dreams for an entire year, dreams that fill her with ominous feelings. In those dreams, everything is destroyed. The Empire, the 4 renowned family cities, and all the small and large villages. Every place on the continent. With a weak voice, Phreasis says that her dreams have made her certain that, at this rate, the continent will be completely ruined. She asks Han if he is aware of the unusual occurrences spreading across the continent, the rise of unknown diseases, parasites, and monsters. She believes that the Nelsa invasion was part of this phenomenon, explaining that such creatures rarely invade human territories. Han, unimpressed, plainly asks why she's telling him all this. After a brief pause, Phreasis looks at him and says that she needs power. Han raises an eyebrow, wondering what she means. Phreasis says that she needs that power to save the world, her eyes filled with determination. Han asks if she is seeking his help, and Phreasis confirms it. However, Han can't understand why she would ask him for help. He points out that as a princess, she already has influence and authority. Surely she must have a group of knights sworn to protect her. Phreasis shakes her head and says that she has no real power. She's just a figurehead, a princess in name only. She murmurs bitterly that no one listens to her or obeys her commands. Han casually suggests that she hire mercenaries using her wealth. Without hesitation, Phreasis says she wants to hire him as her mercenary instead, adding that she will pay whatever amount he wants. She admits that while she may be powerless, she still has money. Han immediately rejects her offer and advises her to hire someone else, someone more capable, if she truly has that much wealth. Clutching her crown tightly, Phreasis says that no one has ever believed her when she spoke about her dreams. They don't even want to listen. But she admits that Han is different. He didn't laugh at her story, and that is the reason she has decided to hire him. Han finds her persistence annoying, then recalls what he learned during the promotion, that this stage represents Townia's past. He remembers what the girl from the town told him, that he must change the story, even if it ruins the setting or causes space and time to collapse completely. Han thinks that even if he wanted to help, he wouldn't be able to. To him, Friases is just an NPC, which means they won't have any connection once the mission ends. Friases frowns and presses him for an answer. Han replies that he has his own reasons. She asks what those reasons are, and he smiles faintly, saying that if he told her, it would just make her laugh. Friases looks at him in confusion. Han finally tells her, "We're from a different world." Friases curiously wonders about what Han means by a different world and asks him to explain. Han thinks that since he is free until dawn, it should be fine to tell her a little. He describes his world as a terrible place and explains that they are here because of a mission. In their world, they receive missions, and if they fail to complete them, they die. Han tells her that this time, their mission was to protect someone. They didn't know who the person was at first, but later discovered that it was her. He adds that if they fail to protect their target, they will die. Friases freezes for a moment, nervously stuttering as she repeats his words, that they came from another world to carry out a mission here. Han nods and explains that once they complete the mission, they will be forcibly returned to their own world, which is why he cannot help her. Thinking deeply, Friases calls Han's explanation absurd and questions the existence of another world. She asks if he is lying just to reject her request. Han tells her to believe whatever she wants. It doesn't concern him. Friases smiles softly and says that she believes him, that they are warriors from another world. Han glances at her, and she continues, saying that she won't laugh at his explanation just as he didn't laugh at hers, and she understands that he has his own reasons. She adds happily that she won't try to change his decision anymore. He will do his job, and she will do hers. Han curiously asks what her job is. Friases narrows her brows and says that she doesn't want her dreams to become reality. Han stays silent for a moment and then asks if she was the one who gathered the people in the square. Friases assumes he is referring to the White Silver Hall and tells him that she was about to give a speech there. Han stands up and moves closer to her, asking what her purpose was. Friases explains that she wanted to gain more influence and admits that, at the moment, she is nothing compared to her brother. Han looks at her, wondering about the word influence. He starts to think that if it weren't for his group, Friases would have already died by now. If there is any meaning behind the missions in Pick Me Up, then it must be that Friases is an NPC worth saving. Standing silently for a couple of minutes, Han finally tells her his name, Han. Friases freezes for a moment, then murmurs his name. After smiling warmly, she repeats his name again. Friases then thanks Han for saving her life, but Han tells her that it's too early to thank them, and Friases nods, understanding. Han asks if she knows why people are targeting her. She replies that she has no idea. Han steps closer and hands her a piece of cloth, saying that she is far too noticeable, like a billboard. Friases tilts her head in confusion, wondering what a billboard is. Holding the cloth in both hands, she asks if he wants her to wear it, then asks what they should do with her current dress. Han casually replies that they'll throw it out since there's a dumpster right outside, and asks if she doesn't want to. Friases denies, saying that she expected this and asks Han to let her be alone. Han steps outside the room and pauses when he hears something. He realizes that he can hear her faintly and wonders if she is crying. Han thinks to himself that although she is a princess, she is still only 15, and it must be hard for her to accept the situation she's in. A short while later, Friases changes her clothes and comments that the fabric feels rough. Han casually agrees, saying that it probably is, then adds, jokingly, that bugs were laying eggs on it. Friases immediately freaks out and shouts, while Han, still busy putting away her old clothes, says that he was only joking. He stores her old dress inside some kind of inventory box, and Friases tells him not to make jokes like that again. Han sits back down in his chair and tells Friases to get some sleep, as they will head out in 2 to 3 hours. Friases quietly sits on the ground. Han thinks that if something happens to Eren, he will receive a status abnormality notification. For now, he believes they still have time, and silently hopes they can hold out a little longer. Night falls, and the moon shines brightly across the sky. Inside the shelter, Friases sleeps soundly while Han sits quietly on a chair, watching over her. He thinks to himself that he has talked far too much and lets out a small sigh. Adis returns and comments that Friases is sleeping peacefully. Han asks her about the exit. Adis confirms that she has found one, but adds that there is a small problem outside, as enemy knights stand guard at the city gate. Han observes them carefully, counting a total of 21 soldiers, and thinks that the number is far too many for just him and Adis to handle. Adis asks Han if they should try another gate, but Han replies that the situation will likely be the same at every gate. He thinks that while he might have been able to slip through alone, it's not possible with Friasis accompanying them. Their success depends entirely on getting her out safely and unharmed. He examines the knights closely and notes that their levels are around 21, higher than most of the knights he has faced before. Admitting to himself that there's no better choice, he decides to move forward with a plan. Han asks Adis if she knows where Aaron's group is. Adis immediately shakes her head, saying no. Han then asks if she knows the city's layout. He tells her that there is a dress and a crown back at the shelter and instructs her to find Jinnah and have her wear them. As Adis starts to confirm his intention, Han interrupts, telling her plainly that they're going to use Jinnah as bait. Han goes over the plan in his head. Based on Adis's information, there's no other viable way out. They could spend more time searching, but with Aaron's worsening condition, they can't afford to lose any more time. Han explains that if Jinnah disguises herself as Friasis and causes chaos, some of the soldiers guarding this gate will likely move away. As Adis prepares to leave, she says she will return soon. Han thinks about leaving his shield behind since it could reflect light and give away their position. He turns to Friasis and tells her that they'll escape within an hour. He instructs her to stay hidden and only run outside when he gives the signal. Friasis asks if she should still follow those instructions even if he's hurt. Han replies firmly that even if he's dead, she must follow them. Friasis nods and moves back inside. Before going completely in, she glances at Han and says that she feels this might be their last moment together. Han smirks and agrees. Their eyes meet briefly before Han leaps away into the night. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Aaron's condition worsens. Ivalka mutters in frustration, asking how much longer they have to wait, adding that Aaron will die soon. Jinnah grits her teeth, silently hoping that Han will act quickly. She knows they can't wait any longer. Back at the shelter, Adis breathes heavily as she reaches the dress and crown. At the same time, Han skids to a stop, thinking determinedly that they will escape the city before dawn. Enemy soldiers patrol the area while Han hides behind a wooden trolley, quietly observing them. He notes that Jinnah and Friasis have similar physiques, meaning it will be difficult for the soldiers to tell them apart in the dark. Suddenly, a system message appears in front of Han, stating that Aaron has been inflicted with deadly poison. Han's eyes widen in shock. Another message follows, notifying him that Aaron's HP will continue to decrease over time. His condition is worsening. Han immediately starts running, thinking that if Jinnah is discovered in disguise, the soldiers will surround her, putting everyone in danger. Now, they need to attract the enemy's attention while still protecting Aaron. Han admits to himself that it's a difficult task, but they have no other choice. He begins to consider the worst-case scenario if they don't complete the mission quickly and suddenly awakens a new skill, stealthy movements. Using his new ability, Han silently moves past a soldier without being noticed. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Adis arrives, calling out her name, startling everyone. Breathing heavily, Adis tells Jinnah to hurry up and change her clothes. Elsewhere, Han hides near a group of soldiers. He reflects on his newly awakened skill, noting that it's the kind of ability a thief would normally learn, and feels lucky to have gained it. He counts 22 soldiers in total, uncertain how many will leave once Jinnah creates the distraction. Han knows that, at worst, he'll have to face all of them himself. He waits patiently for the signal. Moments later, one of the soldiers spots a tornado of fire in the distance, drawing everyone's attention. A soldier calls out in confusion, and another rushes to his captain, reporting that they've found a woman in a white dress with a golden crown. The captain immediately yells for his men to move out and orders them to follow him. Many of the soldiers run off in that direction. Han counts again and notes that only 4 soldiers remain, including a level 21 knight, which he finds concerning. Still, he acknowledges that the situation is far lighter than before. Confident in his speed, he decides he can handle it. Drawing his sword, he moves swiftly toward the remaining enemies. In barely a second, he defeats the first soldier before the man even realizes what's happening. Within 2 seconds, Han takes down another. The third soldier stands frozen in disbelief, and by the 2.5-second mark, Han has already defeated him too. In just a few more seconds, Han continues taking down the remaining soldiers, advancing toward the level 21 knight. Within 8 seconds, he reaches the knight. The knight says nothing and immediately draws his sword. As time passes, Han realizes that he can't break through the knight's heavy armor in his current state. He decides to aim for the weak points instead, but quickly notices there aren't many. At the 17th second, Han charges forward at full speed, gripping his sword tightly. As he's about to strike, he thinks that there's no need to waste time analyzing his opponent's strength. At the 20th second, Han swings his sword, but the knight blocks it with his armored arm. Han grits his teeth, finding himself in a tough position, but keeps attacking relentlessly. The knight's armor absorbs the blows. Han swings again, but the knight counters with his own strike. Gritting his teeth, Han forces his sword forward with all his strength before suddenly stepping back. Frustrated, he realizes that the knight isn't attacking at all, even when Han leaves openings. The knight is waiting him out, confident that time will work in his favor. Frustrated, Han steadies himself and challenges the knight to come at him. Suddenly, a system message appears. Jenna is injured severely. Her HP will decrease over time. Another message immediately follows. Aaron is about to die. His life is in danger. The knight chuckles coldly, and Han's expression darkens. He unleashes his inner fury, his body surrounded by a dark red aura. A system notification pops up. Han has entered a state of frenzy. Han charges at full speed and strikes with explosive force. He feels his strength stat rise to 40, and he begins attacking again and again. Determined to destroy the knight's armor completely, another system message appears. Ivalka has entered a state of mana frenzy. The fiery tornado begins to fade, and Han's eyes widen. The system explains that mana frenzy occurs when mages overuse their magic. Han, realizing they have only a few minutes left, he shouts to Phriases, ordering her to run. Phriases starts sprinting, and while still battling the knight, Han yells for her to ignore everything and head straight out of the castle gates, then follow the road. Han kicks the knight backward, sending him skidding across the ground, and immediately runs after Phriases. The knight quickly recovers and leaps toward Phriases. As the knight swings his sword to strike her down, Han throws himself between them, blocking the blow with his own weapon. Phriases keeps running forward, but another figure appears ahead, an assassin. Han spots him just in time as the assassin launches a poisoned dagger toward Phriases. Han shields her from behind. Phriases gasps in shock. A system message appears. Han is inflicted with poison. HP will decrease over time. Phriases calls out Han's name, panic in her voice, but Han shouts for her not to stop and to keep running. The system flashes another warning. The party is at risk of death. Master, your heroes are in danger.